Okay, okay. Everything's ready. Everything's settled. I prepared myself mentally and with my whole setup like ishily black. I'm very very excited. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking hyped for this. I want to scream, but I can't because that would be loud and most likely be blocked by all of my technicalities. Anyway, hello people. Hello, hello, hello. I hope everyone, and I say everyone, is fine on this very, very lovely day. It's not normally for me to stream so early, but since this project today will take probably the whole day if I'm going to do all the endings and all the stuff that is possibly hidden in this game, we will be here for a while, like for a long while, because the estimate playtime I read up on the actual site where I got the game said the game is approximately like 5 hours long if we do all the endings, but I know it will not be 5 hours because I will talk and mumble and fucking sag every 7 seconds in this game because I want to give my own mind for this. I did not look much into the game, and for everyone who is questioning what we're doing today, we're playing a fan game. We're not playing the actual Genshin Impact. We're playing a fan game, a visual novel, so to speak. And if everyone has followed my streams in the past, they know I already played some visual novels like Cafe Zero, The Drowned Mermaid, or 1.5 Roads of Little Busters, but since those games are very, very long, I could not do them at all. And then I had my whole millionth stream hiatus and my moving, and since then I never really played visual novels anymore because they are just too lengthy. But I think this game is special because not only it's Genshin Impact and I am massively addicted to Genshin Impact, but it's a ship I really, really adore. It's not my favorite ship, to be honest, but I adore Xiaolumi. So this is special. And I wanted to play it. And I even asked the creator of the game if they are okay with me streaming it. And they gave me the okay. So yeah. Here we are. With the actual game. The real thing. Let's just switch. Look at this beautiful artwork. It's magnificent. I love it. Again, I have to confess, I did not look too much into the game because I wanted to experience this as blind as possible, since just for the fucking ethics and for the ambient. So yeah, this game is amazing. If anyone wants to know the creator, I will. Can I do that? Give me a second. How do I make pinned comments? How do I do that? Rates. Can't I do pinned comments as a non-affiliate / Twitch partner? Can only they do that? Or am I just too stupid? Give me a second. I am a bit unprepared. I'm not entirely prepared. I forgot that stuff like this is not that easy. Or maybe I can do that on the dashboard? Shared streaming, rating. Okay, I have to ask Google for that. So, /pin message. It's that easy. It's really that easy. Crazy. slash pin, then okay. Isn't that perfectly? That's approximately good. So okay, I've pinned the creator's Twitter into the chat if anyone wants to pay them a visit, because they deserve it. They are, not only is the game already had the game already conquered my heart, I also looked a bit into the artworks and into some pieces of art of the creator, not to spoil me too much of the game, because a lot of the game's art is also featured on their channel. So yeah, but without further ado, let's just start into the fucking game. I'm so hyped. So let's just start. I just want to say one thing before we start. Is, in addition, English is not my native language, as most people know. So if my reading comprehension is a bit off, if I have trouble reading certain words, I'm apologizing big times. I try to read as best as I can. I will not voice act, because I'm very bad at voice acting, and I know if I start voice acting, my voice will be gone. And yeah, I am completely effing in this, but I try my best. This fox is trying his best. So let's just start. My journey is long. I yearn to see you. Hey, Firefist! Welcome to the stream. Hope you are good. So, Liyue. The land amidst the monoliths is home to the landscapes and scenery of magnificent beauty. Daihua Marsh is one of such place. I'm also butchering many of the Liyue names because I'm unable to pronounce them correctly, I guess. Azure waters that sparkle under the golden sun rays, graceful silvergrass dancing to a tune only nature knows, and a light breeze that carries the scents of all the beautiful flowers blooming as far as the eye can see. These marvels are embraced by lofty mountains who offer their sturdy gaze and everlasting protection. It's an exquisite painting of wonders. My brother and I have traveled through countless worlds, and we've seen innumerable landscapes, all wonderful and unforgettable. Yet Teyvat manages to stand out and compete with them. Truly, it's a high praise coming from me, who travels beyond the stars and has witnessed much of cosmos. Teyvat is impressive at every turn. It's a world taken right out of a fairy tale. That is, if you look away from the darkness beneath the surface, the terrors creeping through the cracks, the traces of horror hidden in the shadows where light does not reach. The tragedies, the sacrifices, the lost memories, and the blood that was spilled to protect the fragility of the present. The sins committed and the punishments given in ancient wars born of errors and misknowledge. I shake my head to chase these somber thoughts away, I'm sorry. I don't want to fill my mind with such gloomy images right now. I have a long journey ahead. A journey of intermediate time. A journey of slowly treading towards an unknown destination. Even some of my nature may tire from time to time. And to make matters worse, Ether is no longer by my side. It would be more apt to say that my journey is a result of our separation. Initially, a quest to find my lost kin, and then the acceptance of fulfilling a request I do not understand. Now, the responsibility of being a witness and a record keeper. I can't remember the last time my path was so nebulous, despite knowing exactly where I need to go and what I need to do. I had resigned myself to the fate of being a traveler and found comfort in the company of my brother. All would be well as long as we are together. And now? Today I had resolved to enjoy myself so that I may regain my vigor to march forward, but leaving Paimon behind for a moment of privacy is proving to be a bit of an error on my part. Though her antics may frustrate me at times, Paimon is an invaluable companion who brightens my bleak days and prevents my mind from briskly returning into the state I find myself in currently. Yeah, so first and foremost, I stopped at this line here, because that was the furthest I wanted to look if the game even works and does not have anything I do not want to make work and stuff, and I'm completely out of my fucking thoughts right now. So much appreciation for Paimon, because as much as Paimon sometimes may annoy people, people have to acknowledge her and say that Paimon really matters in the game. So yeah, very, very big Paimon appreciation, because without Paimon, Traveler would be lost already on so many times, because we know what kind of depressions and gloomy thoughts and intrusive thoughts can creep and seep into Traveler's mind. I closed my eyes to listen to the sounds of nature. The joyful bird sings praises to the boundless skies. The gentle breeze rustles the leaves of the towering trees. Little critters hiding among silvergrass jump into the crystalline waters. Occasionally, I hear carts and caravans passing through the stone bridge I am standing on, chatter amongst people, signs of life moving forward. I recall the advice I received from the Animal Archon and the wisdom I was given by the Lord of Geo. I wonder at what point of the game this hangout takes place. Because it's clearly after Mondstadt and after Leo. And yes, it's called Mondstadt. Not Mondstadt and not Mondstadt. It's Mondstadt, because I'm a native German and I know how to pronounce it. I'm sorry for being a know-it-all right now, but I want to address that. There's beauty to be found in this long journey of mine, and I am not short on time. When I open my eyes again, as the Archon's words echo in my recollections and a certain other figure emerges from my memory, my mind is clear, not unlike the calm waters of Daihor Marsh. I look over to see myself reflected on those azure waters. There is still hope for as long as I'm here, for as long as I am myself. And so time starts moving again. A certain figure had appeared in my mind when I was trying to compose myself. Yes, there is a person who I wish would allow himself to enjoy a bit of a leisure, and that's why I'm visiting Wangshu Inn today. Wangshu is a majestic inn built atop a massive stone pillar, embraced by a sun-touched ginkgo tree of a radiant golden sheen. I'm most likely already mispronounced the word ginkgo or ginkgo. I'm really, really bad at pronunciation of that. I'm so fucking sorry. I also have to drink a lot during the stream because my throat will completely crumble, I say. Okay. Its structural magnificence and particular location has given rise to rumors and stories of all kinds. Stories tell of Wangshu Inn being heaven for lovers' secret rendezvous. Other tales say that even the dignified adepti sometimes like to bask in the moonlight here. But perhaps some of these rumors are not entirely false. The uppermost floor of this inn houses a special guest, unbeknownst to every traveler that stops by for a moment of respite. I'm I'm crumbling already again. The secret guest goes by many names and titles. Conqueror of Demons, Vigilant Yaksha, General Alatus, Adeptus Xiao. A guardian who has been silently protecting Liyue's peace from the shadows for millennia. For many, he's a legend, a myth, a relic of the past, a figure of folktales. Maybe he doesn't even exist. But to me, he's simply Xiao, a precious friend, a person I cherish very much. When I returned to Liyue, my mind drifted towards him immediately. He's a person who makes me feel safe and at ease. Perhaps in a sense of comfort and safety that I yearn for after being separated from my brother. In my heart, searching for a brotherly substitute. Or is there something else? Xiao is discreet and speaks his mind, his genuine thoughts. There's no need to keep my guard up, to maintain appearances. He's fiercely loyal, devoted to his duty, and so incredibly kind and caring once you understand the way he expresses himself. He doesn't expect anything, yet is willing to offer his help. He doesn't ask about my identity and my past, but will lend an ear to everything I wish to share. I've met plenty of lovely people in Tibet, and here have made several friends and allies, but few are the people who allow me the luxury of profound comfort, maybe even solace. As I walk up to Wang Shu's familiar stairs to reach the top floor, Cheon Karst's grand mountain tops enter my field of vision. That place is where the mighty and illuminated Adepti dwell, a forest of stone and dreams hidden among clouds, one of my favorite places in Liyue. It would be nice to go there with Xiao one day. Xiao. There is a mystical elegance to him, an enigmatic aura. You could say all Adepti are like that, and you wouldn't be wrong. After all, they're not human, even if some of them choose to appear in that form. Yeah, probably one of the most anticipated forms is like Cloud Retainer or Shenyun, how she goes by name nowadays, and the two other Adeptis. I always forget their names, but it's hardly different. One is like standing out immensely, and the others are like, we want to be NPCs. We don't want to be seen. And people were like, no, they have to be hot. Oh my, I'm so into it. I'm so happy to. No, go away. Go away. Thank you, Automod. No, I said. Go. Oh, great. I have a fucking bot attack right now, I think. Is it over? I guess it's over. I think it's over. Okay, okay. But there's something else to Zhao still. I find myself lacking the words to describe it properly. Hey there, Kimmy. Yeah, thanks for lurking. Thank you, thank you. But what I can't describe is the feeling of joy and excitement I feel the thought of seeing him again. My earlier thoughts of gloom, now gone, distant. I'm quite the fool sometimes. I should have rushed here instead of taking a long stroll through the marsh. I told myself it would be nice to appreciate the marvelous scenery. I've been so caught up in all manner of errands that I haven't had the chance to appreciate Daihor Marsh in all of its poetic glory. When one gets familiar with a place and shifts their focus to their tasks, it's easy to forget the beauty that surrounds us. Yeah, that's very true. But where did that get me? I truly do not fare well when left to my own devices for too long. There's something I should reflect on. Now then, I should not delay any longer. Once I step outside, I survey the balcony for a possible trace of the inn's enigmatic guest. Empty. I raise my head to examine the roof. Quiet. Xiao, are you there? Xiao? No sign of the elusive adeptus, only faint sounds of leaves rustling in the wind. My heart sinks a little, sorry. This is my third day visiting Wangshu Inn, and Zhao has yet to return. Vera Golded didn't appear to know anything when I asked her earlier, neither did her husband. They are both secret agents of the Qixing, tasked with the mission of assisting Zhao in any capacity they can. That said, they are aware of my closeness with him and even encourage it, thus they have no reason to hide information from me. Out of respect of the vigilant Yaksha, they didn't inquire about Zhao's affairs nor his whereabouts, but it would do no harm to be a little more aware of his actions and intentions sometimes. I let out an involuntary sigh. Should be understanding of their position. I laugh to myself, and I come to realize that nowadays I often neglect to remember that Zhao still appears unapproachable to many. Many a mind have changed over time, and plenty of people have made attempts at striking a friendship with the guardian Yaksha of legends, but I remain as the one who knows him best. Ah, okay. You are awfully convinced of yourself, Lumine. With the exception of Zhongli, that is. Yeah, okay, that's fair. He's the dad. He's the big dad who saved his son. And yeah. I take a few steps forward to better appreciate the magnificent view that stretches before my eyes. Xiao comes and goes as his duties demand, but he often passes by the inn for some rest, so his prolonged absence is rather strange. Am I overthinking? Maybe he's simply busier than usual. Here I was, proudly declaring how well I know Zhao, but truth to be told, there is still much I do not know about his absence. Okay, I lost track of myself right now. Let's try to read this again. But truth be told, there is still much I do not know, and his absence may very well be a regular occurrence. I suppose this is where I admit defeat, and returned to consult with Golded, or who might know better. Or a sudden thought comes to my mind, my anxiety rises, heart pounding in my chest. Maybe Zhao is in trouble. I've been worried about his well-being ever since I learned of his circumstances. A contract as old as stone to protect Lyra from all evil, day after day, year after year, for millennia, for eternity. A karmic poison that taints his very soul and gnaws at his mind, dark whispers of temptation, deafening screams of agony, demanding death, torment for body and mind alike. Then the events of the okay, it's after the chasm quest. We come closer to knowing where we are in the story right now. That was when I discovered how little worth Xiao sees in himself. Yeah, I have to say something about that. So there is a group of people on the internet that say, yeah, Xiao should have died during the chasm quest. And I could not disagree more in every occasion. Because their reasoning is, yeah, Zhao, throughout the whole story of the chasm quest, where we accompany Zhao and the others, he constantly said that he wants to die and that he suffers under survivor's guilt like big times. And people were like, yeah, in the end, he tried to protect everyone and to sacrifice himself, and that would be a perfect end to his story. And I say that's bullshit. Because, again, Zhao just suffers under survivor's guilt. That everyone told him, no, you have so much worth living. You have so much people to care about you. And at the end, yeah, Zhongli led a little hand and saved him. But that does not take away the fact that everyone in the Chasm Quest, even Ito, was like, there's no way we let you sacrifice yourself. And yeah, it's absolutely baffling if people were really like, yeah, Zhao should have died because people demand death in Genshin Impact, like in Honkai Star Rail and Honkai Impact. But yeah, that's big BS, I say. His burdens run far and deep. I was aware, I really was. But I hadn't quite grasped the full picture and the many, yet still be things I do not know. The canvas of Zhao's history is far from being complete. His trauma, though he may not wish to refer to it as such, appears to go far beyond the rotting poison that erodes every feeble fiber of his being. I have my suspicions as to what Zhao's past life entails, based on the few things he has chosen to impart with me, but I dare not to pry. My collection of nightmares expanded since that perilous day that Zhao's sacrifice was added to my subconscious list. I'm no stranger to tales of despair, and I've witnessed many tragedies throughout my long life. In present times, it is not often that sometimes stays with me like this. Every once in a while, I dream of Zhao falling into the deep darkness while I watch helplessly. That's also a very stark contrast because in Zhao's latest birthday letter, he actually says that he has nice dreams for once, and they are all about the Traveler. In that case, Lumine, because I chose Lumine at the start. So yeah, this is a very, very stark contrast if we are actually at this point in the story right now. And also that Zhao really, really came along over the 4 years of Genshin, as much as actually wanting to raise a lantern with the Traveler. That was a very sweet moment, I have to say, during the lantern ride. And I really loved it that they included that. Unable to reach him, unable to save him. I jump after him. I stretch my hand. I use every ounce of my power. Yet he keeps falling further and further into the void. To be left alone and forgotten at the depths of the chasm, as the dark emptiness slowly grinds his soul into dust. Thankfully, it's only a bad dream. Only a dream. Paimon says I sometimes wake up with tears running down my face. That happens a lot when I dream of my brother, but now this is becoming routine when I have nightmares about Zhao too. Yeah, that's also one of the things that the Traveler actually really feels lonely. Even with Paimon being by their side, Traveler feels extremely lonely all the time. And during Xianyun's story quest, that was very, very apparent. As well as during the Bedtime story quest, so the most recent, most new quest in the Archon quest line, it really shows. It really shows how lonely Traveler feels all the time. I close my eyes and remember Zhao's promise. If you are in trouble, don't hesitate to call my name. Would Zhao consider I was worried about you, an emergency? Probably not. There is no need to worry about him. It is what he would say. He might feel bad, guilty even, for troubling me like that. Additionally, He entrusted me with the right of summoning him anywhere, anytime, for my own protection. I can't misuse this right. I can't take advantage of his kindness. But I want to see him, and I'm really worried that he hasn't returned yet. Should I... Okay, I want to save here for a second, because we will most likely get an ending if we don't call Xiao already, so I just want to try it out because we want to achieve every ending here. So we don't call Xiao for the first time. No, it does not feel right to summon him like this. Xiao would not be one to complain, but his promise was so genuine, so sincere. It was an honest desire to offer his protection to me anywhere I go, anytime I need. No questions asked. No recompense required. Sorry. Only pure intention on his part. Xiao is strong and capable. It is not right to let my personal worries cloud the image of the mighty warrior that he is. It's not that I forget his power, I simply wish to wrap a warm blanket around him, to let him rest, to tell him he doesn't need to push himself by suffering in solitude. Alas, Xiao must be busy with his duties, patrolling Liu and making sure peace is maintained. I would prefer not to disturb him. I gaze at the roof, wistfully, looking for someone who is very clearly not there. Would a day ever come when Xiao will understand that he does not need to follow ancient contracts forever? Even the god of contracts himself has learned that he needs to carry the burden of Liu as protection until rocks crack and turn to dust at the very end of time. The little seed called Liu has now grown into a splendid tree that come what may will withstand the harshest of weathers. The Adepti of old have earned their rest. The long-awaited era of peace arrived at last, and it is time to partake in the life so many of the lost companions had dreamed of. Those that still endure today should celebrate life for every soul that perished amidst the battlefields of yesteryear, chasing the future until every last drop of their own blood poured on the land. The flowers that bloom today were nourished by such noble blood. Though Zhao's circumstances do not allow for such notion to exist in his mind, duty is the only anchor keeping him grounded, a purpose for him to cling to. If he were to lose that, what would happen to him? I dread the thoughts from my head. I dread the thoughts forming in my head. Would Zhao succumb to the darkness and embrace the sweet release of death? Would he crumble under the weight of his sins, that hatred he feels for his own existence? I shudder at the images my mind is mercilessly providing me, hands shaking. No. 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 Think positively. Believe in his future. I'll be right here watching over him. Everything will be fine. I thought I had cleared my mind off of somber thoughts such as these. It seems that my mind is cruel today and does not want to grant me peace. No matter. I shall concentrate on what is important. Xiao is making steady progress. There are signs of hope in his heart. People other than me are approaching him, making efforts to include him in their lives. Yes, there's no need of fret. Xiao will be alright. He's not alone. Ah, how I wish to see him again. Maybe I should honestly just... I pace back and forth, putting my mind to work. I should exhaust my options first before calling his name. This way, my heart won't claim that it was inconsiderate. the temple is a place Xiao has been frequenting as of late. There is a waypoint nearby, granting me quick access to the area. It would be good to first confirm he is not there. Anything else? Is there any other place Xiao frequents? The list is awfully short. I sigh dejectedly. I will simply... Okay, we are already at a crosspoint. I honestly thought that the story will take a short end here. Okay, I will save here, and can I load? Okay, I can load the game. Okay, good. Okay, I will continue from here on for now. Choose the only option and visit Paraz's temple. I promptly turn around to make my way downstairs where waypoint is located, just outside the reception area. I'm ever so grateful to whatever power it was that had the grace to place a waypoint at this very spot, for it allows me to visit Wangshu Inn at irregular intervals. No, even if Wangshu was far from any waypoint, I would not hesitate to cross bottomless seas and skyscraping mountains to meet this person who is so dear to me. It is good to have quick and convenient access to this very special location, however. At any rate, I will use this waypoint to transport myself to Lisha, look around the temple for any signs of... It's you! Oh, that was fucking Xiao. I crumbled. Xiao. My heart skipped a beat at his sudden appearance. Wasting no time, I immediately look him up and down. Thankfully, there are no visible injuries, no signs of anguish on his face. A wave of relief washes over me, dispersing my earlier worries. Hate myself. Xiao looks normal. He looks to be safe and in good shape. Karma notwithstanding. Oh, how I missed you, Xiao. Thank you for choosing to appear, for choosing to come meet me, whether you knew I was here or not. What brings you here? Xiao. Give me a second. Apparently this game has... Apparently this game has voice lines. But I'm not sure when it will be... will be shown. But yeah. You're finally back. Finally? I've been visiting Wangshu Inn the past few days, but I couldn't find you. I'm glad you've returned safely. I already love the face sets. Look at how expressive Lumine is. Oh my god. I'm already turned into a fucking little crustacean for Lumine. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I mean, just look at her. Just look at her genuine smile. It's so fucking cute. Just look at her. Oh. Okay. Focus, old fox. Okay, fine. Okay, let's go back to the game. What's the matter? You should have called my name. No, everything is fine. There's no trouble. I just wanted to see you because it's been a while. You're the first person I wanted to see when I returned to Liyue. I'm so happy, so relieved to see you are right. As far as I can tell, at least. You waited here every day just to see me? He sighs heavily. Your actions defy my attempts to fathom them. Oh god. Ever the eloquent gentleman he is. This little baby boy. Do they really? I'm fairly certain Xiao's mind is merely looking for an explanation, an excuse to avoid accepting that someone would in fact wait for him like this, that they would have this strong of a desire to see him. I'm sorry for making you wait this long. And then comes the guilt. Xiao, there's nothing to apologize for. I was on my own decision, and either way, waiting for you is always worth it. Next time, call my name if you want to see me. Oh, so that was an option after all. I sure am a fool. The first time I called him was not entirely sure whether it would work. After that point, it concluded it's the best respect his promise and only summon him when there is a real emergency. Now you're telling me I can call you anytime I want to see you? Anytime, anywhere I want to see you? Xiao, do you realize what you just said? I will remember that. Thank you. You have been... How have you been? Is everything okay? If you're asking about my karmic debt, there is no issue right now. That's good to hear. Although there are no issues right now, does not necessarily mean everything is okay. It only means his karma is more bearable. Even so, that's a relief. For once, I find myself unable to say anything else, unable to think of a way to continue the conversation. Bitch, you normally never talk at all. You always fucking let Paimon do the talking. Don't act like you are a fucking blabbermouth, because you aren't. Yeah, but it's cute. It's very cute. And like many others, I personally don't have any trouble conversing with Xiao. He seems unapproachable to many, but I treated him like a normal person, and he responded kindly in return. I treat him like a friend, and so does he. Yet currently my mind is blank, words do not reach my mouth. One should think I would have a lot to say after not seeing him for so long. Days were spent thinking of him during my travels, and I have much to tell, many tales to share, yet it does not like the right time for it. Not feel like the right time for it. As soon as I was given a chance to return, I wasted no time in doing so, eager to finally meet, to see those beautiful amber eyes once more. And yet, while contemplating over what to say, I noticed Xiao's being lost in thought. That makes two of us then. The atmosphere grows stiff and awkward, or maybe it's an impression caused by the faint sense of panic growing into my heart. Xiao is the one to surprisingly break the silence. If you're free, you can join me for a trip. A trip? Xiao? It's a genuine invitation, or is this a genuine invitation, or is it an obligation to redress the perceived trouble he's caused? I may never know. Regardless, my response is clearer than the boundless sky above. I would be happy to join you. I have plenty of time to spare. I'm here to visit you after all, so we can go wherever you want. I'll be available all day. I am always available for you, Xiao. A rare event it is to have Xiao offer his company without any, albeit understandable, reservations. I'm taking full advantage of this chance. Alright. I would like to take you to Juyung Karst. You might be familiar with it. It's where the Adepti dwell. Juyung Karst? Just a while ago I was thinking of how much I would like to visit that region together. It's a beautiful place. He is a beautiful Adeptus. It only makes sense. I'd love to go there with you. Alright, it'll be faster if I carry you there. What an unexpected turn of event that is. It's almost like a date. I do not mind. I do not mind at all. That's true. If it's okay with you, then let us go. With small steps, I bring myself closer to him. Carefully, I wrap my arms around his shoulders, lovingly. The soft embrace I would otherwise have no chance to give. Xiao lifts me in his arms with a gentle care. Be still, my heart. This should not be so different from that day on Mount Ahuang when Zhao carried me out of the pond. Okay, it's also after the... Was it the Moon Chase event? No, I think it was last year's... not Lantern Ride 2024, but Lantern Ride 2023 or 2, when we basically had to lure Zhao out and they made Traveler pretend to be drowning, and then Zhao actually jumped into the water and saved them. That was also pretty nice happening, I say. Yet I feel my face burning and my heart racing unexpectedly so. I avoid his gaze to hide my flustered face, burying my hand into his tender embrace, letting myself daydream of what could be. And without forewarning, Zhao's unique ability causes a weird sensation. We moved so fast, as if we were the wind itself. It's not my first experience with this special ability, but it is the first time I've traversed such a large distance with this manner. Yet, no distance is ever so great for this swift yaksha. I mean, to be fair, the teleportation the Traveler can do is probably also that instantaneously if we subtract the loading screens, of course. But I guess the feeling is different. The entire feeling of being teleported or traveling through this must be really entirely different. When I open my eyes, I discover that Zhao has taken us to the highest mountain peak of Huahuang Stone Forest in Zhiyun Karst. It's a mystical wonderland of fog and clouds, the one-of-a-kind scenery you would only expect to see in dreams. But as the so if we expect that this is the landscape I think it is, back there must be Jinyu Vale. I think it's Jinyu Vale. And yeah, so it is before the expansion of that, I think. But I could be wrong right now. My geographical understanding is always measly, to say it in a modest tone. Silver mountaintops are peeking through ethereal clouds like flowers growing in the crystal-colored snow. A splash of color on the canvas of purity. The breeze is gently caressing my face, surprisingly warm despite our altitude. It's the Adepti magic at work. Is there Adepti magic at work? Could be. A sweet scent permeates the air due to unique herbs that grow in the area, no doubt. Many a herb gatherer Turk on these utopian mountains in search for rare and extraordinary plants. My earlier nervousness now gone, swept away like petals in the whimsical wind. All I feel is sincerity and serenity and the urge to embrace Xiao tighter, to indulge in his tender warmth, and to drink another sip from my orange juice, I guess. It's a beautiful sight. Thank you for bringing me here, I say as I lean closer to him, unable to rein back my desires. An expansive sea of clouds stretches before our eyes, with us at the center of it. The world is silent. Only our breaths and the melody of our beating hearts could be heard. Such is the place where the intangible becomes tangible. In truth, I am no stranger to this land of wonder. I once climbed up this very mountain. During my travels, I rather like to explore everything I can. Yeah, always getting these 100% on the fucking map, right? Examine every cave, search every ruin, hike every mountain, dive deep beneath the earth. This particular scenery is not new, yet feels particularly different today. I find myself unable to describe the emotion in my heart. Look at Zhao. Okay. Okay, let's just do it differently. So, I just look at him. Slowly, I turn my head to look at Zhao. So close. So little distance between us. What would it feel like to kiss amidst the clouds? To feel his doubtlessly soft lips on mine. To stay in his arms until Zhao turns to me and speaks, his voice ever so charming. My mind is brought back to reality. I imagine a capable adventurer such as yourself is not afraid of heights. Eh? No, not at all. I used to have a pair of golden wings with which I soared across the skies together with my brother. That seems so long now. I miss flying. I wonder if we ever get like free roaming after Traveler got their powers back, because as much as we know now, the Abyss sibling never lost their powers. So eventually, maybe, perhaps after we cleared out the whole quote-unquote Teyvat storyline, we maybe gain back the ability to fly and we gain something like free roaming. That would be super cool. Not gonna lie, that would be such a cool thing to have. Then hold on tight. Huh? Before I could ask the meaning of his words, Zhao pulled me closer, held me tight, and jumped off. I truly and honestly cannot keep up with this Yaksha today, but I trust him completely. We fall, and fall, and fall through fog and clouds. Oh my gosh, can I? Okay, I just do it that way, just screenshot it when I fucking can. This is such a nice picture. Look at them. I am so fucking right now, if you know what I mean. Zhao's pure animal powers surround us, giving me the sensation that time has slowed down. Maybe it has. My body feels so soft and light, like a feather drifting underneath winds. The sensation of flying, unbound, free from the chains of worldly laws, free from the shackles of reality. I am now one with the misty clouds of magical wonder. I hold on to Zhao, tender warmth. It feels so right. I lean closer. A sea of clouds, an endless sky. Us two together. I close my eyes. A beautiful, sweet dream. But dreams are dreams, not reality. And it's time to wake up when we finally land back on the rugged soil. Once again, tethered to the ways of the world. Is this a glimpse of the life of the elusive adeptus? Of the swift Yaksha? You make me jealous. I tease him a bit, but my words are genuine, as they always are when they are directed at Zhao. I tighten my embrace involuntarily. My mind does not cooperate today. Hard and unruly emotions have full reign over my body, refusing to withdraw from the soft comfort in Zhao's arms. I thought it would be something you would enjoy. You were right to think that. Can we do this again? I only barely stopped myself from exposing my greed. My arms still refuse to let go, however. I loved it. I've shared many stories with Zhao. He knows I once had wings, though I did not fully disclose the whole story, nor did he ask me to elaborate. Did he want to help me experience that sensation again? The freedom of unfettered winds? I mean, we could fly once when Venti basically blessed the Traveler with their powers back then when we fought Dwellin. So flight would not be that uncommon. And also, without spoilering, during a very certain world quest, we also gain basically the ability of flight for a certain amount of time to look at a certain scenery, but I do not want to spoil too much because there surely are people who don't have played the Narcissus Cruise world quest. In a dreamlike place like this, no less. Oh, Zhao, sometimes you're such a romantic, yet you fail to notice. What am I going to do with you? Never once tried to charm my heart, to whisper honeyed words into my ear, to promise sweet love. Yeah, that's Child's fucking game. He's the fucking sweet talker. Or Linny. Linny is also a very good Rizzler when it comes to words. Yet, you offer all that you have. Everything you say to me is sincere, earnest, genuine. Worries, protection, complainments, trust, everything. Everything is from the heart. If that is not charming, I don't know what is. The fondness in my heart grows stronger, too strong to resist my soul's harkering after Zhao's warmth there. May I be selfish today? Once again, I find myself leaning into him, soaring across the boundless cerulean skies on my own wings is one thing. Falling through ethereal clouds in Zhao's tender embrace is a whole other experience. Would you like to do it again? Zhao takes me back up to the peaks and jumps over the mountain top amidst the heavenly clouds. Light and elegant like a butterfly who dances at the rhythm of a mystical melody only the two of us can hear. A performance hidden away in dreams so that only the golden sun may witness. A dance for me, with me. I desperately hold back the tears of my overflowing emotions. Tears of joy, tears of relief, tears of comfort. Does he know? Does he know the things he makes me feel? The ways he makes me feel? Zhao, the conqueror of demon dances. But this time, he doesn't dance to conquer demons. He dances to conquer my heart. No, he conquered my heart a long time ago. I let out a soft laugh as I realized how I never stood a chance against this charming adeptus. The protective shields surrounding my heart are suddenly made out of the thinnest glass when I am in his presence. Ah, a truly mighty and illuminated adeptus he is, to conquer the heart of a traveler from beyond the stars. The sunrays break through the clouds, like strings attempting to capture the dancing butterfly so that it may continue this enchanting performance forever. A futile endeavor. The butterfly is light and swift. It slips through the rays, clutches with ease. No matter. This memory shall be carved in my heart, shall be written in my soul with timeless ink. Although neither heart nor soul of mine will be satisfied, they will long for more. I have to look into something. Okay, okay. I actually had forgotten if this game is actually safe for work. But I looked into it and it's 13 plus, so it's rated T basically, so it's safe for work. I was not sure for a second, but I guess if it would be not safe for work, the creator would have warned me when I asked them if I could stream it. So I guess I was just being stupid for a second. Zhao lands back on the highest mountain peak, the same one we stood on before. His magical performance carried us away in the ethereal sea. I know not how long our dream lasted. My mind was in a daze, my heart even more so. Slowly and carefully, Zhao led me out of his embrace, my feet finally touching the rocky ground. Indeed, I've returned to reality. and I feel rather disappointed in it. If it were up to me, I would be perfectly content with spending the entire day in Zhao's tender embrace, doing nothing but enjoying his warmth, his gentleness, the comfort of his protection. When did I become this greedy? I feel somewhat embarrassed at the thoughts, at the thoughts running through my head, at the feeling clouding all reason and logic. They are not at all befitting someone like me. I look around, absent-mindedly, only to realize we are completely surrounded by Qixing flowers. Oh yeah, the level up material for Xiao, for Ganyu. Oh god, I hated collecting these flowers back then. I have to add, back then, when fucking exploring and traveling was hard, and I had no Chi-Chi to fucking here clear up the map for me, and I had no fucking characters like Shanyun and Wanderer to ease and shortcut any kind of traveling. I had no Kirara who could vertically climb up mountains. I had no Kazuha who basically gave me infinite stamina. I didn't have all of these, but I collected them. I'm a bit proud of myself for playing so long, to be honest. To pat on my shoulder for a second here, but okay, let's return. I don't remember there being so many blooming Kingsin here last time I visited. Yeah, because you're probably done collecting all of those and suddenly they're everywhere. Was it a coincidence, or did Zhao land here on purpose? There are so many flowers here. I found this spot during one of my patrols. A large number of blooming Qingshin is a rare sight. I wished for you to see them. They reminded me of you. Xiao! Qixin are known as the pure heart flowers. They are like your heart. Xiao, you can't just say that! I think they would look good in your hair as well. If you ever want to try. Oh yeah, replacing the interwebs. Sure, why not? Or we are speaking about the guy who said crystal flies would look cute in the hair of the traveler. So he's rizzling her up like big times right now. No, stop! I dropped to my knees, pretending to look at the flowers in a desperate attempt to hide my face that suddenly resembles a tomato by now. Does this man understand what he's saying to me? The fact that I know these are his honest thoughts. Xiao always speaks his mind and says exactly what he thinks. There are no wordplays, no hidden meanings, no secret implications, no pretense, no sugarcoating. You look good amidst these flowers. Dear stars, help me! I'm being rizzed up! I need to change the subject immediately. I was right to bring you here. My poor heart can take any more of this. I can feel all reasoning slipping through my fingers as I'm frantically trying to hold on to my form of composure I possibly can. You're like a flower amongst flowers. Xiao, I'm begging you to stop. I'm quite literally on my knees. Maybe one day you could wear them in your hair. I'm turning into a mess at an alarming speed. I'm gonna die. Gonna die of cringe. But I love the cringe. I don't dare to turn around to meet his gaze. What is he saying now? He wants me to wear Qixing flowers in my hair? Right, he once gifted me crystal flies to put. Oh, they addressed it. Wonderful. Does he think about these things often? About things that would look good in my hair? There it is. The last fragment of logic and composure gone. There's nothing left. No. Think. The best defense is a good offense. I need to attack. But most importantly, I need to run away fast as heck. There's no other option. I pluck a Qixing flower and spin it with my fingers while I stare at it. A tactical move to continue concealing my flustered face. Are you sure? I'd rather think they suit you best. Hmm? You said these are the pure heart flowers, yes? You may not think so, but I know beneath your scary-looking mask, you have a very gentle and kind heart. Huh? What are you? Now they are fucking trying to outdo themselves. Like, I love you more. I love you so much I would tore up a mountain. I love you so much I would kill a god and replace you with said god. I love you so much I would share my chicken nuggets with you. And I don't share my chicken nuggets with everyone. Xiao does not express himself the way most people do, but if you look beyond titles and initial appearances, we'll soon discover who Xiao truly is. Yes, these Qixing flowers really suit him. They've always made me think of him. Anyway, and I think these flowers would look much better on you. You speak nonsense. Not at all. I only speak the truth. I think you're very elegant, and a very clear and expressed sigh is heard from behind me. I turn around to look at Xiao, forgetting my own embarrassment. Ah, how cute. Xiao, you're really elegant and... Okay, chat, I need your help. What should we say? What are we gonna make our blonde star girlie say? That he's really cute, really attractive, or really beautiful? I mean, I personally would just say we call him cute, because he is a cutie patootie. But I need your input, people. Tell me. Okay, let's just call him cute, I guess. And really cute. I'm not cute. I'm a mighty and serious Adeptus. I am evil! Stop laughing! Oh god. You can't take him seriously when he says that, because that just makes him even cuter. It's not fair. Xiao is just such a small cutie patootie, you can't take him on that. I mean, he is strong and mighty and serious, but when you look at him, you just see the baby. According to the community, it's just a baby. A seriously cute Adeptus. You dare use my words against me? He sounds annoyed. Yet those rosy cheeks clearly tell a different story. We are passing through the dwellings of the Adepti, and yet you dare to display such folly? Xiao, you, conqueror of demons, but have you ever thought you might be conquering hearts along the way? I was too much of a coward to say that out loud. I realize now that my so-called attack is in fact just me flirting with him. Aw, Lumine. These two are matched so perfectly, you can't make that up. Well, at least now both of us are flustered. I got to see an adorable Xiao today. Thank you for bringing me here today. Juyun Karst and Huahuang Stone Forest are really beautiful places. The scenery is like something you could only expect to see in fairy tales. I had the urge to tell him how he himself looks like he came out of a fairy tale, but I think I've teased him enough for today. There will be other chances for me to tease, especially now that I know what kind of irresistibly cute reactions I might get. But what makes me the happiest is being here with you. I'm sorry, Xiao, but you are going to say all these romantic things to me, then I'll strike back. He's probably unaware of the way his words come across, but I know he means what he says. That's what makes him so beautiful. It's only natural for me to tell him how wonderful he is, even if he denies it, even if he attributes those words to my kindness instead of the truth. Who knows? If I keep telling him good things, maybe one day he'll come to believe my words. Oh. Indeed, your company is what brings me happiness. After all, I'm indeed someone who would wait for days just to see you. It seemed like Xiao wasn't sure what to respond to this. He eventually gave up and just sighed. Don't worry, next time I want to see you, I'll make sure to call you instead. Please do. There he goes again, saying things so nonchalantly, capturing my heart and never letting it go. Not that mind. He can keep it. All of it. It won't be long before nightfall arrives, and soon we'll have to part ways, so I cling to everything that may allow me to spend a little more time with Xiao today. Xiao, do you know Cloud Retainer's dwelling in clouds? In the clouds? I do, yes. What makes you ask? I would like to go there. I think watching the sunsets from the dwelling would be nice. Cloud Retainer won't mind us going there. She doesn't use it. Oh, okay, so we are probably also... Okay. I get my hand on it because we know that Cloud Retainer lives in Liyue now. So, in Liyue Harbor now, to be exactly. So, yeah, okay. In fact, I was the one who broke the seal on it at her request. Alright. We can go there if you wish. Xiao extends his hand, urging me to come closer so he can carry me to the dwelling in the clouds, which floats proudly above the Argent Mountains. I swear, this was not an excuse for me to jump into his arms again. I think. I let myself indulge in his embrace, however brief the moment may have been. In a blink of an eye, we arrived at the dwelling in the clouds. The place is the same as I remember. A lot of books, trinkets and unfinished mechanisms that belonged to Cloud Retainer are neatly organized on the sleeves under the protective adapti sigils. Come to think of it, this might be a good place for some light reading. It's quiet, peaceful, and it has a magnificent view of Liyue's landscape. I take a seat on the limestone bench, one which shows signs of erosion by winds. Then look at Zhao, an invitation of him to do the same. Okay, this is actually taken out right of the game, and I actually like this. I like that the creator actually made the effort of taking pictures from the game. Sorry, I have to reassess myself for a second here. Because posture is important, I guess. And really included that in the game as well. I like it. It's a very neat touch. We silently gaze at the clouds, savoring this moment of peace and quiet. Together, side by side. But peace was not fated to last too long. Tentatively, I move my hand closer to his. Cravings of a restless heart. Should I... A discreet glance at Zhao's reveals his sincere expression. Serene expression. I always confuse sincere with serene. I hate that. When was the last time he had the chance to reveal in such tranquility? My hand retreats. I've already received the most precious gift today in form of the sweet memory. That's also the name of the dish the traveler made for Zhao during the one quest. It's also very, very neat to address that every time we heard the phrase sweet memory and sweet dreams. Asking for more would be distasteful on my part. We sit together in silence, this time soothing. No words are necessary. That he is here by my side, safe and at peace, is enough. Could time have mercy on us and let us remain at this moment? Before long the sun will set, signaling for all activity to cease. The time of the night dwellers was to commence. Demonic phantoms and evil spirits would soon rise, spreading their malicious influence across the land, tainting the stones of old with poisonous grudges. Though a day shall come when humans will be left to cleanse the land of their own power, Xiao remains its solitary guardian for the mortals' peaceful dreams. The time of departure draws near. My heart yearns for just a little bit more. My eyes wander about until they land on a pair of musical instruments, nearly tucked away in the corner of a shelf. An idea springs to mind. Xiao, would you like to play some music? There are some instruments over there. I do not have the necessary knowledge required to play instruments. That's a lie. We once played during an event. That's okay. I'm not a musician either. That's also a fucking lie. Do you know that fucking Traveler has the absolute hearing? During the last event, yeah, the musical event, we knew that the Traveler is able to fucking play a song just by someone humming it to them. I may have picked up a thing or two along my journeys. I can play a few simple melodies, but my skills are far from those who dedicate their lives to the arts. That's all. I can accept that fucking Traveler is not as good as playing music as, let's say, Venti or Barbara, but Traveler is sure on par with most of the bards of Mondstadt. Easily. I make my way to the shelf. After the careful removal of the protective seals, I return with a pair of instruments in my hand. Both appear to be in excellent condition, despite decades or centuries of unuse, as expected of Cloud Retainer's seals. Well, I asked expectantly, unable to hide the enthusiasm that is no doubt showing on my face. Okay, one thing I have to point out here, I kinda think it's sad that they didn't color Lumine's gems to be yellow or golden, because we are in Lyra right now, so she should have had resonated with the geopower, like during the Hangout pictures, when wherever we are, and no matter which element we are just connected with, during the Hangout photos, Travel is always in the element of the nation, so it maybe would have been nice if they could have colored them, but it's not a fucking Armageddon, or it does not make anything worse. I just wanted to point it out at least once. I'm sorry. That's not critique, it's just here nitpicking on thinging on my regard. Okay, let's continue. There's one more reason for me to do this, aside from personal whims. Xiao has expressed his interest in music many times before, yet does not consider himself suitable enough to pursue hobbies. If you insist. Don't worry, nobody will get to hear our lousy attempts at playing music. At least I believe so. Meanwhile, Cloud Retainer's sitting with a fucking pair of binoculars somewhere, so, oh, truly beautiful. Truly beautiful, because we know that Cloud Retainer is the mommest mom who ever mommed, and she moms everyone up, every Liyue child and also the Traveler. She moms them, and she's the mom, and she's happy if the kids are being happy. It's just for us to have a little bit of fun. What do you say? I will do it. Do you have any preference? Which one would you like? It matters not which one I take. You can choose for me. Okay, I am honest. I see him more with the sitter than the Lyre, because the Lyre is more or less a Traveler thing. That's only my headcanon, So don't mind it too much. I'm just fucking into it. So we give him the sitter. You can have the sitter then, of the two. I think it's the most fun to play. Not to discredit the lyrics delights. And though both are string instruments, a sitar just seems more interactive. For someone who lacks musical training, the fun factor might be more important than the end result. Alright. I offered Zhao a few guidelines on how to use the sitar, and soon he found himself taking pleasure in playing a musical instrument, however much of an amateur he may be. Okay, another fucking thing I can screenshot, because that's incredibly cute. Just look at them. I have to fucking blush again if I look too much at them. And thus, our novice concert resounded in the heavens. Terrible techniques, appalling music, truly an embarrassment of the highest order for any musical ear that would dare to listen. Yet, there is an undeniably sweet melody resonating with our audience of mist and clouds, of the illimitable skies and brilliant sun rays, the melody of love and care, of joy and glee and merriment. Zhao ought to find himself some interests beyond his duties. I shall talk to him about it sometimes. He loves music, so it's most reasonable of me to suggest learning to play an instrument. I rather think a flute will suit him well. He's one who dances with the winds, after all, so why not a sweet wind instrument to match such a performer? His mystical elegance and the graceful moves he displayed during our private waltz of clouds has convinced me that the possession and innate talent of dancing, At last, he has an eye for flowers and their delicate beauty. Yes, flower arrangement would be something worth considering. He may insist that it's solid tainted, but not even the millennia of decaying malice he carries can leave a stain on the purity of his soul. He may insist his hands have long since been tarnished by blood and smell of rotting corpses after eons of slaughter, but all I feel is a tender touch of the sweet fragrance of kinching flowers. The world around us transforms, the skies, a tapestry of violet hues. Beautiful warm colors envelop the clouds, granting them a golden sheen. A journey ends once more to start anew at dawn. I look at the horizon, at the which heralds night's arrival, that which calls the singing birds to return home. The last glint of daylight, the auric flames of brilliance, the radiance of the setting sun as it dyes the world golden. The proud mountains, spectators of the world since time immemorial, bid farewell to the present, awaiting another tomorrow. Next time, maybe you can take me for a trip to Juyun's stone forest. A promise for union, for another meeting. We could listen to the star coaches together, if you like. A request to remain in your life. That sounds nice. Relief of acceptance. Zhao, just let me call you whenever I wish to see you. I'd like to know that you can always seek my company, should you ever desire so. Zhao is not ready to return to the world, to partake in the community of life, to find his place amongst mortals, even if they would surely welcome him with open arms. But that's okay. I'm content with going at his pace. His steps may be small, modest and slow, but he is not alone. I, and many others, who care for him, walk by his side. Okay, so this line reminds me of a small comic I once read where Lumin had a talk with Nahida, and Nahida was like, why are you so hesitant when it comes to him? And she's like, I'm not hesitant, I'm just taking things slow. And that's sincere, since Zhao has many barriers built around him and set for himself subconsciously. So he is completely fine breaking them down one by one, step by step, so that he does feel at peace as well. Not just for her to indulge, but for him to accept. And that was a very cute and sincere comic. And I really liked it, actually. I shall cherish these quiet days together with this one person who matters most. Oh Zhao, if only you know how much I've fallen for you. I remember the way he held me in his hands with such soft, tender care. My heart yearns for more, but I shall remain a hidden desire for now. If I could, I would confess to him right here, tell him everything I feel, yet I understand neither of us is ready for that. Not yet. But the destined day will surely arrive, and oh, how I will pour my heart out for you and shower you with all the love this world denied you of. Okay, so this was the first ending, I guess. Okay. Well, so skip unseen text, after choices, transitions. Okay. Okay, so now I guess we will try the other dialogue options we still have available. These few, to be exactly. And look what they give us. So we call Zhao. What am I thinking? Of course I should call him. If this annoys him, I will apologize and find a way to make up for it. But I believe he will understand my concern, even if he might not agree with it. Besides, he wasn't bothered by the time I called him to request his feedback for Shandling's new dishes during the Moonchase Festival. If anything, he seemed rather amused when all was said and done. I sigh. Oh, sorry. Do I have a changelog? Oh yeah, history. I'm stupid. So, I sigh. I'm definitely getting caught up in a storm of thoughts today. I have the tendency to live in my head sometimes. Oh, yes, you have. No, not sometimes. Often. Too often. Naive as she may be, Paimon's acting without thinking would have been the better choice for once. She would have had no qualms about calling Zhao immediately. I close my eyes and confidently recite Zhao's name in my heart. Zhao, are you there? You called me? What is the matter? I open my eyes to see a youthful man of great beauty. There is no visible... Okay, I think we are in it now? We does not make his pain known to others. There are times when I've seen him in distress, so I can conclude that Zhao currently in front of me looks normal. A wave of relief washes over me, dispersing my early worries. Ah, how I missed his voice, his graceful figure, his charming amber eyes, his presence. I truly am a fool. I should have called him sooner. Zhao, I'm happy to see you again. He nods, small smile forming on his lips. Likewise. How can I help you? I don't need any help. I called you because I've been visiting Wangshu Inn in the past few days, but you weren't here, so I was getting worried. There was no need to worry about me. I'm fine. No, there very much is a need to worry about you. I thought you'd said, from now on heroes will always look out for each other. Did you forget? I did not. I know healing is a long and arduous process. The things that weigh on Zhao's heart will not go away so easily. It takes time and care and consistent reminders. With that in mind, I choose not to reprimand him, but I hope he understood why I brought it up. The constant negativity generated by my mind today is making me feel dizzy, so I'd like to stay as far away from it as possibly I can. Now that Zhao is here, we should both unwind and find joy in each other's company. If you're free to spend time with you, I'd like to spend time with you. It's been a while since I last saw you. I really missed you, is what I'd like to say to Ed, but I should temper my words, lest I overwhelm him. I cannot stay. As you know, Lantern Rite is approaching, and with it malice and filth awakens. It is my duty to vanquish all evil that threatens Liyue. Oh, so I guess that really is an entirely other string of events. Crazy. I wish Xiao would understand that he needs to protect Liyue, that needs not protect Liyue forever. Rex Lapis has already entrusted Liyue to its people, and all Adepti contracts are null after his death. But I know things are very complicated for the Guardian Yaksha. Duty is the only anchor that keeps Zhao grounded and distracts him from hatred. Not the malicious hatred of fallen gods that poison his soul, but the hatred he feels for himself, for his entire existence. Following his eternal duty to repay the non-repayable debts and to atone for sins of the past is not a healthy way of life, much less a healthy mindset to have. But what would happen to Zhao if he suddenly lost his only purpose? I don't think Zhao, as he is right now, can endure the termination of his contract, and that's likely why Zhongli hasn't made any attempts at convincing him to retire. I understand. I really do. So I conceal my disappointment to the best of my ability. Now then. Wait, just a moment. I've only just barely got to see you, and you're already leaving? Still, I cannot be selfish. If Xiao's mind is not up for it, he will not remain here simply because I say so. There's a limit to the things he is willing to do for my sake. Abandoning his duty is wholly and absolutely out of the question. Loyalty and devotion are his virtues after all. That being said, I, too, have something I must absolutely do. I still have to ask. If you end up having a little bit of free time after all, would you like to come to Liyue Harbor with me to celebrate Lantern Rite? You invite me every year. The answer is the same. The truth is... No, that is true. Okay, we have to save once more. Okay, I can save over that, I guess. Because, yeah, that just continued further away. Let him go or keep trying. Huh. I guess I'll be being on the chase right now, so keep trying. Maybe one of these days you will accept my invitation, so I have to keep trying. I smile sincerely, because I genuinely want him to enjoy nice things. I invite Zhao every year without fail to show him there are people who want to spend time with him, to celebrate with him. I'd like him to take breaks from his eternal dance of demon subjugation, to experience the little joys in life. For a day, for a few hours, just for a little while. I want him to have more positive memories in the ocean of nightmares that threatens to drown him at any moment. Alas, I'm only met with a sigh. It is difficult to understand the workings of your mind. You have many noble friends. Why would you choose someone like you to spend Lantern Rite with out of all the people I know? Oh, Zhao. It is only difficult to understand because you see no value in yourself. Now vehemently believe happiness is not for you. To anyone else, the answer would be quite clear. But I shall not falter. Hu Tao's visage comes to mind. Eh? If nothing else, she knows how to get results. At the risk of annoying Zhao, I push forward towards my single wish for this year's Lantern Rite. I know you prefer quiet places, so we don't have to walk through the busy streets and mingle with the crowd. Liyue Harbor is a big city that accommodates everyone's preferences. I've come to know a lot of quiet areas that will be to your liking. We don't need to celebrate the same way other people do, so I've prepared a list of activities for us to enjoy. Zhao doesn't respond. He's silent and seemingly lost in thought. As to what might be running through his mind right now, it's hard to tell. His expression is calm, yet unreadable. No matter. This year I've come prepared and well equipped for the sole purpose of withstanding the harsh winds of Zhao's refusal to allow himself to partake in joy. He deserves leisure, company, glee and care, and everything else fate has denied him. He deserved to expel that which convinced him to abandon the pleas of his soul. Well, this is equally my sincere desire for his happiness, as is my personal wish to celebrate with him. Yes, Zhao, I chose you over everyone else, even over the hottest people like Alhaitham or Novelet or Diluc or I don't know, Ayato. Or all the others Lumine get shipped with over and over again, like Child and Linny and Wanderer. You went through all this trouble? It's no trouble at all. I would be happy to do things with you. That's why I made these plans. Alright. If you insist, I will accompany you to Liyue Harbor. Did he actually... Did Zhao accept my invitation? Am I caught in an Aranara dream right now? Okay, we're definitely past a lot of things right now. Okay. Good to know. Don't wake me up. Thank you, Zhao. I try my best to contain my excitement and to sound normal, but I can barely hold myself together. I won't take any more of your time. I will see you in a few days, yes? I hope you won't change your mind. I always keep my word. Now then, see you next time. He vanishes into thin air as he always does, leaving no trace of his existence behind. But there's evidence that he was here once. The proof. The bliss he left in my heart. I start grinning like an idiot. He accepted. After all this time, we can finally go to Liyue Harbor together. The Lantern Rite. A Lantern Rite date. A date. Keep letting such thoughts occupy my mind. I might just fall in love. I laugh at myself for coming up with these silly notions. The wind gently caresses my face as I look at the distant lofty mountains, wondering if Zhao is currently preserving traces of demonic influence on one of those peaks. Does he ever stop to appreciate the scenery? I better be on my way now. After all, I promised Paimon to return as soon as I satisfied my needs for privacy. Perhaps I should ask Chef Yangshao if he has time to prepare a special meal for a companion with a bottomless appetite. A few days later. Sorry. A few days later. I'm walking up the hill of the outskirts of Liyue Harbor. The night breeze is a little chilly, but the glittering stars are keeping me company, and the cotton clouds make room for the moon that's illuminating my way. The harbor's festive cheer is slowly fading in the background, while with every step I take, I move further and further away from it. The once happy sounds are now replaced with the silence of the night and the sporadic melodies of crickets hidden under the dew-damped grass. Once in a while, I catch a glimpse of a stray firefly. Firefly, get it? Because Lumin's Japanese name is Hotaro, which means firefly. Very funny. I must have come out to witness the nighttime performance, reserved only for those who dwell after dusk has settled. A lone traveler is disturbing the peace as she treads on the cobbled path of silver stones. The misty fragrance in the air, a reminder the sea is ever so close, despite the grandiose mountains before me, arouses the sensation I can't quite identify. I halt my steps and look at the shining lights I'm leaving behind. Can't help but smile. Liyue Harbor is a sight of splendor. Radiant jade among ordinary stones. The moonlit jewel of the land of Geo. Glorious, spectacular, particularly striking tonight, dressed with beautiful ornaments of honor of Liyue's heroes. The heroes who have fallen to protect the present and those who remain to protect the future. Heroes just like... My gaze wanders and my heart skips a beat when I realize that there is a figure standing by the cliff. We had agreed to meet here, away from the hustle and bustle of the vibrant, sleepless city. I shouldn't be surprised, yet the sight of him stirs my heart. Is it the moonlight? The soft silver rays that shine upon him make Xiao look mystical, graceful, ethereal. Or is it the silence of the night? Even the one restless cricket has ceased their concerts. The stillness cuts his presence off from the rest of the world, and I am the only person who can see him, who can perceive his existence in this moment. Unable to move, unable to look away, I stand still, spellbound by his mere presence. You're here. I return to my senses after hearing his familiar voice, which reminds me Zhao is my friend, not a mystical figure far from my grasp. Was I late? Did I make you wait long? It does not matter. In all fairness, how do you compete with a yaksha who moves like the wind? It's not unlike teleportation. I can utilize the convenience of waypoints, something no other person in Tibet appears to be capable of, but the number and occasions are limited. Zhao is bound to show up first, no matter where we may choose to meet. I'm not yet able to process the reality before my eyes, despite having several days worth of time to do so. Zhao is right here, and he's coming to Liyue Harbor with me. But somewhere at the back of my mind, I feel just a little bit guilty that maybe I've been forcing this on him. It's rather silly of me to have second thoughts now, isn't it? We are gonna save again because we wanna have a bit more options. It's okay. We just ask if it's really okay. Because, yeah, it's totally right to ask this if we are in this position, I guess. Even so, I ought to ask him honestly to confirm whatever this is a mutual agreement. Zhao, are you truly okay with this? If you aren't comfortable with us going to Liyue Harbor, we can turn around and go elsewhere. There are other ways for us to celebrate Lantern Rite. It won't be the same, but all of this will be for naught if Xiao is here due to pressure rather than his own choice. First you insist on the invitation and ask that I keep my word, and yet you suggest that we leave? Human interaction really is troublesome. I concede. This one's on me. I want to be sure that you are okay with us staying in the harbor for the evening. Please don't force yourself for my sake. I know Zhao has the tendency to disregard his own needs and to push himself under the disturbing notion of making himself useful at any cost. I am willing to change our plans as needed. I gave him my word, and I plan on keeping it. That's not exactly the answer I'm looking for, but I fear that I'll become an annoyance if I press any further. Alright. Could it be that I'm worrying too much? I'll watch him closely, at any rate. Shall we go then? Yes. Our first stop is at the docks, so I can ease Xiao into the festive atmosphere. Blah. After all, I promised that we would not mingle with large crowds. I quickly surveyed the area to find a suitable spot with the least amount of people. Fortunately, the docks furthest away from the main streets were lacking in human presence. We take a leisurely stroll for a bit, listening to the subtle waves as they collide with the sturdy stones beneath the ruby-colored wooden platforms of the docks. Our proximity to the sea filled the air with a salty scent. Though Zhao was entirely unfazed, he's no stranger to the breeze of the sea. He frequents the islands of Juyun Stone Forest due to its nature as the graveyard for bygone gods. The ancient grudges are all too happy to emerge from the ocean depths to plague the innocents of the present. Zhongli has explained that those grudges are directionless, not aimed at anyone or anything in particular, for the defeated gods have lost themselves to the restless erosion of time. Ugh. I need to drink something again. Remember to always stay hydrated, kids. Always stay hydrated. But your malice is dangerous all the same, and the vigilant Yaksha sees to it that the land is not marred with grievances of an old era. Tonight, however, he can put his spear down and become Zhao. Just Zhao. On the other side of the docks, the illustrious city of Cormorants rises before our eyes. I discreetly turn my head to observe Zhao, and then notice him looking internally at the festive establishments and brilliant lights at the harbor. What do you think of the harbor's decorations? They're pretty amazing, aren't they? It's a marvelous sight. Like these what I wished for Zhao to experience, to see the beauty and prosperity of what he so dearly protects. So this is how they look up close. I've seen such ornamentation before, from a distance, during my patrols on when He didn't finish the sentence, but I could guess what he might have tried to say. I know Zhao well enough to know to understand his curiosity about the human world. He often listens to my stories, and sometimes even asks modest questions about the things I've experienced. It's a fascinating world to him, but he doesn't dare to approach it. He only gazes upon it from a distance, believing that someone like him, surrounded by death, tainted by poisonous darkness, does not belong in that radiant light. Or worse, that he does not deserve to be in that light. Yet, one way or another, he finds himself here. They look nice. I cannot possibly imagine the kind of thoughts and emotions Zhao is experiencing right now. His face is difficult to read. This is his first time in the harbor, but it's likely the first time he has the opportunity to truly experience being here. Not merely passing through because his duty calls, not just attending a banquet and then leaving as soon as the chance presents itself. This time, he's here, close to people, experiencing the mundane human world, living. At least I hope this is what is happening right now. The people of Liyue always put a lot of effort into adorning the harbor for festivals, especially for Lantern Ride. I'm glad you get to see these beautiful lights properly tonight. It may be I can't read this word. I can't pronounce it. Ephemeral, but it's worth the experience. Zhao nods in agreement with a simple If he is to experience Lantern Ride from up close, we cannot possibly neglect to drop by a very particular place. I think the most impressive one of all is the Mingzhao Lantern. Now that you're here, I would like you to see it up close. It's a magnificent piece of human craftsmanship. Very well. I will follow your lead. I lead Zhao to the spectacular Mingzhao Lantern, built at the center of the docks. Every year, one fallen hero from Liyue history is selected as the subject of Lantern Ride's Mingzhao Lantern. Sometimes is a lantern built on Palostire, and the Qixing let it rise into the skies during the peak of the Lantern Ride celebrations. Zhao once said that Mingzhao Lantern can be seen from Wangshu Inn, and that was his excuse for not needing to visit the harbor. Well, I'm of the opinion that watching the lanterns from such a long distance is truly nothing like witnessing them from Liyue Harbor. Though this does make me wonder what the Lantern Ride's atmosphere might be like in remote villages such as Xingxi. I think it's pronounced like that village. Perhaps I should visit those places next time. It might prove to be an interesting experience. Zhao will be invited to join, of course. Come to think of it, Zhao would surely enjoy the quieter environment of a remote village concealed by mountains. It now dawns on me that I could have invited him to such a place, and he might have accepted my invitation much sooner, if that were the case. Dwelling on that now will do no good. For all the failures of the past, Zhao is currently in the perpetually active city of Cormorants, admiring tonight's brightest monument. This year's Mingzhao Lantern is not built on plaster, which might be a little disappointing for some, but personally I think it's good to change things up once in a while. Oh yeah, the next Lantern Ride, because this is 2023's Lantern Ride, is surely nothing compared to the next one, I guess. This Mingzhao Lantern is built on a normal base, not meant to take flight, but it's instead constructed to be a grand and eye-catching bride. Without the need to fly, craftsmen were able to experiment with different arrangements and make something very extravagant. Sea Gazer. Zhao naturally recognizes the hero depicted on this year's Mingzhao's Lantern. They are both adepti and must have been allies in the past. He was an easygoing and enthusiastic adeptus who loved to collect rare and exquisite treasures. That is what he called them, at least. Sometimes he dragged me along to to his adone to show me those treasures. I didn't understand most of them, nor did I understand the purpose of collecting them. I imagine it was a hobby of him. A hobby. Yes, he did mention something like that. A lot of people enjoy collecting things. The challenge and thrill of the hunt for treasures can be fun, while looking back at one's collection will feel gratifying. The moment when you just pull this 5-star, and if you win your fifth 50-50 in fucking succession, this is the greatest thing of all time, and it definitely happened to this Foxy right now. Would Zhao be concerned if he saw the way I collect and hoard everything I come across on my journeys? Oh yeah, Traveler can be a bit messy. And definitely something of a hoarder. Seagazer was the original owner of the fantastic compass. A chill ran through me as I heard the name of that very familiar device. I hurriedly pushed those memories away. There's no room for negative thoughts and dark recollections tonight. So this is what Seagazer looked like? No. The sculpture is not very accurate. Oh, but it's recognizable. I see. We admired the Mingxiao lantern in silence for a while, talking in all the splendor of this fine craftsmanship and enticing it in our memory. Xiao might have taken this chance to reminisce about Seagazer for a time. My impression is that they weren't particularly close. Xiao did not speak of Seagazer with that fondness he displays during his retellings of the tales of the Yakshas. Even so, they were once allies who followed the same god and walked similar paths of contracts and ideals. They doubtlessly shared burden and battlefields in that bygone era. Then time passed, the exact amount of which escapes me, and Zhao turned to me. I promptly understood as an unspoken request to move on. Where do you want to go next? I have a few places I can recommend. We'll avoid the main street since it's crowded with people. I know a few good alternatives. No, it's fine. I gave him my word that I will accompany you. You can take me anywhere you want and show me anything you wish. The amount of trust he places in me makes me a fair bit nervous. No, maybe it has been so for the entirety of this trip. In the turn of events, I might be the one caught in a precautious position instead. The notion amuses me greatly. Even so, Zhao is doubtless out of his comfort zone, so I do not take this lightly. It bears repeating that this endeavor must be a result of an enjoyable and memorable night for him. I want him to feel good, to be happy. In that case, I take you to see the main street, if that's agreeable to you. There's a lot of interesting things there. Xiao and I wander through the main street while looking at all the dazzling decorations. Brilliant lanterns with fascinating illustrations either carved or painted on them. Some with the figures of adepti and others with depictions of Liyue's prosperous lands. Draperies of the finest silk to adorn buildings and to showcase the opulent splendor Liyue is so very proud of attaining after withstanding the passage of time. Each side of the lively road is packed with stalls offering all manner of things, mouth-watering food, delectable drinks, games for all ages, gifts for the loved ones, and souvenirs to take back home. At times, My heart has a difficulty accepting this reality out of fear that I might find myself waking up on Wang Shu Inn's balcony. Am I stupid? Okay, I guess I just imagined things to pop up in on my other windows, my other desktop right now. Sorry. Its balcony discovered that it has all been a dream. What a curious concern. Did all those rejections prior have some kind of lasting effect on my mind? Was I craving Zhao's company more than I had anticipated? Regardless, now is not the time for soul searching. I point to various things like lantern shapes, kite designs, or children's toys and explain the meanings and traditions behind them, and things I've learned from Zhongli. Despite the roving crowd, Zhao appears to be somewhat relaxed as he carefully listens to me, so I keep talking, saying anything I can possibly think of. I might have mixed up some of the stories along the way. Sorry, Zhongli. As we pass by a bookstore, my eyes land upon a particular book, and I halt my steps. Yakshas, the Guardian Adepti. It looks like books about the Yakshas have become more popular as of late. When I first arrived in Liyue, books depicting the Yakshas weren't very popular. I barely knew knew what a Yaksha was. I had only heard the term in passing, and overwhelmed as I was with the unfamiliarity of this word, I made no effort to seek further information. It all changed after my encounter with Star Snatcher. I wonder if this change of trends happening because of Wang Pingen. He's been writing books of the Adepti, the Yakshas, and especially about Zhao. Those books have been moderately successful so far. Zhao is indifferent to fame and recognition, so he doesn't react to my words. Something else draws his attention instead. Rex Incognito. What is that book? Okay, that's kind of a cute thing that people who speak have this little window. Good evening, lovely sir. The besculptured lady, who seemingly owns this bookstall, immediately jumps at the opportunity to ensnare a potential buyer. Rex Incognito is a fantastic tale about Rex Lapis' incognito excursions in the mortal realm. Ever wondered what our mighty protector was up to in his days off? How he chose to spend his days of leisure? Yeah, probably mooching off fucking other adepti or people who knew his secret. Basically being like, oh, I forgot my purse. Could you, perhaps? Oh, of course I could. Thank you. Osmanthus wine still tastes the same as I remember. Look no further, this book has everything. It's an excellent book. I highly recommend it. Would like to sample it by reading a few pages? This is the most terrible idea. No, thank you. It's not something he would enjoy. If anything, Zhao might have a few choice words to say about this book. Is that so? Are you not interested in the taste of Rex Lapis, even though you look like a citizen of Liyue? If it wasn't already apparent before, now it's crystal clear that I must promptly take Zhao away. Let's move. Wait then, how about the Book of Records of Chuyun? Wow, she sure is persistent. It's a collection of folktales, myths, and legends from Liyue, especially the Adept. We are not looking for recommendations. Zhao would probably call half of the book fan fiction. Very funny. If not the entirety of it. But I have some really good books right here. If you're not interested in Liyue folklore, I have some newly important light novels from Inazuma. They are the most recent bestsellers. What kind of genre do you prefer? Genre? I have all kinds of light novels here. Surely we can find one of your tastes, like this No Game No Life light novel who will never be animated. I'm sorry to have said that, but I could not miss the opportunity to say that. Comedic stories, heroic stories, or would you like a romance story? That's it. No, thank you. I lightly pushed Zhao forward and took him away from the insistent bookstore's owner before things could get out of hand. Zhao appeared to appreciate it, relief showing on his face. I have to admit, a part of me is quite curious about Zhao's commentary if he was to read a light novel. He might very well be even more perplexed than A was when I introduced them to her. Funsies. An impish thought rears itself in my mind. Maybe I show him some light novels next time. There's no harm in a little bit of fun and teasing. My train of thought is promptly interrupted when a toy stall seller attempts to draw our attention. Good evening, Happy Lantern Ride. Here, can I interest you in some excellent kites of first class artisanship? We will make kites next year. Thank you very much. The man appears to be middle-aged, if going by Tevet's age standards. His haphazardly worn outfit and toothy hair is the stark contrast of the quality of the textiles he dons. I have beautiful kites, all the forms of gods and adepti, and all the shapes too. Caught your interest yet? I instinctively take a step back when the man starts to frantically wave his kites in front of us. Zhao grumbles but restrains himself from saying or doing anything. I momentarily admire his attempts to being less hostile towards stranger. But more or less, I'm sorry. This one is a colorful kite shaped after the god of stoves. Oh, it's Scoba. Great. Did you know recent stories have come to light that Drax Lapis was not actually the god of stove? Crazy, right? The god of the stove was instead named Name the reduction known. Blah, 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 blah. Credits to the artist. Or so they say. A god who resided in the Gilly Assembly. And would you know, he took the form of a bear. This is an adorable kite. Adorable. What do you think? As adorable as it may be, it does not resemble Goba that much. It's indeed a very nice kite, but we are not looking for any. Oh, perhaps cute kites are not your liking then. My patience is very thin. Then how about this excellent and intimidating kite right here? Right here. It's a kite crafted after the image of a Yaksha's mask. While the man hurriedly grabs a different kite off his stall, I take a quick glance at Zhao. He looks unfazed, despite the mention of Yaksha. Here, here! The man of none other than the mask of none other than Conqueror of Demons. Oh no. This looks nothing like my mask, Zhao remarked before I could even think of a response. In Zhao's defense, the mask does not indeed have no resemblance to the real one he carries. Huh? I don't think I caught that. Could you repeat what you said? The toy seller is blocking our way, making it hard to shake him off. I have to think of something quick. Not many people have seen the Conqueror of Demons, so it's hard to know if his mask truly looks like. I could feel a part of my soul dying right then and there, because Zhao does not like being called by titles, especially when it's coming from a friend. No, believe me, this was made by a craftsman who once met the Conqueror of Demons. He told me the tale. He even conversed with the Conqueror of Demons and showed him this kite. This is clearly a made-up story for the purpose of increasing the value of this kite to sell it at a higher price. Alternatively, the craftsman made it all up to when he sold the kite to this poor man who was none the wiser. And you know what the conqueror of demons said in response? Oh gosh, I am scared of the fucking weight of the bullocks he will say right now. Please no. He was honored to have such a fine kite crafted after himself, and has his august approval. I said no such thing. Neither have I met this person you speak of. Eh? No more of this. I grabbed Zhao's hand and pulled him along. I forced him my way out of the toy seller's blockade. This wasn't going to end well if we stayed here much longer. Hey, where are you going? I have other kites to show you. Many kites. Many. Forget what the toy seller said. Do models enjoy the act of making false stories? It's complicated. Answering this question would lead to a long-winded explanation that I really don't want to get into right now. At times, Xiao has every right to call human interactions tedious and troublesome. Once there was enough distance between us and the irritating toy seller, I let go of Zhao's hand. It only now registered my mind that I was holding onto his hand like this, gripping it so tightly. I was completely focused on getting away from that persistent seller. Sorry about that. It's fine. It might be time to leave these busy streets behind before another bothersome seller blocks our way. Pardon me. No, not another one. You look like an adorable couple, heh? A pretty elegant-looking lady was smiling at us from behind a stall that had an assortment of shimmering jewelry on display. No, we're simply friends. Would you like some matching jewelry to I am already realizing that I lose my ability to read. Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually. It would be nice to have a keepsake with which we can remember this night. It's a very special night after all. Xiao is celebrating Lantern Rite in Lyra Harbor for the very first time. As for me, I've accomplished my long-time aspiration of celebrating a proper festival with him after all those unsuccessful attempts. This keepsake doesn't necessarily have to be jewelry, but there is no loss in exploring our options. Xiao, what do you think? If that is what you wish, I do not mind. Xiao truly meant it when he said that he will keep his word and will accept anything we do anywhere we go. His earnest dedication is one of the many qualities of his character. A shame that he can't bring himself to believe in compliments. Excellent! Please feel free to take a look at and pick anything you'd like. If you have any questions about materials used for the craftsmanship, feel free to ask and I will do my best to answer it and clarify. If you'd like some recommendations, I will happily offer you my suggestions. I already have a few ideas what would look good on the two of you. At the very least, this lady is respectful, unlike the sellers we encountered earlier. Certainly an incentive to welcome her offer. I walk over to the stall and browse the fine jewelry on display. Hairpins, necklaces, bracelets, and many other ornaments are clearly laid out before my eyes, each one more radiant than the next. I imagine some of those would look beautiful on Zhao. He's never been one to care about ornaments, accessories, or fancy clothing. Most of the things Zhao wears appear to be tools and items used to exorcising demons and driving away evil spirits. If he was to wear jewelry for no other purpose than to simply look nice, what would he pick, I wonder? Xiao, is there anything in particular that you like? I'm not familiar with human standards for jewelry. I beg your pardon? That's okay. Pick something you personally like. That's all that matters. Although still a bit reluctant, Zhao decides to examine the glittering ornaments offered on the stall, so he comes closer. When I turn to look back at the assorted jewelry, my gaze falls upon... Okay, there are some very nice options, to be honest. I mean, matching butterflies would be nice, since we know that he actually recommended Lumine wearing crystal flies in her hair once. Stars are also very nice, since, let's be real, Lumine is a fucking star. And Jinko is also nice, I guess. I would like to save a bit of it. Maybe we find something cool. So we try the butterflies first. A pair of small ornamental butterflies made out of jade that shines in loving hues of blue and green. Those hues remind me of Zhao's hair. It has a beautiful iridescent teal color that may look blue or green depending on what kind of light falls on it. It's really pretty. Sometimes I catch myself feeling the urge to gently stroke his hair. That would be very inappropriate, so I tuck the desire away. I take the butterfly ornaments in my hands for a closer examination. Do we get an image of them? That would be cool. Yes, they are lovely. And there are 2 of them, so we can keep one each. Is this the one you like? I think my heart has already settled on it. Yes, the butterflies are cute and their colors remind me of your hair. My hair? Why would you... Is that a trace of pink I'm seeing on his cheeks? Is that the one you like? We should get it then. Are you sure? You haven't picked anything yourself. No need. If you like this ornament, that is good enough for me. Thus, we purchased a pair of cute butterfly ornaments, and we kept one each. They shall be our little treasure to call back to this precious evening we are spending together. Perhaps Zhao might now better understand Seagaze's fondness for treasures. We drifted along with the crowd for a while, and the time passed. I started feeling peakish. It might be a good time to have a meal, but here comes the dilemma. Naturally, the best food stalls are the most sought after ones. Therefore, they have long lines of people waiting for the chance to taste those delights. Oh, you tell me. You tell me, were you ever at a con and tried to eat something without, I don't know, having a line of at least 5 to 7 to 10 people? Because everyone is hungry and everyone is eager to get the overpriced fucking con food. Yeah, I had. The last time I ate at a con, I think I paid like $7 for a small cup of ramen. I mean, the ramen were great. They were absolutely delicious, but $7 were a lot for like a small cup of ramen. But well, it's these are cons, and overpriced stuff is normally there, so I was not a lot. There was not a lot complaining to my to their defense, not to my defense. No, excuse me once again. I would rather not have Zhao wait so long for food that he might not even enjoy. On the other hand, a less crowded stall is very likely to have lower quality food. No way I would dare to offer Zhao anything less than the best. Unfortunately, I have to abandon the idea of street food. It's a major part of the lantern ride experience, but Zhao is not in a position that can appreciate it. Wanmin Restaurant would welcome us with open arms, no matter how busy Chef Mao or Shanling might be. If anything, Shanling and Guba would be delighted to see Zhao. A sensible idea, if one was to discount Zhao's preference for peace and quiet. Wanmin Restaurant must be very lively at this time. I would prefer to take Xiao to a quieter place. Even though... even though he has not voiced any complaints, he is doubtlessly getting won out by the crowded streets. There's also the issue of his karma. Yes, it would be best to leave now, before I receive a reprimand. Xiao has been exercising restraint in order to make his company more pleasant, and I would not do well to stretch his patience. There are a few places in Shihu Rock with quality food that won't be too crowded due to reasons. I wouldn't do this under normal circumstances, but for once I might have to use the Hero of Leo card to get a table at a private high-class restaurant. Wow, look at her using her fame to get her date to get a better experience. That's cute. That's super cute. I mean, come on. I used the Hero of Leo card. Oh god, that's very, very cute. You can't do that. Thanks to my status as the renowned traveler, I successfully reserved a nice table on a secluded terrace, concealed by scarlet trees. The table itself is in a corner, away from the select few people who are also dining here, giving Zhao a modicum of relief from his worries. The harbor's docks are visible from the spot, but we are far away from all the noise and commotion. There's only soft music at the ambience of a quiet corner in a bustling city. A perfect place to wind down after our little adventures prior. Oh, by the way, now she has the yellow glow, but that's a picture, not a drawing, but it's okay. It's completely fine, as I said. Now the question is, what should we order? Recommend dishes, choose for him. Oh gosh, come on. Give me a break. Huh. Oh, let's recommend him, come on. Would you like some recommendations? Yes, I am not familiar with mortal food and their complicated names. Clear frustration in his voice. Justifiable. Some dishes have rather unusual names. Yeah, have you ever read some names of the fucking dishes of here Genshin food? I mean, I myself cooked a few of those. I once tried the golden shrimp balls, the jeans pizza, or the jade parcels. I mean, those are all easy things and also not that far off of what they are. But yeah, I also wanted to try the sweet madam once, but for that I would need at least one or two another people who eat with me, but because I cannot eat an entire chicken on my own without, I don't know, eating chicken for the next 5 days. For those who don't already know said dishes, things are confusing to say the least. And Zhao's lack of familiarity with human food aggravates this matter. I scan the menu and pick a few things that might be to his liking. An appetizer. I suggest rice buns. They are soft and fluffy. I think you will enjoy the texture. Oh, rice buns. Onigiri, but that's something else. I'm aware of Zhao's particularities regarding food textures. For the main dish, how about universal peace? Oh, that's the food that leads to Ganyu's special dish. It's a balanced dish that leaves a faint fragrance on your lips. Nothing too intense. Hopefully, it will be agreeable on his tastes. The dish itself symbolizes prosperity and peace, a fitting meal to have during Lantern Rite. As for drink, fragrant Xixing tea is a mild flavor, and it's famous for its relaxing properties. For me, Xixing flowers are forever connected to Zhao, so I could not help myself when I noticed the tea on the menu. Zhao once started that mortal medicine has no effect on adepti like him. Does that include tea properties? If nothing else, it's still worth a try. Alright, I trust your judgment. I'll also order a serving of almond tofu in case you don't like the dishes I recommended. I'm not letting you starve. Do not underestimate the adepti. We'll require no sustenance on the levels mortals do. An empty stomach is an empty stomach. True you are there, girly. True you are. I mean, if you go eat with someone, yeah? If you would go eat with me, I would always insist you eating something as well, because food is food. And eating is eating, and eating together is great. Even though it's something small, like a small cup of soup or something like that, I would say, yeah, please eat it, because I love eating together with people. When he sees my serious expression, he sighs, somewhat defeated. I will not argue with you tonight. The dishes arrive, and we enjoy a relaxing dinner together. Zhao was particularly fond of the tea and the rice buns. He didn't eat too much of the main dish, though he expressed that he didn't entirely dislike it. A few adjustments to the recipe should be enough to bring it closer to his tastes. I will experiment with it when given the chance. Now that our bellies are full, or mostly full, there's only one thing left for us to do. It's almost time for the Lantern Rite and the fireworks show. I have an idea of where we could go and watch them. It's a quiet place with a great view. At first I considered watching the lanterns down by the docks. Zhao would finally revel in the Lantern Rite amongst the people he spent all his time protecting. Alas, I'm afraid that's not the reality of things. We've spent a significant amount of time in the harbor among humans, most of whom have no visions to resist his karmic debt. Zhao has taken enough risks for the sole purpose of following my whims. I should be more considerate of his concerns. Moreover, Zhao is still in the mindset that he does not belong here, that there is no place for him among cheer and joy. I want to believe in Zhao's future, but right now we are in the present, and present Zhao has entrusted himself in my care. My suggestion is the tall buildings of Yujing Terrace. If we use the roof, we'll have a clear view on most of the harbor. It still counts as watching the lanterns from inside the city, right? We are technically not leaving the harbor, just taking a seat on an elevated spot. And there won't be any people there, so it's nothing to worry about. No people to endanger with his karma, no people to make him uncomfortable. Only us two. That sounds good. Is it okay if you take us there? It will be faster this way. I'll guide you where you need to go. Alright. I paid for our dinner, gave my compliments for the fine food and service, and then we exited the building. It might be best if we don't mention this to Paimon, the amount of more I spent for this dinner. An exception was necessary this time. I will prepare all her favorite meals tomorrow, my way of offering a secret apology. The alleys are uncharacteristically empty. People must be gathering on terraces to witness the lanterns, and will soon fill the skies. We should be on our way too. I approached Zhao so he could carry me in his arms. He was gentle and careful when he lifted me up, as if he was carrying a fragile porcelain. I strove to ignore my increasingly loud heartbeat as I wrapped my arms around Zhao's well-defined shoulders. This is not the first time Zhao has carried me like this, and it's certainly not the first time I feel this touch, his touch, yet somehow... The scent of Xinxing reached me. Was it the Xinxing tea he had earlier? No, that can't be it. There was another scent mixed with it. Sweet rain, dew of a flower's petals on the freshness of the wind. Oh, that's Xiao's natural scent. Fortunately, the trip was incredibly short because of Xiao's swiftness, so my mind was spared from dwelling out strange thoughts and questionable feelings. We landed on the roof and found a comfortable place to sit. Well, as comfortable as one can get on the roof made of glazed tiles. From up there, we have a clear view of the brilliant harbor. We can see all the way to Jiyun Stone Forest. As much as I enjoy walking amongst people and partaking in their joy, sometimes watching a spectacle from a quiet high place is the better choice. Yeah, I have to agree. I have to agree fully. This is no jade chamber, but it's still a good spot that allows us to see most of the city, and above all, Xiao is much more comfortable here than anywhere else. We watch the lanterns rise as they carry people's hopes and dreams to the heavens. They rise for Liu's prosperity, a show of gratitude for each and every soul that turned to stone so that life could be built anew on the unyielding base that remains unswayed by the relentless waves of time. The relentless light up the sky and become the beacon that helps Liu's lost heroes to find their way back home. I have to say, no matter which events take place in Genshin Impact, fucking Lantern Ride always manages to get a nostalgic feeling out of it. Because it's always such a super nice and festive feeling, and it's super funny to always indulge in that. I love Lantern Ride. Even if I stop playing Genshin Impact for some times in between when I'm too busy, wherever is Lantern Ride, I immediately make time to play it because it's Lantern Ride. Come on. Whenever it's the living fighters fulfilling their duties at every corner of the world, or the fallen souls returning to rest in the land they fought so hard to protect. Fireworks fill the skies with exquisite colors. Glitter and sparkles compete with the shining stars on the firmament. A farewell to the past that carried us all the way to this point in time, and a welcoming feast for the new year that will take us into the future. A fleeting performance of marvel and wonder, carving eternal memories in our hearts. Warm memories to sustain us during the coldest days. A candle to illuminate the dark nights. The strength to keep moving forward. There's meaning to my journey. Oh, okay, another certified cute moment. Oh god, that's adorable. Today. It was a very novel experience, but it was pleasant. I was able to witness beautiful sights, to see new things. Coming to Liyue Harbor is not so bad, if it's with you. There he goes with the rizzling again. Xiao looked affectionately at the butterfly ornament in his hand. I wish we could see it, but I guess, yeah, it would be bothersome to make 3 different outcomes of this, if depending on the fucking choice you made. Thank you for your kindness today, and for not giving up on inviting me. I will never give up on you, Xiao. Never. A smile from the bottom of my heart revealed that everything went well, revealed that Zhao enjoyed the time we spent together at the harbor. My vision was steadily turning blurry as my emotions attempt to escape my heart. I hesitantly wiped my tears before Zhao had the chance to notice. I know not how I would convey what I'm feeling right now and what compels me to cry for his happiness. You don't have to thank me. The feeling is mutual. I'm really happy that I had the opportunity to spend this lantern ride with you. Thank you. I'm planning to invite him again next year. Maybe then we can celebrate together with a group of friends. Yanfei, Shanling, Hu Tao, Xinshu, and Chongyun are people Zhao is already acquainted with. Paimon too, of course. Perhaps Zhongli could join us for a while, but not for too long that his presence overwhelms Zhao or he empties our Mora porch like no tomorrow, because when we go eating somewhere he's like so, yes, this is all exquisite and well delivered food. How could I not pick everything from your menu? I'm Zhongli and I buy everything every time. Time is needed for him to truly accept Zhongli as a friend instead of a master. Zhao. In my heart, I make a wish and a declaration to the world. In time and with compassion, Zhao will walk towards a better future, alongside all the people that care about him. I discreetly turn my head to look at Zhao. He appears to be absorbed in this. Okay, I can't read this word either. I don't know what this word means. View of lanterns and colors dancing in the moonlit skies. Witnessing his sincere smile tonight was my biggest accomplishment of the year. It is truly a beautiful smile. All the time, effort, patience it took to finally bring him here for his single moment was worth it. But this was not only for Zhao's sake, it was for mine too. Zhao's company brings me a sense of comforting safety, soothing joy, tender protection. Once in a while, when I look at him, I think I might be in love. Okay, that was the second ending of the first quote-unquote arc. Okay, let's see if there happens anything else if we decide, okay, to say never mind then. I don't wish to force Zhao to do something against his will, so I don't press any further. At least I can say that I fulfilled my yearly commitment to offer my company. Whether this offer is accepted or not, it's entirely out of my control. I invite Zhao every year he deserves respite from his unending service to Leo. Oh god, I'm sorry. I have to recompose myself for a second so that I can read without swallowing my own tongue again. Oh, how I wish for him to enjoy the festival that honors heroes like himself. Above all, I don't want him to be alone, especially during the time of Leo's biggest festives. A time during which friends come together and families reunite. Zhao needs to know that I'm here for him, that there are people who care. So even if the answer is the same, I shall keep reminding him that there are people who want to be by his side. A reminder that yes, there are people who will choose his company over anyone else during the most brilliant times of the year. Maybe one day, when he's ready, he will accept my invitation. Patience and understanding are key. I will be here waiting for you, Zhao. I noticed that Zhao hasn't left yet. Curious, he's usually quick to leave once the conversation is over. he refrains from staying around others more than necessary due to a very reasonable fear of his karma's harmful effects. I will be here after the celebrations are over and the demons retreat to the depths. If you have time, you can visit. I will listen to your stories if you wish to share more of them with me. An offer to hang out? Coming from Xiao? That's a rare event I must treasure. Oh gosh, of course I can make another save. Great. So, we are listening to his stories first. Xiao is a very good listener. His company is like a warm protective blanket after a long and tiring journey. A hot cup of fragrant tea or on a cold winter's night. Sharing my stories with him is a delight, but I would like to hear more of his own tales. I'm always happy to make time for you, but I'd like to listen to your tales too, if you are okay with sharing them. Although I sincerely enjoy learning about the Yakshas and the Adepta of yesteryear, these tales have a secondary purpose Xiao might not be aware of. They are a way for me to learn more about him. There are so many things I would like to know, knowledge to help me understand him better, and familiarity that would allow me to support him more effectively. Zhongli must know, but I would not dare to infringe upon Zhao's privacy. My intentions may be noble, that is not justifiable still. The alternative is no better. I don't want to be presumptuous and ask about things Xiao might not be ready to divulge yet. So I follow his pace and let him talk to me when he chooses to. Trust requires time and effort to build, true, and is ever so fragile. It will be instantly swept by the wind if you blow in its direction. Also, very, very true. Trust is very hard to gain, but to some extent very easy to lose. Like, it can take a lot of time to really get someone to trust you, but the trust can be destroyed and be gone in a whim, and that's very, very sad but truth, to be honest. I don't mind telling you. Talking to you feels nice. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. And you are a witness. Therefore, it is right that the tales are relayed to you. I would like to believe that this is not his primary reason for recounting his memories to me. Frankly, it would rather be sad. My heart wants to firmly believe that it's merely Zhao's attempts of rationalizing that there's worth in the stories he has to share. Hopefully, one day, he will recognize the worth of his tales are that they are his own. I'll see you in a few days then. Yes. See you next time. Xiao vanished before I could say anything else. He comes and goes like the untethered wind. It's mildly frustrating at times, but I cannot overlook the way this makes him all the way more alluring. You know not when you know not when or where he might show up, and then he disappears without a trace, urging you to treasure every moment he is in present, compelling you to crave for his attention. Or am I the only one who feels this way about him? I cover my face with my hand and start shaking my head in apprehension. My mind is going in a strange direction indeed. I walk to the edge of the balcony, lean onto the railing to admire the marvelous scenery in the distance while turning in to the street concerts of the inn's very visitors. Even now and then, I glance at the floor, right below me, where the lower balcony is visible. The once lively area, full with travelers of stories, apparently is now apparently empty. Those who are still on the road are far and few between, for they headed the calls to return home. Home for Lantern Ride. Another year goes by, and my wish for Lantern Ride remains unfulfilled. Don't be greedy, I tell myself. I'm happy to be given the chance to spend time with Xiao in whatever capacity that may be. Still, Lantern Ride celebrates heroes like him. I wish he would allow himself to properly enjoy the festives once for once. Xiao has spent millennia guarding Liyue, yet he does not allow himself to partake in the very things he is so painstakingly protecting. He's watched the lanterns and the fireworks before, sure. He even attended Hu Tao's banquet once. But it's simply not the same. It's only scattered petals in the wind, never the whole bouquet. Lantern Ride only exists because of heroes like him. All these beautiful human creations exist because he safeguards them from all evil. And yet, he isolates himself in the deep shadows out of fear of marrying the radiant lights. I wistfully gaze at the skies that before long will be illuminated by lanterns and colorful fireworks, the dream for continued prosperity and the gratitude for those that grant it. What can I do for Xiao? How can I reach out? If I could eliminate some of his fears, would he accept my invitation, I wonder? For starters, I recognize his discomfort in large crowds. The solution? None. Xiao's prolonged isolation has resulted in poor social skills. Consequently, a smaller social gathering comes with its own set of challenges. He's willing to try with me, and his progress has not gone unnoticed. However, during this particular time of the year, I've come with the intention of facilitating a vacation of sorts. The looming threat of his karma is yet another obstacle to consider. Well, I can't just make people disappear, and if I could, would it not defeat the purpose of celebrating in Liyue Harbor? I slouch on the railing in defeat. There is much to contemplate about. No, this is how others gave up on Xiao. I pull myself back up to regain my balance. I brought the festival to him once, so to speak. It was during my first year in Tibet. The Wangshu staff helped me set up a handful of modest food stalls at the foot of the inn, after the terrace was cleared for customers. We crafted lanterns and dined together. It wasn't much, but it was an honest celebration. My relationship with Xiao changed thereafter. Yeah, I can't wait because, this year's Lantern Ride was basically Xiao wanting to raise a lantern with Traveler. I want Xiaolumi hand-holding next year. I want them holding hands. I will die on that hill, but I want them holding hands. A blooming friendship, no longer tied under duty's demands. It was that evening when he made the oath to respond to my summons, should I find myself in harm's way. Why not do this again then? The time I have, that means to bring him a proper festival. Well, as proper as it can be without people. Alright, time to get to work. A few days later. The momentous day has arrived, and I find myself visiting Wangshu once more. The inn's tranquility, courtesy of a certain young gentleman obsessed with peace and quiet, as Huayan puts it, feels over, so refreshing. After a long night of festive glee. Celebrating Lantern Ride with my friends in Liyue Harbor was a delight, but I really missed Zhao. He would not leave my mind. I wish he had been there with us in the harbor, but alas. Dwelling on that will do no good. I have something else to look forward to today. You're here. How have you been faring these past few days? If you're asking about karma, there are no issues right now. As for the monsters, I have eliminated all threats. Malice has retreated for the time being. That's good to hear. Thank you for your hard work. This is my duty. There is no need to thank. I scold him with a frown. There is no need to thank him because he really and truly works very hard to protect There is a need to thank him, yeah. Because he really works hard and protects always diligent, really leaving his post. Personal desires be damned. But he is learning to be more respective. I have faith in him. Receptive. Gosh, I'm losing it. Your gratitude is accepted. We brought you gifts on behalf of the Qixing. I promptly point to the stack of assorted presents beside me. Thankfully, this was a scheduled delivery, and I did not have to carry them myself. I was told that Tianji of the Qixing came looking for you, but you weren't here. They didn't want to leave these gifts without sharing their well wishes with you. It would be a show of disrespect. So I offered to do it on your behalf, since I was going to see you today. May good fortune be abundant for you in this coming year, Conqueror of Demons. You have our most sincere gratitude for always protecting Liyue and its people. Xiao looked uncomfortable hearing me address him in this formal manner. However, I promised to deliver the wishes, and so I did. I picked a few of the elegantly wrapped present boxes, then carefully placed them on the table next to Zhao. My intentions were to show him the gifts he received, but I would be lying if I said that I was not curious of their contents myself. Qixing's gifts contain all sorts of luxurious delicacies. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes words are hard for me to grasp. I'm apologizing over and over again. The kind that only the richest merchants of Liyue could ever dream to afford. If Paimon saw this, she would most likely be, if you don't want it, Paimon takes the duty to take everything for you, Xiao. I can't do Paimon voices, because this would destroy my throat completely. They are high quality silks, rare gems, and marvelous jewelry made by the finest craftsmen of Liyue Harbor. My imagination ran wild, thinking of how elegant Zhao would look in these. Exquisite silks and jewelry, befitting the adeptize of extraordinary beauty. My mind wanders amidst images of Zhao in different outfits until his voice puts me back to reality. Oh yeah, we need a Zhao skin. We need a Zhao skin where this cutie boy is even more cutie patootie. These gifts are unnecessary. I understand this act of gratitude, but I do not know what to do with these gifts. You could simply use them. Why not allow yourself to enjoy nice things? I have no need for mortal possessions. Maybe one day. It's okay, you can donate them to the inn. Goldet will know what to do with them. Huihan will probably sort them out later. Alright, I will do that. I suspect Goldet is simply storing all of the gifts Zhao received in a special guest room reserved for him. These gifts were prepared for him after all, and that room will always belong to Zhao, even if he never touches it. Of course, that excludes delicacies. Edibles can't be preserved forever, and Wang Shu and staff must be quite delighted to indulge in such luxurious gourmet food. Well, if Zhao doesn't want to accept the Qixing's gifts, I know he will at least accept mine. With formalities out of the way, I cannot contain my excitement any longer. Alright, it's time for my special day with you. There's somewhere I would like to take you if you don't mind. Don't worry, there are no people there. It's a peaceful place. What is that place you speak of? It is my teapot. Oh, the teapot. Nice. Okay. I mean, it's not that off that Zhao does not know that. Because inviting Zhao into the teapot is optional. That's not something you ever have to do. And you can simply ignore the teapot as a whole, even though you miss out on a lot of fucking Primo Gems, as well as the fucking pleasure of letting out your Animal Crossing heart to the fullest, because I saw what people designed online, and I'm always like, how are people have the trillion IQs and capabilities to do that? I mean, have you ever seen what kind of stuff people create in the teapots? Like what they just throw together and then make looking like that's an actual set or something like that? That's crazy. The only thing that restricts the teapot is the fucking load, that you can't put everything you want into that. But I know that people found their way to bypass it for the most part, even though it's really hard. But yeah, it's just something where I always think like, that's so fucking sick what people are able to do that. Anyway, you own an Adeptor realm? Being an Adeptus himself, it comes as no surprise that he was quick to understand what my words when I summoned my Serenity Teapot. Madam Ping, the Steelward Rambler, gifted me this teapot so I won't need to camp outside during my travels. It was a very thoughtful gift. Having a portable house of sorts has proven to be invaluable for a traveler such as myself. That's good. It's dangerous to be outside at night. Monsters are a lot active when the sun goes down. I'm glad to hear that you have a safe place to sleep during your travels. Yeah, it's always so funny when you think about that. Before you got the teapot, which you get automatically, which quest you basically get automatically, or more close to automatically after the Leeway plot, the Traveler and Paimon always camped outside. That's so fucking funny if you think about it. It puts my mind at ease. Thank you for worrying about me. Shall we go? Sure. I offer my hand to Zhao, inviting him to take it. He won't be able to enter my realm otherwise. A seal is set in place to guard against unwanted visitors. I don't take kindly to the invasion of privacy. Zhao holds my hand awkwardly, but I smile to assure him that there is no cause for worry. My heart flutters at his touch. The simple act of holding hands stirs my emotions. It's a little silly, isn't it? The flow of time in Adeptor realms does not necessarily flow towards natural cycle. The radiant sunlight we bathed in earlier has been replaced with the silver rays of moonlight. I asked Tabi, my teapot keeper, to flip my realm's state to nighttime for a very specific purpose. Zhao did not question the time discrepancy between Teyvat and my realm. He must know a thing or two about subspace creation after all. Has he ever created a place of his own? Come to think of it, this has never been a topic of conversation between us. Curiosity now piqued. I wonder what realm created by Zhao would look like. I'd like to ask, but would it be too personal? Perhaps not, so long as we don't dive deep into this topic. If he doesn't wish to answer, I will drop the subject. Xiao, have you ever created a realm of your own? No, I have no need for one. I suppose Wang Xin already covers all his needs. But what of the time before Wang Shu existed? If I need rest, a tree branch will do. Xiao, I was aware that he does not make use of his personal guest room at Wang Shu Inn, but it didn't cross my mind that he doesn't make use of anything. Besides some almond tofu meals, I guess. Why are you making that face? You should take better care of yourself. As long as I'm settled from sun or rain, it does not matter where I rest. I have many things to say about this, and that why he treats himself, but let it slide for now, for today. My invitation was made with the intention of providing him with leisure and company. No pulling him into a conversation that dwells into his psyche. That can be discussed another day, under proper circumstances. Xiao is my special guest today. His comfort is of utmost importance to me. I take a few steps forward and, with a warm smile, I encourage him to follow me through the garden. My garden has 3 levels, separated by meticulously crafted stone stairs, adored with an assortment of shrubs and flowering plants. A lavish Liyue-style mansion is located on the upper level. As Paimon said, if we were to craft our very own house in this magical realm, why don't choose one of luxury? Fair, I guess. It costs no more after all, only the time and sweat required to weave the form into existence. Though Tabi did most of the work, bless her heart. The middle level includes a lovely stone pond and has a clear view of the crystalline waterfalls. It is an area designed of relaxation, contemplation during long sleepless nights. The lower level, which is where we are right now, is a nice cozy space with a humble bamboo table. Paimon and I often have our meals here. Finally, lush bamboo trees embrace the garden from all sides to complete the canvas. The bamboo forest near Qinshi village was a lovely sight, so I knew I would want some bamboo trees of my own. This garden layout is what I found in a Liyue book I browsed together with Paimon, where we were looking for comfortable designs. Oh, I'm so fucking sorry. Designs which to fill this personal realm. I really want to do a teapot decoration stream as well again once, because I did it one time, but that was not that nice, to be honest. And I really want to do more with it, like to redo almost every of my teapot. Oh god, I don't know how it's called in fucking English right now, but all of the fucking themes in the teapot, like the Mondstadt theme, the Liyue theme, the Rocky Mountains theme, the Inazuma theme, the... Oh, it's just called Realms. Okay, fine. I was unsure, to be honest. I mean, I always wanted to start with the Fontaine theme as well, but I never really did anything with it. I decorated a few things, but I was not really satisfied, so I deleted most of it again. And I really want to do another stream where I just decorate the different realms. But yeah, maybe one day, if I have every single fucking piece of furniture and everything that is to my liking, because truth be told, I never was satisfied with my island in Animal Crossing or my cities in Animal Crossing, or anywhere else where I could somehow design my own places, because I'm always like, I build it, I like it for 2 days, and then I think it's fucking ugly and I made 200 million mistakes in the design, because I'm a very, very, very sad existence when it comes to things I do. I hate that. I'm very, very intrigued for the Natlan design, but before I tackle that on, I will surely fucking make the Fontaine theme somehow things I want to enjoy, but back to the game, I guess. Looking homey and inviting, this particular bamboo garden stole my heart. It's quiet here, peaceful. I would love to show him around, to give him a tour of my ardently crafted realm. But I don't know how long he's willing to stay here away from his duty. I imagine he cannot sense evil spirits or hear cries for help inside this realm. I need to make the most out of the limited time we have. Next time, I'd like to give you a tour of my teapot. I'd love to hear your opinion on it, but today... Oh god, it's Kagero-maru. It's so cute. It's also very cute that we recently got also a cat, an actual cat we could put in the teapot. Sir Pouncelot is amazing. I love him. Woof, 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 woof. A certain loyal guardian storms down the stone stairs to greet us enthusiastically. Kagero-maru is a ninja dog I befriended in Inzuma when I helped Detective Sango with a very curious case. He chose me as his master after I proved my worth to him. From time to time, I bring along during my travels, but I usually ask him to guard my realm. Though unlikely as it is for unwanted visitors to sneak into my realm without my knowledge or permission, thanks to the special seals set in place, this guard duty keeps Kagero-maru happy and gives him purpose. On top of that, Tabi gets to have some company, so it all works out. Kagero-maru sniffs Xiao and carefully inspects this unknown new visitor from every possible angle. Woof! Woof! Woof, woof, woof! I give Kagero-maru a good thought and well-deserved petting. He used to display a thought front, demonstrating his might, but he mellowed out once he understood that I fully recognized his strength. Good work, Kagero-maru. Thank you for guarding my realm so diligently. Woof, 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 woof! Xiao, this is Kagero-maru, my loyal ninja dog. I shared tales of Inazuma's ninja dogs with Xiao before, but I haven't had the chance to mention Kagero-maru yet, as I've met him somewhat recently. I see. Kagero-maru, this is Xiao, a very special friend of mine. Please protect him whenever he comes to this realm, okay? Woof woof! Woof woof woof! Ridiculous. I need no protection. Everyone needs a bit of care and protection, Xiao. Even the strongest of gods do. My mind will not be swayed on this matter. Oh god, it's Tabi. The second most skipped over character in existence, right besides Catherine. Oh my, it appears that our esteemed guest has arrived. Tabi gracefully floats down to the stairs to welcome us. She already knew about today's schedule. Xiao's arrival was highly anticipated. I welcome you to Leo's realm. Please don't hesitate to talk to me should you need anything. Rain Calmer. Greetings, Xiao. It has been a very long time indeed. Please just call me Tabi. You know each other? That's unexpected, or perhaps it should not be. I still know precious little about the Adepti of old and what was life before Xiao and what life was like for Xiao at the time. There's much I've learned, yes, but there are 3 or more millennia worth of stories to tell. He may insist there is not much left to share, but I, for one, am interested in even the most mundane of stories. If Xiao is included, I need all the details. Other adapter used to invite me to their realms of gatherings and other activities. Sometimes it was hard to deny them. This is indeed how it was. Adapter gatherings are presently a rare sight, but the memories remain. Lumine has said much about your arrival today. It's a delight to see an old friend, if you will, after this long. oh, Paimon is also here. Great. Look who's here. Paimon also welcomes you to our realm. Paimon has already laid claim on the realm within, despite being explicitly mine. She cannot enter without my permission. That's sad. Ah well, I don't mind so much. She floats around us enthusiastically. Paimon could not possibly miss out on this little gathering of ours. Paimon's excited, and and is very curious about Zhao's reaction to Paimon. I understand you're eager to know, but let's not rush ahead now, okay? Whoops. Forget what Paimon said. What's nothing? Paimon, now you're drawing attention to it. Paimon is just thinking about Lumine's cooking and is curious to know what Zhao thinks. That's right. I suppose that works. For anyone else, it would have been a blunder. This explanation is only effective because it comes from Paimon. Lumine's dishes. The meals you've made for me in the past, they were good. I don't mind eating when you prepare what you prepare. This is praise of the highest order. Shah is not used to mortal food. Others would consider him to be an irritatingly picky customer, but I believe he's simply sensitive to unusual textures and unfamiliar flavors. As of now, I have a fairly good grasp of what is agreeable with Xiao's stomach, so I'm capable of there goes my throat again. I'm capable of discerning new dishes he might like. Thank you. It's a pleasure to cook for you. Woof woof, woof woof. Well now, it might be time to excuse ourselves. I hope dear guest will enjoy the festivities. I wish you both a pleasant night. Tabi, no, not just festivities. And I was worried about Paimon instead. I might have neglected to inform Tabi that this was strictly a surprise. Ah well, it won't be long until he discovers it for himself. Today we are going to celebrate a real lantern rite. What's the meaning behind these words? So much for a surprise, huh? Well, Paimon will leave you to it then. Leave some food for Paimon too, okay? Have a good time, you two. What's with that cheeky laugh at the end? After waving everyone goodbye, I led Zhao outside my garden and on to our next destination. We walked along the wooden bridge beside the scenic waterfalls. My teapot's biome was designed by Tabi using Leo's topography as a reference. I'd say it's a pretty good reflection of the real world. Where I too show someone a photo of my realm, claiming to be a real place in Leo, they just might believe me. Even citizens of Leo would struggle to tell the difference. Cloud Retainer might find something so to criticize about though, or perhaps she would be much too proud to admit my realm's quality when I am but an amateur in subspace creation. In which case, I shall keep improving my skills until I can furnish this realm with astounding creations that will impress even someone like Cloud Retainer. Oh yeah, I recently caught up to the Sumeru Desert sections I missed out for so long, especially to just finish everything up I can before Nadlan drops, because I neglected it back then when Fontaine was released. Because we probably will get Nadlan in August or something like that. So I'd like to really clear everything out I can this time before I hop into 5.0. I plan on take on vacation the week Nadlan will be released, so I can just dive into it immediately and enjoy it for a week before I get back to work. So yeah, I'd like to clear everything out. And I got so many green treasure chests from the Sumeru Desert, so yeah, I probably just have to farm a few days or a few other words out of the wood I need, and then I could really try to, I don't know, decorate all the realms in my teapot and let them look good for once. Anyway, I might be more invested in the subspace business than I had anticipated. Tabby's assistance has been imperative in this realm's creation, but her knowledge has its limits. If I could learn how to better replicate and weave items into existence, I would be able to expand the scope of this realm. This way, I could model entire spaces after other nations like Sumeru, Inazuma, or Mondstadt, allowing Zhao to experience other regions in some way. Filled with determination, my mind is swiftly set on my future projects. But I should return to the present now. Yeah, not make too much up because it otherwise will overwhelm you. I speak from experience. A warm breeze wafts through the realm, accompanying us on our brief but leisurely stroll. Once we reach the top of this modest stone hill, we find ourselves in front of a town? Yep, I've built our very own lantern ride town. Wow, the dedication she had. Having... Okay. Note to myself, if I ever can get a significant other, I have to make such a Genshin town teapot date myself. That's peak couple goals for me right now. Very, very thank you for that idea that now will forever dwindling in my fucking head. Thank you very much. Yep, I've built our very own lantern ride town. You can think of it as a miniature Liyue Harbor. Emphasis of a miniature. I could not hope to match the splendor of the city of Comrades. I place my hands on my hips and show off the pride in my accomplishments. This is the surprise gift I've prepared for Zhao. Tabi and I worked really hard on this endeavor. Even Paimon helped. Discussing ideas, designing the layout, crafting furniture, picking out the right decorations. All of this was carried out under the pressure of the unstoppable ticking clock. Despite the struggles, however, this proved to be a very fun challenge for me. It's been a long time since the last time I remember being this focused and excited over a project. Your mind works in mysterious ways. The interior thoughts of my mind are an enigma. Milk carton falls over. Xiao, my wish for you is to enjoy Lantern Ride, but you have your reasons for not entering Liyue Harbor, so the illusions was to bring the festival to you. And this time I have to mean to bring a proper festival to you. You have done far too much for my sake. Come now, it's something for us to enjoy. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao. Seeing this cute, sincere smile made all my efforts worth it. Side by side, we walk up the stairs under the sea of lanterns. A grand eye-catching entrance that establishes the atmosphere for the entirety of the town. The illuminated Welkin Road of lanterns I've witnessed in Liyue was what inspired the concept of a lantern-lit staircase. Xiao looks at the lanterns hanging above our heads with the hint of awe and the bright smile on his face. This side of him stirs my heart, fills it with a sense of warmth I haven't felt since the day I awoke. Honest joy for the happiness of someone who deserves the world, but lost too much. For someone who has done so much, but received so little in return. Yes, this is priceless, is precisely what I was yearning for, what I was hoping to see. Xiao, feeling relaxed, comfortable, happy. How I wished to stop time, to let him remain in the single moment where sorrow does not reach him. I'd love to gently hold his hand, to tell him it's okay for him to pursue his own happiness. I would like him to understand he's allowed to seek my company, my comfort, should he ever desire so. I don't hide away in the dark corners of the world, don't listen to the deceptively sweet whispers of lingering enmity. Come out to meet the lights with me, for I too long for your company. The lanterns, they're really beautiful. You know what else is beautiful? You are. I need to calm down. Unruly emotions, a disorderly mind, a racing heart. Truly a shameful state for an experienced traveler such as myself. One who was seen worlds apart aplenty. Xiao and I have been alone many times before. This is not a cause to be so flustered. I suppose realms truly are personal. We are effectively cut off from the outside world. We are alone. Just the two of us. Well, Paimon and Tabi are here, but they won't disturb us. They must be playing board games back at the mansion. Chubby was planning to join them as well. Ah yeah, Tabi and Chubby, I remember. So, Xiao and I. This is pretty. Romantic. I need to distract my mind. Oh great, another fucking crossroad where I can do things. Okay. Keep staring, distract yourself. Oh come on, let us be the giddily girl. But I can't look away. He's so pretty. His smile is so charmingly cute, so delicate. The lovely lanterns above us have Xiao's attention right now. He should not notice me feasting my eyes on his ethereal beauty. What am I doing? I force myself to look away and get back on schedule. What would you like to do first? Is there anything in particular you have in mind? I successfully recreated some of the amusements you can find in Liyue Harbor, but Zhao has never attended a festival there. He would not be aware of our options. It's best if I guide him, but still allow him to choose what he likes. This town is furnished with light-hearted games. There are event stores with an assortment of trinkets, kites, lanterns, and the like. We can simply take a stroll around the town if you prefer. Maybe the street stalls here were added for decoration to facilitate the atmosphere of a proper festival. You don't have to engage with them if you don't want to. If none of those options sound ideal, we could begin our celebrations in the simplest manner, with a meal. I've prepared some food stalls with delicacies, all cooked by me, of course. Tabi kept them warm with adaptor magic. There's almond tofu too. I couldn't possibly miss that. I hope Xiao isn't feeling overwhelmed with this onslaught of informations. Oh, don't worry, Lumin. I would do the same. If I would be in your position, I would go all out as well. I wish there to be multiple options for him to choose. Otherwise, this would not be much of a miniature Liyue Harbor right now, would it? I'm okay with everything you wish to do. Well, that answer is Certainly in character for him. Xiao, you are my guest today, so you should be the one to choose. Alright. If you're hungry, we can dine. Oh, Xiao really doesn't like to make requests, however small and insignificant they may be. I spoke of food rather enthusiastically, so that would explain his suggestion. At any rate, starting off with a meal is not so bad of a choice. Ambling through these festive allies will feel better with our appetites seated. I bring Zhao to a nice little cozy area, specifically designed for dining. The general concept was made by Paimon. Who else? It was later refined by Tabi with a few suggestions from me. It's a space modeled after Liyue Harbor's lesser known alleys, the places frequented by locals or those who dare to venture beyond the popular tourist spots. The little shops and street food vendors there offer some of Liyue's finest food, despite the often cheap and simple ingredients used. Luxury food does not necessarily entail good flavor. True indeed. You can make the most delicious food with the most simple ingredients. I mean, I don't want to pat myself on the shoulder, but as someone who does cooking as a job for over 15 years now, I can say I can make a super delicious food just with tomatoes, garlic, and basilicum. And that's it. I can make super good fucking tomato sauce with that. Just with those few things. You can even fucking scrap the basil. Basilicum is the German word. I defaulted back into other thing. It's basil in English. And all you need is some noodles. And everything is fine and dandy. I had this one habit very, very back when I lived on my own for the first year, where I mostly just always once a week just scrapped everything I had left in my fridge together and just made something. And in 9 out of 10 cases, I was always very content with what I made. Coming from me being my most harsh critique. Xiao didn't quite understand those model particularities, but he appreciated my efforts of recreating this particular experience for him. The first thing to be served is a course of almond tofu, followed by some rice pudding, mint jelly, berry minsu manju, and candied, however you pronounce that word. All things that I have concluded to be suitable for him. Oh my gosh, Lumine is just me right now. If you would happen to visit me, be it a date or not, I would do it exactly like that. Just make plenty of food. I love cooking for my friends. I fucking yeah. I may have lost myself right now. Let's get back to the game. There's sunset berry tea for us to drink as well as traditional honeyed Qingxing tea, in case Xiao prefers a warm beverage instead. The feast does not end here, however. I've prepared a few other dishes like rice buns, fried radish balls, unagi, shasuke, milky mushroom, crispy tower of a fragrant mashed potato. Crazy. Yeah. And of course, I couldn't forget Bountiful Year, the signature lantern ride dish. Additional drinks include berry and mint burst and rainbow ester, all nice and refreshing. While we are speaking about drinks, I, as of lately, learned how to make my own iced tea, and I'm honest, I really, really love it. Really love to do that. All I really need personally now are my very, very own tea leaves. Like this really good black tea leaves I see here and there. But yeah, maybe I'll get to buy a few sometime in the future. Anyway, additional drinks, blah blah blah. So I looked for any and all dishes that would be in agreement with Xiao's very particular standards of model food. That is to say, mild flavors and tolerable textures. Wow. Did I go overboard? You have prepared a lot of food just for two persons. Perhaps I was much too eager to cook a feast for him. Was this not meant to be the homie alley ordinary food experience? Yeah, feel you, girly, feel you. Xiao, I failed you. Can count on Paimon to finish the leftovers, so don't worry about it. She did ask us to leave some food for her after all. The adaptable energies that bless this realm are capable of preserving food for sometimes. Pretty convenient. I thought it might be a good opportunity for you to taste flavors from other nations, so there had to be a proper variety. This is Berry Minsumanshu from Inazuma, the archipelago of thunder. It tastes is very refreshing. It's like drinking icy water on a blazing hot day. This one's called Candied Ajilenka Nut. It's from Sumeru, the land of bountiful wisdom. And the land of the cutest baby Archon ever. And we will need to protect her. It's delightfully sweet, and it has a very nice texture. It's actually the Dendro Archon's favorite, so it has a god's approval. It's Nahida fucking approved. I see. As for this, it's a drink called Sunset Berry Tea, and it's a recent addition to Mondstadt's tavern menus. The nation of song, wine, and freedom loves to come up with new drinks. It is really nice, this iced tea personality. The flavor is both sweet and sour. Sorry. There's still more to come, but we could start off with these. Alright. Since you prepared these for me, I will try them out. We had a pleasant dinner together while listening to soft tunes from the Euphorium courtesy of Tabi. Xiao has hinted at his fascination with music before, and he seemed to appreciate my choice of melodies. They were calming, relaxing, and... okay, I can't read this word either. Unobtrusive? I can't really tell. Several dishes were left untouched in the end. Perhaps I really did go overboard and there was too much food. No, not perhaps. I very much did go overboard. There's no way the two of us were ever going to finish everything. On a more positive note, having so many options to choose from meant that Zhao was bound to find something he likes. It would have been a disaster if I only cooked a handful of dishes, only then to find out that Zhao doesn't like any of them. Almond tofu is a staple I can always fall back on, but Zhao can't spend his life only eating the handful of dishes he knows of. Actually, that is very likely how he lived up until now. Of the things Xiao tried, he was particularly fond of the rice pudding. Maybe Shan Xiao will finally have a new dish to add to his special menu. I will let him know next time when I visit Wang Shuin. After dinner, we walked through the alleys, chatting about a plethora of things. These alleys cannot compete with the magnificence of Feiyun Slope or the warm atmosphere of Chinyu Rock, but I believe Tabi and I did pretty well, all things considered. For Zhao, these harbor streets might be even better than Liyue harbors. They are quiet and peaceful, no crowds, no commotion. The allies are devoid of any humans he might endanger or people that could make him feel awkward and uneasy. The allies are devoid of any humans he might endanger or people that could make him feel awkward and uneasy. The only person here is me, whom Zhao trusts. This works out for me as well. I'm given the chance to be alone with him. I still hope one day he will celebrate Lantern Rite with a group of friends. I don't mind a single evening banquet. I mean, celebrating properly. Celebrating the entirety of Lantern Rite with people that love him. I truly am happy to be in his life, to be considered reliable, to be an anchor, a thread that he can hold on to. Even so, he deserves to be surrounded by lovely people, not just a single traveler. Alas, all this one traveler can do at present is a humble attempt at recreating the festival celebrating heroes, of which one refuses to attend. During our strolls, we played a few festival games together. Zhao found them strange and amusing in equal measure. My admittedly poor imitations of Wondrous Shadows and Paper Theater are the two games he enjoyed in particular, thus we found ourselves spending quite some time on them. Zhao was impressed with the game of shadows found in the very novel and let out a little laugh when one of the solutions turned out to be his mask. Haha, that was very bold of you to make attempts at fooling me like this, Zhao said. As for the theater of papercrafts, Zhao was fascinated with the ways it presents tales and went on to tell me of similar contraptions made by the Adepti. After this bit of light-hearted fun, I showed him all sorts of trinkets I've acquired throughout my journeys and recounted various tales of my travels. At times, he was confused and didn't quite understand those stories, yet he still listened intently, the way he always does, attending to every word, to every detail. Zhao, look! I pick up a certain item of a nearby decorator's stall so Zhao can take a better look at it. Let's take the sigil, I guess. A sigil of permission? This is actually a fake, an imitation by the Fatui. It's a working sigil though, so maybe declaring it is fake is not so apt a description. Either way, it's a copy of the Adepti Sigils of Permission. Or how we in Germany would say, Passierscheine. Sorry, I had to fucking drop that word. Either way, it's a copy of the Adepti Sigil of Permission. Its placement here amongst my other trinkets and treasures was deliberate. It's the sigil I was carrying with me the day when I met you on Wang Shu Inn's balcony. I see. Who would have thought that meeting would mark the beginning of such an important, tender friendship? At the time, I was irked over being chased out of Leo Harbor shortly after my arrival, then sent to errands to search for the so-called Adepti with precious little to go on. Now I'm thankful things worked out that way. Chiriyun Cars proved to be a magnificent landscape of wonder and misty dreams, a scenery one should not neglect to experience with their own eyes. It was not purely the magical landscapes that made me journey worth the trouble, however. I would have the opportunity to encounter these beautiful adeptors, that things unfolded differently. Perhaps, eventually. My journey is long after all. But would we be here today, enjoying a private festival together? Who knows how long it would have taken for our friendship to bloom had the circumstances been different. Putting aside those unfortunate news of Rex Lapis's death, which was actually an elaborate ploy by Zhongli himself, I believe I met Zhao under very ideal circumstances. Looking back, I would even dare to say it was a pretty romantic setting. I wonder how Zhao feels about our meeting that day. I was curious about you, so I came down to meet you. You seemed different from other humans. You have a different aura. Well, I'm an alien to this world after all, so it's not all surprising for those attuned to the elements to sense there's something otherworldly about me, although I imagine most of them wouldn't know what exactly it is that they sense. That aside, I've never had the courage to ask Xiao what he thinks of me. I know he trusts me and likely considers me a friend, but what else? No, it wasn't the lack of courage that prevented me from asking. It was an abundance of fear. Why fear? I'm not sure. Fear of becoming attached to Tibet? Fear of someone finding their way into my heart after aeons spent with my brother as the only person that mattered to me. But now I look at Zhao and maybe, just maybe, I'd like to know. I'm glad to have met you. You're very kind. Your presence makes things a lot more bearable for me. I'm happy too. Your company is always a delight. It's good to know you feel the same as I do. You're a very important friend to me. Thank you. My heart is pounding as I feel our conversation becoming rather intimate. How silly. It's just two friends appreciating each other. My mind feels disorderly today. Disorderly, I think, was the actual word I was looking for. Our leisurely walk brought us further along the alleyways. As Xiao seems curious about this little lantern town I've built, I explained and described to him the process of bringing it into reality. I spoke of the variety of materials I collected together with Paimon and why I brainstormed ideas with Tabi and the process of carefully crafting every piece of this town's puzzle. At times Xiao seemed almost ashamed for supposedly making me do all this for his sake, so I had to reassure him that every part of this was done willingly. The process was fun, and I had the opportunity to learn new things about subspace creation. What do you think? Would I make for a good adeptus? A foolish notion on your part. But your attempts are commendable. A compliment from Xiao? I must work harder so I can receive more of them. You want to work harder to receive my compliments? Yes. I struggle to understand this reasoning. Your words are very valuable to me. All right. I'll offer you more praises in the future. You do deserve them. That's not what I mean... I was just teasing you. Why do you feel like the one being teased here? Why do I feel like the one being teased here? I turn around to escape my predicament, taking light steps, urging Zhao to follow me. Thus, we eventually reached the end of this magically weaved town, a nice little pavilion with the view of my realm's landscape. The scenery on the horizon is a mere projection, yet beautiful at the same time. A dreamy sight, not unlike the scenery where the Adepti dwell. Well, this is an Adeptor realm after all. This is a fine town, and the festivities he offered me are appreciated, but I should be on my way now. I cannot leave my duties for too long. Cries for help and omens of calamity will not reach me when I'm inside a realm. I understand. But there's one last thing for us to do, if you don't mind. We can't celebrate Lantern Rite without lanterns and fireworks, right? So I've prepared 2 lanterns for us. Come to think of it, I don't know what will happen after we release these lanterns. Xiao's lanterns are made with plaster, so technically they can float forever, especially... Sorry, I accidentally clicked 1 times too many. So technically they can float forever, especially in a realm devoid of nature's unrestrained harshness. The skies of this place is fake and forged in the shape of a dome because this realm is quite literally contained within a magical teapot. Would the lanterns keep floating around my realm forever? I do not mind. The thought of it brings me sweet joy. I offer Xiao a lantern. The best one is the best one of the 2 I crafted. Even if he can't tell the difference, he deserves the best of the best. Yeah, that's... I don't know. I think these stories were made before this year's Lantern Rite came out, so I think the creator did not update it because, again, this year's Lantern Rite, Zhao was actually the one who crafted the lantern himself and wanted it to raise it with Traveler, so yeah. But this is also a nice gesture. Are there any wishes you like to write on it? The people of Liyue often write their hopes, dreams and wishes as well as their gratitudes on the lanterns that they raise up the heavens. There is no heaven to be found here, but it's a nice tradition to partake in. This may not be a real Lantern Rite, but I'd like to make the celebration as authentic as possible. Xiao looks kind of nervous. The idea of writing wishes. I have a general understanding as to why that is. If I don't want to write anything, that's okay. I don't want to pressure him. Although, I'd love to have a little memento from you. But I'm a little selfish today. If it's for you. Thank you. He picks up a paintbrush from a nearby table, one that was equipped with tools in advance, then begins moving it across the lantern he was given. His movements are light and graceful, not unlike the way he dances in combat, the way he carries himself. There's always a mystical elegance to him. It's mesmerizing. How could I hope to look away? My mind drifts towards question of innocent curiosity. What might he be writing now? Will he let me see it? I divert my attention to the lantern in my hands. Before I ponder over Zhao's wish, I should finish mine. It's only fair. In my case, I know exactly what I wish for. After a short while, Zhao puts his paintbrush down, just as I finish writing on my own wishes. Can I take a look? To be honest, I could simply look at his wish after he leaves the space. This lantern will remain in my realm after all. He would never know what I choose to do with it. No, I'm not doing that. I might do this to others, but not to Zhao. My heart will not allow me to betray him, should he choose to hide his wish. Sure. Oh. Okay then. With concealed enthusiasm, I take a peek at Zhao's lantern, only to be met with a very indiscreet design. A sigil. It's an adeptal sigil of protection. Your realm is nice and comfortable. It's peaceful, and you've put a lot of effort into it. It should be protected. It's things like these that stir my heart. Words of sincerity. Thank you, Zhao. That's very sweet of you. I will protect this realm for your sake. Always gentle, sweet and kind. It fills my heart with fondness. You can visit my realm whenever you wish. I still plan to give you a proper tour one day. And I can build more areas for you. Mondstadt style or Sumeru style areas and many other things. So you can get a glimpse of the world outside Liyue. My stories and my photographs might be nice, but experiencing things up close, even if they are replicas, is really quite different. Plus, my humble miniature Liyue harbor proved to be very successful indeed. You have already done enough. There's no need to trouble yourself further for my sake. It's no trouble at all. Please never think of it like that. In fact, Zhao, this is my wish. Will this mighty Adeptus grant it? I rotate my lantern so that he may see what is written on it. At first, I hoped to wish for Zhao's happiness, but it's a complicated matter for him. It's a wish he might reject or see as impossible to grant. The Yakshas are destined to misery. Those were his words. I vehemently refuse to believe it. Alas, this alone is not enough to change a mindset built over a lifetime of suffering that spans entire millennia. So instead, I wished for something simple. For him to visit my realm again. This way I can offer a little bit of leisure and repose to the vigilant Yaksha. He who protects every soul in Liyue, yet has no one to protect his heart. I will be that shield for him. Zhao looks at the lantern and then back at me with soft, affectionate eyes. I accept your wish. I shall visit your realm again one day. You can give me a tour of it and show me sceneries from other nations. There must be a lot of interesting things I've never seen. I'm looking forward to that day. Likewise. Shall we? We left the lanterns and go and watched as they rose up to the sky, side by side. They shall wander throughout my realm together from the rest of time, like a promise that we will see each other again, and again, and again. Oh, and I assure you, this promise will not be broken. I make my oath right here, in Zhao's name. Never again will he be left alone with poisonous whispers and infernal anguish as his only company. Now, there's only one thing left for us to do before Zhao has to return to the everlasting shackles of his duty. These shackles that I am confident can be broken, can be ground to dust. It's time for the fireworks. Only one last joy, one last beautiful memory I can offer to my dear Zhao. I purchased a portable firework launcher a while back, a neat little gadget created by the Artisan Panjay. It might not be quite the same as launching real citywide fireworks, but it can serve today's purpose well. A modest, private firework show has its own charm, no? There's only one problem. I may have forgotten to change the types of firework I left into the launcher when I was testing its functionality. A bunch of heart-shaped fireworks. Oh god, the embarrassment. We are watching a bunch of heart-shaped fireworks. Of all types of fireworks I've crafted, I just had to be these ones. I must have been thinking Zhao when I made these. No, I was definitely thinking of Zhao. I was thinking of him every second I spent building an entire town just for him. I am hopelessly in love, aren't I? What else could possibly cobble me to do all of this? I feel so embarrassed. A whole town built for just one person. A whole festival designed for just one person. A whole feast prepared for just one person. Making oaths, calling him my dear. Please, oh please don't notice. Please don't look at me right now. Please don't say anything. Please don't think of anything. Please don't question anything. Please don't imagine anything. Please don't find out like this. Oh, stars! Anything but this! These fireworks. No! Okay, that was peak comedy. So, okay. So what can I do next? Huh. Okay, I had this. Let's hop into this and reassure him. Xiao? If at any point you want to leave the harbor, don't hesitate to tell me. Speak to me, should you have any concerns. If you feel uncomfortable or the atmosphere wears you down, you have any reason, it's alright to leave. Don't force yourself for my sake. Don't force yourself to stay for my sake. We can leave together and go elsewhere. I will follow you. There's no reason to insist on staying in Irrregular Harbor if Xiao is feeling miserable. I know he has the tendency to disregard his own needs, but that is not allowed under my watch. Remember that we can celebrate Lantern Ride our own way. We haven't even entered the harbor, yet you are proposing that we leave? Human interaction really is troublesome. Okay, you got me there. I would like you to enjoy the festival and have a pleasant time in the harbor. Staying there is meaningless if you don't feel well, so please let me know if something bothers you. I will keep that in mind. He will keep that in mind, but whether he will actually speak up is another matter entirely. Out of fear of turning into an annoyance before our evening even begins, I choose to press no further. Alright. Could it be that I'm worrying too much? Could it... I'll watch him closely at any rate. Shall we go then? Okay, we can now skip. So, this time I will choose the matching stars. A pair of small ornamental stars. I'm not sure what they are made out of, but they have a lovely golden sheen. Unexpectedly, Xiao takes the small stars off the stall and holds them in front of me. If we want to buy a keepsake, we could get this one. It reminds me of you. You always shine with the radiance of a star. Oh my god, here goes the rizzing again. Oh my! Where did that come from? I could feel my cheeks turning red at an alarming speed. Sometimes Xiao just says certain things with a straight face and alright. At a loss of words, that was all I could muster at that moment. Thus we purchased a pair of lovely star ornaments, and we kept one each. They shall be our little okay. So, now we choose for him. Would you like me to choose some dishes for you? Yes, I'm not familiar with model food, so I would not know what to order. You know my taste, so I trust your judgment. You can order for me. I flip through the menu and pick up a few things that might be to his liking. Okay, is it still the same? Rice buns are soft and have a fluffy texture. Xiao is very particular about the textures of food, so this should be an acceptable appetizer for him. Stone Harbor delicacies. This could work as a main dish. An apt choice considering our location right now. It's a simple, down-to-earth dish. Delicious, but not too intense. It should be in agreement with his tastes. We can't forget the drinks. Yunlei white tea, a soft aroma with a sense of freshness, made of a particular rare blend, so it's very expensive. But the cost is insignificant compared to the treasure sitting next to me. I think that's a bit, how should I put it, confident, but I think she means that he sits next to her, not that she sits next to him and not the other way around. Lastly, almond tofu, a contingency plan in case everything else fails. Xiao shall not leave this table hungry. I know he would not complain, but no amount of adaptable blood running through his veins would change my mind. An empty stomach is an empty stomach. Okay. The Yunlei white tea aroma from earlier. Perhaps. No, that doesn't seem right. Sweet rain of... Yeah, okay, it's the same. Okay, Xiao looked affectionately at the star ornament in his hand. Thank you. Yeah, okay, it's the same. Is it the same? Yeah, okay. Then we just look at the last option here. A pair of small ornamental ginkgo leaves made out of amber that shines in lovely golden colors. Ginkgo leaves are often invoke memories of my first meeting with Xiao. Paimon and I had just arrived at Wangshu Inn at Moon Carver's behest, looking for the hidden adeptus of Daihor Marsh in order to deliver a message of utmost importance. When we've reached the top, there was nobody on the balcony, only golden ginkgo leaves twirling in the wind. And then there was a mysterious yet charming voice. When I turned around, Xiao was suddenly there, looking at me with those captivating eyes of his. I take the ginkgo ornaments in my hands for a closer examination. Yes, they are lovely, and there are 2 of them, so we can keep one each. Is this the one you like? I think my heart has already settled on it. Ginkgo leaves remind me of our first meeting. The balcony was full of them that day, dancing in the breeze under the sunlight. And then you appeared out of thin air. It was kind of magical. Is that how you perceived our meeting? Some details were omitted naturally. We currently have an audience, so I don't want to talk about it too much. Your mind occupies a very different world from that which is your body inhabits. Why do you say that? Truth be told, I know the answer well, but I find myself unable to curb the urge for some light teasing. Do you not think yourself as magical? Oh my! The absurdity of this question. Alright, if that is the one you like, we should get it and then be on our way. Xiao turned his back on me, signifying the impatience to leave. Thus we purchased a pair of pretty ginkgo ornaments and kept one each. Okay, good. Can completely skip over that again. Okay. Xiao looked affectionately at the ginkgo leaf ornament in his hand. Okay, that was everything on that part. Okay. Okay. I think, yeah, share my stories. Of course! I'm always happy to make time for you, and I will gladly share my stories with you. My tales offer an opportunity for Xiao to discover other nations, places he has never visited, and things he cannot experience. It's a way of him to get a glimpse of the life outside his duty, of the world past Liyue's borders, of the cosmos beyond Tevat's firmament, and of the universe in the seas of stars. If Xiao is not yet ready to accept a life for himself, recounting my stories to him is the least I can do to maintain his frail connection to the world. The world that he is so convinced on believing he has no place for him. Hanging by the flimsy thread he calls duty, to be tossed away when the sun sets on this area. No, never again. Never again will Xiao live away, detached from the beautiful world he guards so earnestly. Not as long as it is within my power. These days, there is a ray of hope to be found, buried deep within the crevices of his soul. Therefore, for this particular occasion, I shall choose some notably fun and interesting anecdotes to share. No struggles and difficulties. Only fun stories. Okay. So we skip through that because I guess we can now take this route here. If Xiao catches me ogling at him like that, he will feel very uncomfortable. I can't do this to him. Memories of our first shared meal resurfaced to mind. I caught a glimpse of Xiao's joy when eating almond tofu. His flustered reaction was so adorable. Wait. This is not helping me distract my mind. I hesitantly chased those memories away to get back on schedule. So, we take the doll this time. Doll? You once retrieved a little girl's doll, didn't you? How do you know this? During my travels, I met a little girl called Luo, a child who lives in Qingxi village. Little Luo told me of a handsome adapter she met once. Villagers had stolen her doll, and the adapter kindly recovered it for her. The doll I'm holding in my hands right now is a different one, though still a popular doll sold in leeway shops, but I placed it here among the other items as both decoration and as a conversation starter. Was it this sweet story that compelled me to buy this doll? At any rate, the cute story caught my interest, so I asked little Lo if she could tell me more about it. There was one tiny detail that immediately identified the adapters. When little Luo smiled at him, he didn't smile back. Oh, yeah, sure. It's like, so when she smiled at him, he was like, cringe. Nah, Xiao is not like that. It's just, I just wanted to point that out, but yeah. Xiao is not one to smile, but that does not take away from his kindness. I've been witness to a few tiny smiles of his. They are exceptionally rare, and it took considerable bonding and a very long time for me to be blessed with such a sight. Yes, it truly is a blessing, because I recognize how meaningful it is for him to smile so genuinely. The few times he's touched by the ever so fragile, short-lived joy. And that for someone like him, one who carries the scars of a cruel world, the boundaries of trapping pestilence within him so that others may not suffer. To have the strength to smile, still, the conviction to remain gentle. Little Lu and I now share the common goal of wanting to make Xiao smile more often. This image of his sincerely smiling face motivates me to work harder, so that I may enjoy it more often. I should bring him to little Luo one of these days. Have them met, show him how much people adore him. Your good deeds don't go unnoticed. I've met a lot of people that were helped or saved by you, although most of them are likely unaware that who it was that helped him. Zhao tends to avoid unnecessary according to him interactions. People only see a flash of light and then it's all over. They only see a scary mask that instantly fades into the shadows. I do not perform my duty for any form of recognition. It's recovering a children's toy is a part of your job description? Okay, she got you there. Xiao, you have a very gentle heart. I do not understand. Just telling you exactly what I see. Your kindness is what makes you so admirable. And beautiful. Well, aside from your natural beauty, that is. Xiao looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end he just resigned with a sigh. I was just ready to start listing all the things I like about him. Fortunately, my mind had the grace to hold my mouth. I fear that he might consider it a tease, as me bringing insincere, as me being insincere. Zhao does not think very highly of himself, so showering him with compliments might very well have the opposite of the intended effect. Words don't get through him so easily. There is a right time and place for everything. What I said to him earlier is enough for now. So I think that's it for that now, no? Right. Okay, so we have all endings so far here. So I guess we can go into the next section. But before that, can I go back? Let me go back. Okay, anyway, I will make a short break. We'll go to the toilet, we'll get some new drinkies, and we'll be back in a few seconds, a few minutes. Until then, see you in a few minutes. But I'm unable to fucking speak again. So, right back we are. I got my drinkies, I got my snackies, and I was Was distracting myself for a second so I again can recompose myself. So we can then start into the second section, I guess. And I had to open my window because needed some fresh air into my room. So, oh god, I can't. Oh god, I can't fucking read that. When led astray, you show the way. Okay, I saw the thingy. Okay, let's dive into it. It always follows me. Darkness. The deep abyss of the universe. The stars of the endless sea shine within all their might, for they waver. The dark void is sure to devour them in all an instant. Our homeland too was swallowed in a moment of weakness, when light was no longer strong enough to illuminate the pitch-black corners, the fissures through which darkness poured on the fragile land. We all saw it, the moment when light dimmed. There was no coming back from the fate of searing destruction. And though it was the height of folly to resist against the law of the universe, what else was there for us to do but to raise our weapons high to confront the star-devouring darkness? Indeed, it was a fool's errand. There was not a single soul who dared to harbor false hopes and delusions for all the tomorrow that would never arrive, of a sun that would never rise again, to disperse the lightless night. There was no sun, no moon, no stars. Frigid void, bitter darkness. Drops of rain darker than black fell from abyssal clouds that contaminate the world. They seeded through the most narrow of crevices. They filled every gap with murk. Black fires, more foul than rotting death, burned all life to ashes, incinerated the very fabric of reality. All existence burned in flames of deep darkness, only to then be washed away by waves of the merciless void. And when the relentless, sinister winds swept away the dust, there was nothing left. Nothing. The final glittering lights of our world were blown away into the cosmos, erasing any trace of existence of the place we once called home. Were those memories not so vivid, I would have dared to call them a dreadful dream, a fabrication of a restless mind, an amalgamation of experiences I've accumulated over our long journey across the stellar ocean. So that's always a thing that comes to my mind, because right now we, the audience, do not really know where the twins came from. Were they from Khaenri'ah? Because I sincerely doubted till today. I really, really doubt that the twins originate from Khaenri'ah, because it would a bit too easy on my part. They still knew about it, yeah, but they would have talked about it, because even though we know that the travelers' memories had either been messed or tampered with, is one thing, but then the Abyss twin should either also know or they had also been messed with in their head, because otherwise I would sincerely believe that they would really already have said about, yeah, I'm from Khaenri'ah. And yeah, so the only thing I have in mind is that they really came from an unknown kind of place, from an outer space place basically, and someone traveled to Teyvat, because even though the flowers Lumine wears in her head are called the Intevats, yeah, they are certainly not from Teyvat. And Any further things I would say could be potential spoiler to bedtime stories, so I will not speak them out loud right now, and just say it's still very intriguing that we have not known anything about the twins' past so far, and that we, for hell, will not get any more logs in the Traveler's character log, which is also a bit annoying sometimes, because we are basically walking towards 5.0, towards the supposedly second last nation in Teyvat, but we have yet nothing new about the Travelers, at least in the logs wise, if you know what I mean. So yeah, would be nice if we would finally get more to know about that, but yeah. Oh, if only it was a nightmare that had emerged from the recess of my mind, an attempt to process the many tragedies I've witnessed in the countless worlds we have descended upon. Yet, despite the calamities we've lived through many times over, the deep darkness, devouring stars, and heavens alike remains the most intense memory of all. It was not a dream. It was the reality we had to carry with us as we've transceived the lonely universe, passing by the myriad of the stars, looking for the one whose light burns so brightly that no shadow can ever devour it. I have to fucking plug my headset in, and otherwise it would leave my side very, very fast, and I can't have that. So give me a shorty secchi to just fucking get my headset plugged. So give me a sec. Yeah, that's the fucking that's what I fucking get for not plugging in my headset overnight. It was the reality we had to carry with us as we traveled the lonely universe, passing by the myriad of stars, looking for the one whose light burns so brightly that no shadow can ever devour it. But in this forlorn sea of the cosmos, so determined to engulf all there is in a lightless void, what star could ever hope to overcome the darkness? Even the most brilliant light casts a shadow when it shines. I was content with meeting the end while holding my brother's hand. In my heart I knew that darkness will always catch up to us, no matter how far we go, no matter how fast we fly. Yet, never did I think to yield. We would be together, my brother and I. We would face the darkness together, holding on to each other as the stars flickered and as the final glint faded away. Then Ether walked away. He turned his gaze away from me to look into the abyss, to walk towards the disquieting darkness. So then, I ask what is there left for me. A single dim light, awaiting night's arrival. Slowly I open my eyes, as my thoughts finally trail back to the present. I hear the droplets falling in the dark, cold and damp corner of stone. The sound echoes throughout the emptiness, a lasting impression that I am sitting at the edge of a thin glass. A single step in any direction, and wingless as I am, there will only be downward journey for me thereon. Should that be the case, what would I be falling away from? My eyes follow a small trail of modest gleam. The light from the shimmering surface attempts to illuminate the dark chasm. Okay. Okay, we have a decision right away. Wow. So, okay. We are overriding this. Because then we have the others here and we have the other saves. The other saves are not needed for now anymore. We try to reach for the light first. Light. There is still light. I can't follow you, Ether. My heart calls for you, dear brother, but my soul will always reach for the light, however futile it may be. I still wish to believe in you and the promise of a reunion, but I simply do not understand you. Ether, I have always been together, and we have always understood each other. Yet, now we are apart, and there are large gaps between us. It is terrifying. The chills of dread and further cut through my bones. Maybe I will finally come to understand my brother when I reach the end of my journey, as per his request. Or maybe I will not, and the answers will forever elude me. Maybe I will never understand Ether at all, and from now on there will always be that bitter gap between us. Or worse yet, I might find myself standing on the other side as his sword clashes against mine. A frightened thought, a horrifying reality. I squeeze my hands against my chest in a hopeless attempt to uproot my heart's pain and throw it down the deep chasm, never to be felt again. Ah! But where did I not for this heart of mine? Now would I experience other emotions. I turn my gaze to the faint shimmer from the world above. The flickering gleam reaching beyond the darkened stone. An ethereal gap between us is what may be awaiting me at the end of this journey. Even so, despite the pain deep in my soul for tearing away, I cannot disregard my own conviction, my desires, and my heart that wants to reach for the light. I wiped the tears that began to form around my eyes, not allowing them to flow. With eyes fixated on that single thread of luminous hope, I stand up, in spite of my wobbly legs, and I take the first steps to come out of the dark cave I had holed up myself in. Even if my heart remains fractured, even if I am truly terrified of the distance formed between us, I still choose to follow the light, because there is someone waiting for me in return. My unsteady gait soon regained its former strength as the image of my beloved person shone into my memories. Never did I think there would be another someone who would find his way into my locked heart. If not for me, then at least for his sake, I must reach out for the light again. At last, I walk past the cold rocks and frigid minerals, the forgotten and abandoned mining tools, to reach the waypoint. I've spent far too long in this solitary darkness, with bleak stone as my only company. And so I touch the waypoint, which emits warm light and faint sounds of eeriness. The vast network of magical threads spreading throughout Teyvat appears in my mind. I can feel the presence of every waypoint I've ever activated and every statue of the seven I've resonated, no matter how far from my current location they may be. With my mind settled on my destined location, light courses through my body, not unlike the powers I used to wield before the disastrous meeting with the unknown god. Before long, the oppressive atmosphere and the hollow sounds of the chasm fade into memory. When I open my eyes, I find myself on the chasm's surface, standing by the statue of the seven. Rex Lapis is casting his protective gaze over the land he fought so hard to preserve. The sun is shining over this land with an exquisite brilliance. The air is clean, fresh, and even a little warm despite the alleviated altitude. The soil underneath my boots is soft. No more gravel and rugged stone from which nothing grows. Auburn grass surveys to the rhythm of the breeze, and so does my golden hair. Yes, this is where I should be. And there is someone who should be here with me. I'm concentrated on reciting Zhao's name in my heart. A moment passed that was so brief I had no time to blink. I'm here. Did something happen? Or did you want to see me? As always, Zhao answers my summons no matter where I am, nor what time it is. His promise to me is like an oath written in eternal stone, on that even the heavenly principles could not hope to erode. And yet, there is no contract, no obligation, no duty. There is no ropes, no chains, no shackles. No expectation to receive favors in return. It is simply his sincere desire to keep me safe, his devotion to our bond, his loyalty to our friendship, and his love for the one who wishes to have him in her life. Upon seeing him again, the image of the person who protects me from all harm, and upon hearing his voice, the sound of the one who silences dark thoughts, I find peace again. Zhao! Yes, I wanted to see you. The past will always haunt me. Even if I try to bury the recollections, those experiences will always hover over the edge of memory and emerge from the depths where there is a moment of vulnerability in my heart. I may never escape grief and despair, but it is something I've learned to live with and find joy in spite of it, with my brother by my side. Then Ether was taken by the abyss while my wings were clipped. And so I fell down the endless void, but there was a hand that reached out to me. He might not have realized what it meant to me, but it was what made it all the more sincere. It was Zhao, of course. Although I cannot help but sometimes take a peek at the darkness flowing behind my back, and although I cannot pretend the fear of falling into there, Zhao will be here to catch me, catch this wingless star. That was one of the most best descriptions you could fucking tell about the Traveler Lumine in that case. A wingless star. That's a very, very adequate description. Holy moly. That day on the Jade Chamber, that he caught me from the air and then held me so gently afterwards, left a seed in my heart. That seed soon blossomed into a pure flower with rains so strong that it could hold my heart in place, so that not a single piece may fall. No fragments shall fall, no pieces shall scatter. My heart will stay whole, so long as he holds it. I see. I'm glad you called me, so I can see you too. May I hug you? Yes. I pull Zhao into my embrace, with no delay. For Zhao, there is still a fair amount of reluctance and reservation when it comes to this show of affection, so this type of intimacy between us. A part of it is likely a scar from antiquity, when a certain someone whose name does not deserve to be remembered has no qualms about disregarding Zhao's boundaries. It may also be the long solitude he has endured that caused him to forget the warmth of a caring touch. But Zhao does not dislike it. Somewhere deep in his heart, he craves to touch and to be touched. He affectionately wraps his arms around me, returning the embrace. Ah, so warm and soft and tender. So good and right. Truly, this is where I belong. I feel Zhao's heart rate increase, but so does mine. We stayed like this for a good while. No words we exchanged, only our heartbeats. Then I finally remembered that I had summoned him here suddenly, and as a result, I may have pulled him away from some other matter, so I let him go, despite my heart's protests. I hope I'm not interrupting you from your duties. It's fine. I will make time for you. There was once a time when he would refuse to stay, and then a time when he would reluctantly say, I have some time, but now there is only I will and for you. Does that mean we could spend the rest of the day together? Yes, I would like that. However, I thought you had left Liyue. What brought you back so soon? I had a matter to take care of, so I returned, but I changed my mind. I would rather spend time with you. Oh. If you require assistance, I can help. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I realized it would be a fruitless endeavor. There is no need to pursue it. So instead of wasting my time on meaningless tasks, I would prefer to be with you. Bearing my wayward mind space from earlier, I have difficulty staying away from Zhao. In the past, he was another friend I would see once in a while. Then he was a dear friend I wished to visit frequently. And before long, I realized my heart was yearning for more. To discover the feelings were so mutual, yet Zhao denied his heart increasingly pained me greatly. Now that we are here with our newly formed bond of love, how could I possibly stay away? There are so many things I wish to do with him, and there are so many things to explore. New facets of our bond, new sides of Zhao I have yet to see. The soft, intimate, vulnerable, yet incredibly beautiful sides of him that I've only ever seen glimpses of. Zhao can be himself in my presence. Not the terrifying bloodhound, not the guardian Yaksha, and not the conqueror of demons. Just Zhao. I want to experience all of who he truly is and grow together with him, so that I may discover things about myself too. But I understand his concerns about karma, and he still have a mission, my journey, to complete, so we have to be apart at times, however much my heart may ache. In time, he might feel more comfortable with the idea of spending an extended amount of time in my presence. My strength grows with each day that passes. My resistance to his karma will increase. I have not given up on yet on the hope that karmic debt could be reduced. That is another reason for me to take on my journey in stride. Who knows, maybe one day Zhao will actually join me on my travels. His contract with Rex Lapis was nullified quite a while ago. It has been years. The chains holding Zhao back are entirely personal matters. I shall patiently wait for him to figure it out. Until then, I ought to honor our agreement. Although it's not a contract per se, I still do not dare to break the terms we settled upon. Zhao needs time to process all of this, and I do not wish to rush him, to push him too far, or to pull him too hard. Time is not a luxury we lack. This private, intimate journey we've embarked on together has its own beauty and fascination. There is no need to rush. I wish to hold Zhao's hand and walk with him side by side until the invisible, intangible, yet ever so firm and palpable shackles around his heart disappear, never to return again. That said, today I'm selfish. It has not been too long since our temporary adieu, but I missed him so. My delirium earlier caused me to crave Zhao's heart-mending presence all the more. Thankfully, he seemed to agree with my request, so It is time to leave all that baggage behind. Let those thoughts, those fears, those worries, and everything else there is to dissipate in the air. Let them be carried away by the whirling winds. There's only room for glee and joy now. In that case, I have a suggestion to make. I would like to take you on a date. A date? Did I hear that right? I've consulted with Goldert as she recommended this activity as something couples do. So that's how this came to be. I can count on Goldert's respect for the vigilant Yaksha not to dare making any outrageous suggestions to him. She's right about that. Couples do go on dates. Is this what Zhao does in his free time when we are apart? Researching how to be a partner? Yeah, I made a little fiction of that myself one time, where I wrote a little one-shot where Zhao basically consults multiple people about how to act and to behave in Lumine's presence. Like, he asks Cloud Retainer, who's all like, oh, I can make you something. Or fucking Zhongli being like telling him a whole essay about that. Asking people like Goldert or Ganyu, and Ganyu's all the like, oh my god, that's so sweet. And yeah, it's super, super funny. I can actually see Zhao being like that, yeah, asking people for advice. There's something to be said about us not having to be like other couples. It is wholly unnecessary for us to force our bond into what is commonly and traditionally considered a romantic relationship. The bond that exists between us has nothing to do with outsiders. It is up to us to define what is and how it is. That's also such a very true thing to say. Like, who are other people to decide how people in a relationship have to behave or act or to spend their time with? Like, there is one episode of Winx Club in season 5 I absolutely loathe. I always hate it, and I always most exclusively skip this episode because I hate it so much, because it basically tackles that whole thing. I do not want to go deeper into that, but let's just say there's an episode about being a couple and how to act as a couple, and I hate it because it's so fucking toxic. And yeah, let's go back to the happy things right now. Besides, I'm perfectly fine and willing to go at Zhao's pace and to slowly build this relationship together, discovering what each one of us likes and what we are comfortable with. Still, Zhao has taken the role of being my partner very seriously. A bit too seriously, perhaps, and appears to be trying his utmost to be a suitable companion for me. I don't want to dismiss his sincere efforts so long as he is not hurting himself in the process. It took a long time for Zhao to accept my love, and even longer for him to recognize his own feelings, to say nothing of him learning to accept that he does indeed deserve to have his dreams granted. He had accepted friends and companions in his life, but taking it a step further, to a life that would tie the two of us together for the rest of time, was absurd and irrational according to him. He refused to the mere notion of a relationship between us, citing all the manner of issues that came with his life. His karmic debt, his eternal duty, his blood-dyed past, his completed inexperience. The list went on and on. Honestly, it was almost intriguing to see the amount of problems he was able to list. And it did not end there. He tried to refute every solution, he rejected every argument, and insisted I deserved better, that what he had to offer, which, according to him, was not much, Yet the truth of the matter was that Zhao did not think of himself as having the right to dream. As the last time he harbored any desires, they were turned into shackles of agonizing torture as he found himself drowning in blood. It took a lot of effort from both sides to reach the point where we are at now, so I shall let him do it as he pleases, so long as he doesn't push himself too hard. Besides, how could I possibly say no to a date with Xiao? One that he initiated himself, no less. To say that I'm not delighted would be a bold lie. I wonder what he has prepared because, oh stars, I'm absolutely certain he's thought long and hard over this and only came forward with the suggestion through planning. I would love to go on a date with you. That's a relief. Did you honestly think I would refuse? I lacked a proper experience on this matter. You are very patient and understanding of my inadequacy, however. Oh no. None of that. Nuh-uh. I'm sorry. None of that either. You have said that you enjoy my gifts and that I only need to follow on my own pace. I believed you, but... I took his hand in mine, giving it a light squeeze to express the unspoken words of our bond. I know how hard it is to fight against the fears that have taken root in your heart. I am no different, so I understood. It was mere moments ago that I was holed up in a dim cave underground, wallowing on my own woeful thoughts. It is inevitable that he might relapse into old habits and old thought patterns once in a while, but I will always hold his hand, just as he will hold mine. Neither of us will drown in the sea of darkness. Even when the dolorous ropes attempt to drag us through the depths, we will keep each other afloat. I have prepared a date for you. For us. And we are going to enjoy it. Yes. Though I am sure this was not quite enough to calm his nervousness, there was no less hesitation in his voice. I understand Zhao. He truly wants to make this a good date for me, but he lacks the confidence due to how novel and unfamiliar this newly formed relationship is to him. Doubtly so for one who once lived in solitude. His worries came from a place of love. Every word he has ever spoken to me was from a place of genuine care and concern. Even the harsher words he uttered to me in the past originated from his gentle heart. Well then, where would you like to take me? I wrapped my arms around his shoulders, inviting him to take me into his arms, to carry me away from the land of tangible dreams and or honoric wishes that is our date. When thinking of places you might enjoy, a few locations came to mind, so I've prepared two options. Two options? Not only did he organize the date, but he included options too? You are talking about your inadequacy while doing all those lovely things for me. Oh, Zhao. Many could only dream of having such a sweet partner as you. I truly am fortunate that our lives crossed paths and the universe allowed us to find each other. Between a quiet bamboo forest and the flowing waterfalls, which one would you prefer? That's quite the choice. A leisurely stroll in a quiet bamboo forest would be most pleasant, to say nothing of a marvelous, if not magical atmosphere it would provide. On the other hand, waterfalls of ever-flowing crystalline waters would be a beautiful sight, and the sound of running waters calms the mind, which would be very welcome for the both of us. Oh great, another point where the paths possibly cross. Do we take the bamboo? The cheeky bamboo? Or let's take the waterfalls. I like waterfalls. The waterfalls are very scenic. It's an excellent spot for a date. Whenever Paimon and I pass a range of waterfalls, I can't help but to stare in awe. There is a form of unrestrained yet elegant energy to be found there. A spectacle of perpetually flowing waters. The wonders of nature indeed. There is a belief in Liyue that the sound of running water aids in attaining emotional stability and provides an overall sense of well-being. Meanwhile, in Inazuma, waterfalls are running waters. In Inazuma, waterfalls and running waters are scared. A person standing under the waterfall is cleansed of spiritual impurity. After the turbulent thoughts swirling in my head earlier, seeking the rolling waters to cleanse the mind is only natural. Alright, let's go. Xiao lifts me in his arms, gently and carefully holding a rare treasure most precious to him. In a blink of an eye, we find ourselves in front of the marvelous waterfalls. I recognize them as the waterfalls northeast of Mount Arkon. They are truly magnificent. The cascading waters are sparkling underneath the sun rays. They shine in iridescent hues of aquatic green and blue. Alright, Kimi, then thanks for lurking around and have fun. Amid the stones that have been conquered by moss, there are proud ginkgo trees, shining with golden luster. The stillness of abyssal darkness fades in memory as I immerse myself in the ever-flowing lights. Now that we are here, there is something I would like to show you. You once suggested that I should acquire some hobbies, things to do when I'm resting from my duties, which is a more frequent occurrence now that Liyue is in the hands of mortals. At the time, Zhao was convinced someone like him was capable of a little more than dabbling in death, so the suggestion was not very successful. Even if he had come to accept himself as more of a hero and less of a senseless slaughterer, he was still unable to believe that he may indeed possess the ability to partake in the creation of beautiful things, like playing music or performing a dance. At a later date, I convinced him to play Genius Invocation. Oh, dragging him down the rabbit hole, playing the TCGs. How I fucking long for a fucking TCG buddy in the forms of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I fucking am a sad fox who just wants to play Yu-Gi-Oh! With friendies. But, well. He only agreed because I was the one to ask. Xiao was happy to be in my company and did not concern himself with what it was exactly that we did together. But perhaps something changed for him that day. I decided to heed your advice, and so I've learned a new skill. My curiosity is piqued. What kind of skill did he choose to learn? Was it one I had suggested or something entirely different? I am wholly fascinated by Zhao's interests, especially now that he is willing to acknowledge them and to share his thoughts with me. Whatever you may have picked, I'm very proud of you, Zhao. I was advised to keep it a surprise for you, so I did not talk about it. There is a hint of guilt in his voice, as if deliberately hiding something from me is a grave sin. Don't worry about it. Keeping it a surprise makes it more exciting. I will be back. Xiao vanishes into thin air, presumably returned to Wang Shu Inn, so that he may produce a necessary item. Okay, now I am fucking curious. He then returned so quickly that I had no time to ponder over what the item in question might be. Well, there's no need for such a question. There is now a gaslighting bamboo flute in Zhao's hand. A glisten, not gaslighting. What am I reading right now? Music. Did he learn how to play the flute? Did Zhao learn how to play music? I asked Madame Ping if she could teach me how to play tunes. He did! He actually learned to play the music that he is so clearly adores. Zhao is taking steady steps towards learning how to enjoy his life despite his circumstances. Zhao, that's wonderful! I'm really happy that you allowed yourself to enjoy something you like. I choose the flute because you said it would suit me. And I still do believe that. You can control Anemo, so a wind instrument makes the most sense, no? That resonating is so frivolous. I almost like something your traveling companion would say. Ouch. To have my reasoning compared to that's not that far off. Traveler and Paimon have a lot in common, actually. I'm serious though. I do like the sound of flutes, so that was another reason I chose to learn this instrument. I also think you would look very elegant while playing the flute. Someone as beautiful as you should be playing an equally beautiful instrument. In that case, I shall grant your wish. I'm not very proficient at playing the flute, but I will try. Don't worry, will be wonderful because it's you. You always say such things. As if you don't say the very same things to me. I wonder why. I still have difficulty in understanding what you see in me. But I am grateful you choose to let me be part of your life and choose to remain in Teyvat with me. I will do my best to be a suitable partner for you and offer you the right things. Zhao. You already offered me the most important gift of all. Accepting my love and giving me yours in return. It happened so suddenly, I had no time to process it. Zhao pulled me in his embrace and held me tightly, though not forcefully. He is always gentle and caring and warm. Ah, my heart is pounding so loudly I would expect Zhao to comment on it, yet he says nothing. He only holds me close. My hands move intrinsically to return the embrace. We stay like this is for a time, listening to the calming sounds of ever-flowing waters and feeling each other's warmth. Zhao once insisted that he was not capable of bringing happiness and joy, that his gloomy life would cast a shadow on the bright starlight glow that I am. But if that were the case, then how would you explain the bliss I feel in this single moment where every evil and darkened thought seems so far away? If that were the case, how would you explain the feeling of belonging that I have finally found in Zhao's arms after eons of traversing through the stellar oceans? I smile from the bottom of my heart, not only for having found Zhao, but also for everything right and good he has offered to me. Indeed, his love is everything, honest and tender and warm. The only kind of love that could move the heart of a traveler who has journeyed for too long and has forgotten how to believe in a new world, in a life, in a new home. But the traveler has learned to believe again, and it is all thanks to you, Zhao. You who knows how to play the tunes of my heart. That's also a very interesting thing, because if we remember back to the We Will Be Reunited quest line, more quest, it was not a quest line, it was an Archon quest, so where Traveler met the Abyss sibling for the first time since the separation. Yeah, it was all the way back then in, I think it was 1.6 or something like that. It was before Inazuma came out, where the Traveler, for all purposes, would just say, oh, there you are, let's leave. Let's leave and go somewhere else. And yeah, the Abyss sibling basically shut them down. And yeah, and now we are basically at the pace where the traveler really would consider Teyvat being their home. That's very interesting in a journey we've came along in those 4 years of having the game with us, which is pretty interesting if you ask me. But yeah, let's continue. Well then, will you play some music for me? Upon hearing my request, Xiao lets go of me and sits down in the shade of the small ginkgo tree growing on a tiny rock island amid the rolling streams. That's not the sound of a flute, but okay. Soon enough, Xiao's euphorious tunes resound in the valley, resounded under the wafting breeze curling around us, resound over the crystalline waters glittering under the sunlight. Maybe it's because I'm not an expert in music, and maybe it's because I'm in love, but Xiao's tunes are beautiful and magical like no other. Yeah, the fucking pink glasses can do a lot in that regard, but that's not a bad thing, let's be real. I was so right that Xiao's playing the flute would be an incredibly elegant sight. The marvelous scenery, the glee in my heart, the magical tunes, that the beautiful sight of an ethereal adeptus playing music only for me made me fall deeper and deeper in love. And then... Okay, that's pretty cute, but it looks a bit eerie, but I guess that's just the sight. And then my body moved on its own, following the rhythm of a melody made of tender love. How could I not respond to this affectionate message, to this melodic conversation between us? No wonder no words were spoken, yet all words were said. No explanations given, yet all was understood. So I danced away, under the shimmering lights of the sun, over the glistening waters that nature led, that nurture the land, in front of my beloved, whose presence soothes my soul. Our hearts beat as one, during this wordless conversation, where all love was expressed. Once Xiao ran out of tunes he knew to play, our precious moment had to end. That was no cause for sorrow, however. There will be many more such lovely times for us to share. This is but the beginning of our long tale. Indeed, our story carries on as we take a leisurely stroll along the bamboo bridge, holding each other's hands and never letting them go. The old mossy wooden planks creaky beneath our steps, but for two lovers drunk on each other's bliss, even that sounds melodic. I did not expect that you would start dancing. How could I not, when you played so beautifully? Did I? So I hope you will play more songs for me in the future. If I have the opportunity to see you dance again, then I will be sure learn many tunes to play. When you put it that way, I'm not even that good of a dancer, but I will dance for you anytime. You only need to ask. You looked beautiful to me, like a luminous crystal fly dancing on dew. Wow. If you actually knew the lore of the fucking crystal flies, that's fucking amazing. Ah, I have hair in my mouth. The way he said it without so much as a hint of hesitation. Yet I know every word is sincere. These are not the honeyed compliments of courtship. These are the earnest emotions of a pure heart. As long as you like it, I will dance for you. Perhaps we are simply two amateurs with no artistic skill to speak of, but we find joy in each other's company, so much that such trivialities do not matter. Yeah, quite frankly spoken, if you are in love and if you just enjoy things as simply as making some music for friends and loved ones or dancing for yourself and loved ones, you don't have to be a professional. You don't have to be fucking skilled or anything crazy. Just the thought of it matters, in fact. That said, I still rarely believe that Zhao played beautifully, with maybe a few misplaced notes on occasion. Or are these thoughts of a love-struck heart? Well, no matter, details are irrelevant. We reached the other end of the bamboo bridge. Zhao led me to a small forest of dazzling ginkgo trees. Shimmering lights were breaking through the canopy, blending together with the golden branches to create a scenery of gleaming radiance. Ginkgo leaves are rolling around us, dancing in the gentle breeze to the rhythm of harmonious bird songs. A most beautiful setting for our date. Oh yeah, there it goes again, the whole bird Zhao thing. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. Bird Zhao is precious, but yeah, you know what I mean. Sorry, I had to look at my other screen for a second again, so. Have I not seen such sights before? Maybe I have, yet it is so much more enchanting witnessing these scenes while holding the hand of the one I love. I turn around to look at my beloved partner. He is calm, sincere, and a small smile yeah, a small smile has formed on his lips. A small smile has formed on his lips. And then he notices my gaze, full of adoration, only for him. Upon seeing his rosy cheeks, his slightly flustered expression being caught off guard, I cannot restrain myself, so I give him a playful kiss on the cheek. Zhao is mildly startled by the suddenness of my actions, and I thought I smiled warmly to relieve any concern. He lowers his gaze away from mine. Is there something on your mind? I do not know anything about romance, nor how to be a romantic partner for you. Zhao. He harbors such somber thoughts, oblivious of the incredibly romantic things he has said and done for me. Oblivious to the devotion he swore to me, the promise to respond to my summons no matter the time or place. Just earlier, we had the most lovely and romantic moment together, under the rolling waterfalls. What can I say to convey all feelings in a single sentence? You're being a little silly. Silly? That's not exactly what I meant to say. His concerns are genuine, and I intend to address them with honesty, yet the words that left my mouth were such. I will be happy even if all we do is just sit under a tree's shade all day while leaning onto each other. I just want to be with you. Even so, I would like to do more things for you as your partner. But Zhao, you've already done so much for me. No, I didn't mean it that way. It is my duty to keep others safe, although I recognize my will to protect you was my own wish separate from duties. As for the rest, they were merely things I did in return for your kindness. Merely, he says. Plenty of people have returned favors to me, but few are those who do so with the earnest dedication Zhao displays. And some of them were out of my own desires. Earnest, honest, sincere devotion. Like wanting to spend time with me? Yes, I understand now that even from the early days of our friendship, I felt more comfortable with you than I did with others. Not that he spent much time with anyone back then. So I wished to see you more often, and over time, I thought that it might be alright for me to seek your companionship. You would often say such to me. It took some time, but my words got through to you. They did. The rest, you know. The battle is of convincing Zhao that he deserves to have hopes and dreams, hopes, and dreams, sorry, that he deserves to have them fulfilled was sternness and long. For someone who spent his time devouring dreams and stealing people's wishes, how could he dare to harbor desires of his heart? Perhaps it was because I'm a traveler from beyond, unchained from this world's shackles, unable to judge or to be judged, that Zhao found the freedom to slowly begin admitting to me the things he wants. And when he was encouraged and assured time and again that it's okay to have those desires despite the circumstances of his past, he eventually accepted that he might deserve some happiness after all. So yeah, so one thing I also wanted to address in this stream, Xiaolumi is one of the most beloved and popular ships in the whole Genshin fandom. And I once had a conversation with someone on Twitter, or X, call it what you want, about who else could you ship Zhao with if not Lumine or Aether, the Traveler, let's just say that, because Zhao almost exclusively seems to open up to the Traveler, except maybe Zhongli, but that's more out of a devotion, dedication kind of way, because Zhongli is more or less a fatherly, parental figure to him. And the only two other people that came to mind would either be Ganyu, to be honest, or Venti. The latter, honestly, only because they were shipped because of fucking Zhao's trailer where he listened to Venti's music when he was released, if you remember that. But, I mean, he and Venti do not know each other. I mean, sure, Zhao does know of his existence, and so does Venti, but they have not interacted. And I can say, yeah, Zhao and Ganyu can have chemistry together, I guess. At the end of the day, I think the Traveler still would be the best suited partner for him if we just go in shipping terms. Maybe you could think of other people like Yanfei, I guess. Maybe Yanfei, but I think Yanfei and Zhao's personalities oppose each other too much, and I not mean that they are polar opposites. It's just, I don't know. I could make it happen, I guess, but that's just me, my fanfiction brain going haywire, and we should, yeah, go back to the game again. Thank you for being so patient with me all this time. You devoted yourself to me from the beginning. I could not possibly avert my eyes from you such sincerity. To have an ally of such loyalty by my side in a world so foreign to me, it means a lot. To have met Zhao so early in my journey, it was a form of salvation. Well, I also simply liked you, and then I fell in love along the way. I understand. Now things are different. However, I am not only a friend and a guardian, but also your partner. So, what I want to do is do for you as your partner, even if I lack the knowledge. I have observed humans before, and I have seen many things in your dreams. Oh, I might have misunderstood what Zhao was trying to tell me. My immediate reaction was to prevent him from undervaluing himself, to help him recognize his worth. It seems that he earnestly wants to be an ideal partner for me, and though I am already happy with who he is, I will not stand in the way of betterment. Yeah, so you can say what you want. If you are, like, content and satisfied and happy with your current partner, if your partner wants, I don't know, to better themselves. Like, I don't know, something as like working out or getting more knowledge, like, I don't know, making degrees or something like that. You know what I mean? There's no way you should refuse it. I mean, you know what I mean, right? I hope you know what I mean. So, yeah. Always be supportive, but in a way you are actually supportive and not just a yes person, when you know what I mean. I'm aware of some of the activities lovers engage in. Golded has also given me some advice on this matter. Ah, so despite my lack of knowledge, if it's alright, you, oh god, that's cute. I would like to try this activity known as kissing. Oh. And just like that, my heart rate jumped up to the skies. Oh, yeah, he's asking for actual kissing. Oh, that's so fucking cute. Why are you so cute? Kissing. Kissing Xiao. Us kissing. Kissing on the lips. Touching each other's lips. That thing that lovers do. Kissing. Kept telling myself that Zhao may not be ready yet to take the next step in our relationship, but did I ever ask myself? Am I ready? Thinking of it now, I am fairly sure that I will melt into liquid stardust the moment our lips touch. Yet now my eyes would not move away from Zhao's glossy lips. They must be very soft and silky. What if we really... I think I'm too nervous. You are nervous? Did you think I'm always calm just because I'm more sociable than you? All things considered, Travel is also not very sociable if we break it. I mean, more sociable than Zhao, but not as sociable as others. Not that sociable at all. Do you not know what kind of effect you have on me? I'm afraid I do not understand. Oh, dear stars and mighty cosmos. He is utterly oblivious of his own charm. My body moved before my mind had anything to say about, and soon I was hugging Zhao tightly, with my chest pressing against his. Do you not feel the way my heart is beating? I'm not so sure what exactly it is that I'm attempting to do at this moment. There's no room for reasoning in my flustered heart. I see. So you feel things like these too. Huh. Did you just chuckle? One day, I shall learn how to tease you. What? What is this declaration? I often feel this way when I'm teased by you. Therefore, if I acquire this social skill, I can do the same to you. Oh no. It's going to be over for me. I can barely withstand Zhao's charms. If he starts teasing me on top of it, it's over. I'm running on limited time here. Very limited time. Yet despite this, I understand what my heart is yearning for. An expression of love on a new level of intimacy with him. After giving myself some time to calm down, I raised my head to look at Zhao. He's delicate and gentle and would never do anything to hurt me. Also, luckily, he's not as much taller as Lumine is. He's the one I trust the most, so wholly and completely. About what you said earlier, I would like to do this with you. There was a slight reluctance at first, or perhaps it was the awkwardness of one who wants to try a new experience. But it wasn't long before Zhao moved his arm around my waist to hold me close, softly. His other hand caressed my face tenderly. Look at this guy, talking about his lack of relationship knowledge and all that, then immediately goes on to do this. My heart soars to the skies once more. I'm fairly certain my face has turned into a tomato by now. Meanwhile, Xiao, who's normally the one who shy away from such intimate moments, is now looking at me, full of confidence. Where did he find those sort of boldness? Was his discovery of my nervousness truly so great a revelation as to change the tides? Xiao must be revealing in the knowledge of what he does to my heart. Yet I do not blame him one bit, for I would do the same. Every time I would tease him, every time I was given a glimpse of that adorably flustered expression, my heart was filled with glee from his delightful reaction and the knowledge of how I stir his heart. So Xiao must be elated to know that I can be the same to me. He must be happy to know that all this time we were in fact equals, and that there was no such thing as inadequacy on his part. True, he may not know the norms of a romantic relationship, and he may not fully comprehend human standards of romance, but it matters little. He is charming in his own special way, and this is our tale to tell. He needs only to be himself and stay by my side. The rest will be untangled with time, of which we had to not lack. Xiao looks me into the eyes. Ah, his beautiful amber eyes are full of fondness and adoration for me, full of tender affection, and now full of confidence, where there was none previously. I always loved Zhao's vulnerable moments, when he's cute and shy and adorably awkward around me. It's the side of him only I get to witness, and it's ever so delightful. The others will know him as the conqueror of demons, the legendary guardian of Liyue, the mighty adeptus worthy of the greatest titles and respect. But I know him as the bashful yet earnest and sincere partner. So cute, so adorable. I wish to squeeze his cheeks. The Xiao in front of me now is one who shines with the confidence and has taken me into his arms to lead the way. So deeply adore the sight of him too. This time it is not me, it's him. I leave myself in his care. I will follow him wherever he wishes me to take me, for I know he will surely lead me above the clouds. And as he leans on closer, my already racing heart begins beating faster than a hummingbird's wings. Xiao's lips brush mine softly and delicately, like the wings of a silky butterfly. I feel his breath, the warmth of his skin on mine. As his confidence grows even more, Xiao pushes further so we could feel each other better. Sweet and gentle and delicate. His taste on my lips and my taste on his. The sensation is dizzying. The longer this moment lasts, the more intoxicating it is, the soft and tender intimacy between us, the pure emotions of our treasured love. I felt all too soon when our lips parted, the empty air now felt cold without Zhao's warmth. How was it? My mind is in a daze of dreams made of clouds and honey. Could we do it again? It felt good and sweet, and I want more of it. As you wish. Xiao leans on closer to grant my wish. I close my eyes in anticipation. His breath brushes my lips softly. Ah, to feel his silky lips once more, to indulge in his tender love as the golden leaves dance around us. I etch the sensation onto my heart so that I may carry it within me on my journeys. I engrave this memory in my mind so that I may remember what awaits me on my return. I inscribe this feeling on my soul so that I may treasure the one I love. Get something to eat for a second here. Slowly getting hungry. I'm live for 5.5 hours. Gee. Yeah, I knew that it would take longer for me because first of all, I'm a slow reader. Second of all, I read it all aloud. And third of all, I am a fucking blabbermouth when it comes to Genshin, so I need to eat something very quick. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, we can go back to business. Though this moment of bliss had to end, the emotions remained in my heart, so I buried myself into Zhao's embrace. Turn into a puddle. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, okay, we choose puddle. We choose puddle. We are now slime mean. My mind was struck in an endless loop of words I wanted to use, but I could not speak. The only thing I knew to do was to embrace Xiao tightly. Although Xiao is often quick to react to my teasing and is often a little shy and adorably awkward around my display of affection, he is also quick to recover. Yet here I am, an utter mess. So much for being the more social one of the two. All the experience I have accumulated over my long, seemingly endless journey means absolutely nothing against this man. Xiao places his hand on my head and leans his head on mine. Truly, I have fallen deep and hard. And so I whisper into his ear the only words that could summarize every thought and emotion swirling in my head. I love you. I am diligent to see Zhao's happy and self-assured, no matter the once caused him worry. He had been very careful and reluctant ever since we started this relationship. He admitted his desires and accepted my love, but there were still many things on his mind. Now there is one more concern he is rid of, and he is one step closer to finding true comfort in my company. We walk through the golden forest for a while longer, fingers intertwined, radiant smiles on our faces. When we reach a rather majestic ginkgo tree that is towering over us with pride, Xiao halts, his steps suggesting that we rest under the tree's welcoming shade. After all, I did say I would find joy even in the simplest of things as long as he is with me. Today you are in my care. I sure am. There were times when you let me rest on your lap, so I thought perhaps you might want to do the same. Over the course of our friendship, Xiao opened up to me, and at times I admitted to having lower energy or to feeling tired from the toll of his karmic debt takes on his body and his soul. After a little bit of convincing that was not passing his burdens, the ones he insisted are his own to carry, onto me, and was that I wished to take care of him. He allowed himself some respite on my lap. I wish to take care of him, for now and for eternity, because I know he will care for me just as much. Love is a conversation after all. It takes two to form a dialogue. I would like that. And so I rest my head on Zhao's lap while he gently strokes my hair the way I would often do for him. His beautiful eyes are watching over me with love and adoration. I hold his other hand close to my chest, gripping a comforting blanket to soothe my spirit. Today it was lovely. Thank you. There's still much I have planned. I'm looking forward to it. I close my eyes to revel in Zhao's tender care. Revel in Zhao's tender care. The birds' concerts amidst the leaves of golden sheen are enchanting, but not quite as much as listening to Zhao. My mind is carried back to the memory of my dear playing the flute amid the perpetually flowing azure waters, for I knew it fell into a deep and peaceful slumber under the adoring gaze and doting care of my beloved. It seems that I slept for a very long time. Must have not realized how truly exhausted I was after spending my time deep in the frigid underground, consumed by dark and somber thoughts. When I was finally given the chance for slumber, in the comfort of love, I certainly took it. Zhao did not dare to wake me, comfortable as I was, so he simply waited while continuing to care for this very traveler. Alas, I slept for far too long. So long that it was almost time for the sun to descend, to give way for the moon. Zhao would have to return to his duties, for the demons are more active at night, preying on the unfortunate souls that find themselves in the wilderness after sundown. There was, however, one last thing Zhao had prepared for us to do before the sun hid beneath the night's veil. And so we found ourselves atop the tallest mountain of the Baiju Plains. Originally, it was a part of the intended schedule Zhao had prepared for us. The golden landscape stretched out before us, from the towering peaks of Juyung Karst, of the spiraling slopes of the chasm. Ah, those anguished thoughts of raging fear that paralyzed my soul in the dark depths of the chasm now seem so distant, like they belong to a lifetime ago. I squeeze the warm hand that is holding mine so gently. Never again will I be lost in a maze of darkness. Never again will I lose my way in the dreadful sea. Zhao is the lighthouse that illuminates the harbor, the shimmering lantern of hope that guides the way, the candlelight left lit at home, waiting for the traveler to return. I turn my head to look at my beloved. It is just the two of us in a sea of golden flowers. I'm sorry about that. You put so much effort into preparing a date for us, but I ended up spending half of it sleeping. It's fine. If it was me, you would not have complained about my rest. That's true, you know me well. I'm glad that I was able to offer you some comfort today, the way you often do for me. Your company alone brings me comfort. Silly Yaksha, just having you by my side is enough. I suppose I will accept that appellation. Appellation. Never would I dare to dismiss his words and concerns as silly. I recognize the depth of his love, the sincere intentions, and the destructive efforts of Zhao's circumstances had on his mind. Still, there are times when I want to gently scold him. Perhaps the intent behind such words reached his heart. Oh, silly Yaksha, adept to silly, conqueror of silliness, generous silly. God, you missed the title. I did? Quickly run through the list of Zhao's titles in my head. There are a few I left out, like Guardian of Wang Xuan and Hero of Daihuo Marsh, which are recent additions, unlike the legendary titles he has been known as for millennia. Does he mean one of those who there are other mystical titles I have not heard of before? As I review his titles, Zhao leans closer. Conqueror of your heart. Zhao! Wow, he sure took the Rising class to its fullest. He has you right now. Checkmate. Bingo. Mau Mau. Uno. There's nothing for me to do but to bury my face in his chest. Very cute. This yaksha has become too powerful. Far too powerful. My hands moved according to the orders issued by my flustered heart, embracing Zhao, who did not hesitate to return the gesture. There's no more reluctance to speak of. Zhao squeezes me tight, but not without the gentleness that defines his very actions. Today we have taken another step forward onto this long and beautiful journey we have embarked on together. The future that awaits us will shine so brightly, its light will burn all darkness to ash. Light. Ah. Even the most brilliant light casts a shadow when it shines. But should you change its direction, even the darkest corner will be illuminated by its warmth. Great. So I will go now in reverse order, I guess. I will now pick this one where we share our thoughts. Then we will go to the other date spot, and then we will go straight to the quote-unquote descent further, because I don't hope that this hangout has bad endings, because it would be sad. Anyway, share your thoughts. Do you see now what you do to my heart? Zhao, you have nothing to worry about. You were never inadequate, never less than me. Zhao doesn't say a word. Perhaps he doesn't know what to say, so instead he places his hand on my head while leaning his head on mine. You are the only one for me. Only you. Okay, I guess it's the same. Yeah. Okay. Then the other date spot. A quiet bamboo forest sounds nice. It's an ideal place for a date. Whenever Paimon and I happen to amble through the bamboo forests, we both feel a sense of sincerity wash over us. Serenity. There I go again. Fucking confusing these two words, even though they're directly for... I should fucking put on my glasses, but I can't wear my glasses while wearing my fucking headset, as well as looking into the camera, because I tried it once and my camera had a few problems capturing my model, so yeah, I can't wear my glasses during streams. The tall bamboo trees are dense, and they are they reach for the skies, as if we have entered a secret magical place that is disconnected from the rest of the world. And despite this isolation, we feel calm and at peace. After turbulent thoughts swirling in my head, it is only natural to seek repose amid the quiet leaves of the unwavering forest. Alright, let's go. Zhao lifts me in his arms, gently and carefully, like holding a delicate flower most dear to him. In a blink of an eye, we found ourselves deep within a bamboo forest, which I recognize as the one near Qixin village. It's the largest and richest bamboo forest of Liyue, and the most perfect place to fucking farm bamboo wood, especially with the wood collector, or if you have someone like Noel who just spins to win everything. Xiao once shared with me stories of a very dense and expansive bamboo forest that existed in Liu of the past. Unfortunately, it was swept away by the endless wars that tore the lands apart. In that area, Liu's landscape was not at all what it is today. Even so, in this time of peace, this bamboo forest may be one acquire greater magnificence than what came before it. After letting me down on the deadly grass, Xiao offers his hand to me, which I take at once. Thus, our special day is to continue. Commence. Though every day spent with Xiao is special to me. We stroll through the quiet bamboo forest, holding each other's hands tightly. Manifold birds are concealed behind the delicate leaves of the myriad bamboo trees, singing praises to the beauty found within its locality. In this undisturbed, secluded forest, filled with the concerts of feathery singers, my heart is full. Xiao once tried to push me away, for he had nothing good to offer me, but this right here is everything. I do not dream of hustling life in a bustling city, nor do I care to live a life of riches and grandeur. Yes, it is quite fun to be admitted into a sea of people amidst the perpetually moving crowd, and to experience the joy of the impermanent and yet eternal excitement of the human world. But when the festival's lights turn off, when the fires burn no more, and the smoke dissipates, I wish to find a quiet place of tranquility to spend with those I love. Xiao would insist that only misery and regret await someone who wishes to intimately tie their souls to his. Yet, in this forest of wondrous serenity, with Xiao by my side, there's only bliss and happiness for me. No sorrows can ever hope to reach me. Both Shakirs and the others enjoyed bamboo forests a lot. Whenever we were granted the luxury of respite, we would choose to visit a place like this. I can clearly recognize why that was so. The tranquility of a lush bamboo forest, quiet and still, yet full of nature's songs, enduring vitality, is a remedy for a tight body and a weary spirit. Weary spirit. I think it's called weary. They would invite me to come along, so we would spend our time together in this manner. Those were the few opportunities I had to have a satisfying rest from duties. When thinking of ideal spots for a date, I recalled those memories, so I thought you might like a place like this as well. Xiao sought advice from his family of old. If the Yakshas were still alive today, I am certain they would be eager to help him prepare for an excellent date for me. Though perhaps they would be far too eager, offering Xiao the wildest proposals. Those must be some of your fondest memories with them. Recounting my tales to you has brought me the realization that our lives were not filled only with blood and slaughter. I did not mean to discuss this topic on our date. Don't worry about it. We can talk about everything you want, even if it includes less joyous topics. I am very fortunate to have met you and to have you accept me as I am. So I wish to make this a pleasant day about the two of us. My dear Zhao, if that is your wish, then I sure know how to grant it. In that case, shall I land the topic of conversation? Sure. We can talk about how cute and adorable you are. What sort of... You said you want to make this date about us. I'm simply following your wishes. Or would you prefer if we talked about your beauty and elegance instead? Xiao looks away and a slight shade of red forms on his cheeks. It is clear that he is getting flustered, and perhaps he doesn't want me to notice. Don't tease me. I love you so much. I love you too much to not to. I'm serious about what I said though. I choose to have mercy on him, so I said no more. Instead, I lightly tug at his hand, suggesting that we continue our stroll through this scenic forest. After our pleasant walk through the bamboo forest, we spot a small pavilion of woods and limestone. Bah. Despite the unnoticeable deterioration from the elements, the pavilion is still standing tall, much as like Leroy's unbending stones. How many stories has this pavilion witnessed? How many other lovers were here before us? The enduring stone shall record yet another story. Enshrouded by the iridescent marble, this is a most ideal stage for a little surprise I've been working on in secrecy. Xiao, I would like you to make a stop here. There's something I want to show you. Sure. What is it? Hopefully no more teasing, and his eyes are pleading with me. Take your seat, if you will. Despite his clear confusion, Xiao follows my words and takes a seat on the stony perch of the old pavilion. At the meantime, I take a musical instrument out of my special bag. Oh-ha! Huh. Okay, I guess it wouldn't make much difference, but I gave Lumine the lira before, and I will give it her another time. This vintage lira has quite a history behind it. It once belonged to a traveling bard, detailed from Mondstadt. Said Bard arrived in Sumeru and must have spent quite some time at the Mara village, where friendship blossomed between them and Amadaya. This lure was later given to Amadaya as a parting gift. Mondstadt has a long and standing tradition of poetry, song and music, so bards often address their instruments as partner. Being gifted with these instruments was truly a show of a strong bond between the bard and Amadaya. And now this lure has passed down onto my hands. Yeah, it's basically the lure you use to activate the Aranara songs during Sumeru's Aranara questline. Initially, I borrowed it to learn how to play Aranara tunes that have magical properties, something to aid me during my long adventures in Sumeru's rich rainforest. It was to save a brave soul named Rana, to experience the enchanting festival Utsafa, to defeat the corrosive Marana, to meet all the lovely Aranara. In the end, this lure became my own partner, and Amadaya addressed that we should not be separated. The vintage lure has truly been witness to many events, and now it shall record the story of a new love. I remember this lure. You showed it to me once you played Aranara tunes on it. What is the purpose of bringing it here? Yeah, I want to play some songs for you today. I've been learning how to play a musical instrument. Oh, so in this part we play the Uno reverse card. That's cute. Whenever you would talk about music, you sounded fascinated by it. And when you finally told me how much you enjoy melodies, it was obvious what I had to do. That is to say, I had to learn how to play music for you. As of now, I've made quite a progress on my pursuit for this modest musical career that I feel confident enough to finally play for my dear Xiao. You never cease to surprise me. Thank you for always thinking of me. Your kindness is appreciated. No need to sound so formal all of a sudden. Our bond has grown. Our connection is strong. Yet, at times I feel there is still some distance between us, an invisible wall of thin glass separating us, something that is holding Xiao back. Then, the imperceptible yet apparent barrier of glass that can be shattered, of that I am sure. But I will still take time and patience. My hand reaches out for his. A declaration of my heart that Zhao will always be and I will always be connected. His response is to curl his fingers around mine. He understands. It's alright. Still. This was meant to be a date I've prepared for you, yet I am in your care once more. I lean closer to give him a soft kiss on the cheek. That's how it should be, isn't it? Looking out for each other? Although I say so with a mischievous smile, my words are sincere and he knows it too, for there is no protest in return. With the lure in hand, my first ever performance documented by the verdant spectators of the flourishing bamboo forest. Amidst the twirling viridescent leaves shining like emeralds, I profess my love for the yaksha who owns my heart. The tranquil forest resounds with a well-known song amongst the adepti, one that had been written by Madame Ping during an era that is now lost. I know this song. Madame Ping would play it often when she still used the name of Street Ward Rambler. I can't read. I'm unable to read. I try my best, but I can't read. I learned this song from Madame Ping herself. Although Venti is the one who has been teaching me how to play the lyra, I thought it would be fitting to learn some Liyue songs, especially ones written by adepti that Zhao might have known in the past. Thus, I asked Madame Ping to teach me some of hers, melodies of the past, memories of old friends. Of course, I'm surely planning to learn how to play an assortment of varied songs from the many nations I've traversed. Just like I do with recipes, so too will I learn the tunes of other lands, so that Zhao can experience the world. I cannot compare to her yet, but perhaps I'll get there one day. You're playing beautifully. To me, your tunes are more soothing than Madame Ping's, so I would rather listen to you than anyone else. I almost missed a note, or perhaps I really did, when he spoke those compliments to me. Despite all the time we've spent together, I'm still taken aback by such romantic yet sincere words that move the heart. In return, I shall offer Zhao a splendid, heart-stirring performance, so that he can feel my love too. Such as my mind is now firmly fixated on the lyra, in hopes that my hands playing the instrument may produce the melodies and send the message my heart intends. But before long, Zhao stands up and catches me by surprise, causing me to misplay a few notes. It appears that I'm still very much a novice. Madame Ping has written words to go along with the music. I remember those words. I heard them many times when she used to play music for the adepti banquets. The adepti would often sing together and attempt to drag me into it as well. God. I can vividly imagine, like, so come on, to sing with us. When you walk away. No, I will not sing right now because I will destroy the little few lurkers I have with that. You've said many times before that you like my voice, and I think it would be suitable for singing, so I immediately stopped playing and almost just barely managed to prevent myself from letting the lyra drop from my hands. Is Xiao? Is he going to sing? Oh, sweet stars above. I would really like to hear you sing. I will try. For you. Alright, I need to calm down. Be still, my heart. Xiao is wanting for me to continue playing. Suddenly, my hands are shaking from the anticipation, and I cannot quite grasp the notes I am meant to play. Even so, I force myself to play something. Anything. Sometimes to resume the song, and hopefully recover my rhythm. My performance is rather embarrassing now. Still, I push through and start over from the beginning, so that Zhao may sing along and... Oh dear stars and mighty cosmos. This is over for my heart. His dulcet voice is so harmonious and magical, so silky and enchanting. It is nigh impossible to concentrate on playing the lyre in my hands. I fumble with many notes as I'm playing an unknown song, as if no longer know how the instrument works. Honestly, this show is a disgrace to my teacher, a pitiful performance on my part, not at all the one I wanted to offer to Zhao. But oh, how could someone not stop and listen to such melodious, spellbinding voice? I did not know there was yet more space in my heart, but with every note Zhao sang, with every rhythmic word that left his lips, I fell deeper and deeper in love with him. The once songless bird found his voice and sang sweetly for his lover. It was so mesmerizing, so soothing, so... Then it stopped. You stopped playing. Is something the matter? Oh. Somewhere along the way, my hands ceased all activity, unarmed as I was with his singing. Do you see the things you are doing to me, Zhao? I was charmed by your singing, and I forgot to continue playing. Oh. Thank you for singing for me. I knew you would have a beautiful singing voice, and I'm happy I was able to hear it. It made me fall in love with you just a little bit more. You say the most ridiculous of things. I only speak the truest truth here, the truest truth there is. It was nice to sing while you were playing music. Perhaps we could try again. Oh, it seems neither of us had noticed when the darkened clouds had gathered above, not that it had started drizzling. So when the heavy rain dropped at once, it caught us both off guard. The bamboo forest is rich and dense, but the raindrops are being heavy. They caught through the web of leaves with ease. Look to the pavilion in search of a shield from the relentless rain. Its roof may be sturdy, but it's far too small to block the torrents. Then I recall there's a lone house not too far from here. Its courtyard contains a number of open sheets that should provide us with shelter. I hurriedly pack the lyre in my bag and grab Zhao's hand. I know a place where we can find shelter from the rain. Let's go. Wait. We run through the bamboo forest by following a narrow, grassless pathway that is sometimes used by a few travelers, adventurers or merchants who pass by these lands. We run in parallel to it, traversing over the grassy terrain, instead to avoid getting our boots stuck in the mud that has formed. A set of familiar stone stairs soon come into view to reaffirm my belief that the house is indeed not too far from here. We climb up the stony stairs in a hurry. These are slippery from the torrential rain, but I know Zhao will catch me if I fall, so there is not a single worry in my mind. As the drop of the stars, there is a wooden bridge we have to cross. This too has become quite slippery after being doused by the rain, but there is no concern to head when the guardian Yaksha is with me. Once the bridge was crossed, we arrived at our destination. The courtyard of this lone and seemingly abandoned house was there to greet us. Finally, we find our shelter under the straw sheets. I'm still gripping Zhao's hand, and when I turn around to look at him, I notice how dripping wet both of us are. So much for finding shelter. A chuckle escaped my lips. We run through the swarming raindrops after all. I could have taken us out of here in an instant. There was no need to find shelter like mortals. But this is a little romantic, isn't it? Romantic? Running through the rain with you, finding shelter, and now watching the heavy raindrops together from a safe place. And if we are cold, we can hug each other for warmth. Human romance is difficult to understand. How about Adepti What about Adepti romance? The Adepti don't engage in romantic love? Some Adepti do. Yeah, we know. Like here, Ganyu's parents, like Yanfei's parents. I mean, the Ganyu and Yanfei are legit the result of Adepti love. Like you. Like me. Do you find teasing me to be so amusing? Yes. Yes, very much so. You've chosen an Adeptus as your partner, yet still dare to disrespect the Adepti? You are the only Adeptus I tease because you are the cutest and I love you. Oh god. Oh god, that's so cheesy, but I love it. I'm all the way. All for it. All the way. I need some shoki right now. Because this is so sweet, I need to counterbalance it with more sweetness. Excusez-moi. So, wir können direkt weitermachen. I give him a peck on the cheek. I let this offense go, just this once. Then, can I kiss all the offenses away? Every time I disrespect the Adepti, you get a kiss. You can choose if it's on the cheek or... I was so caught up in the delight of teasing Zhao that I failed to notice where this conversation was going. My own words caught me off guard. On the lips. A kiss on the lips. Oh, this road is really Lumine engaging and not Zhao. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. You did not have to repeat that. Splendid. Now all I can think of is how sweet and soft Zhao's lips must be. I have trouble turning my gaze away from the luster, where they are glossy because they have been doused by the rain, or was that their natural shine? Is Zhao ready to take this next step, I wonder? Oh, how would I yearn to feel his lips on mine. I do not wish to push him too far, however. Intimacy is something we should work on at the pace he feels most comfortable. For one who has had their personhood stripped away, it is not so easy to allow another within such personal boundaries. Those unbecoming thoughts ought to be chased away. I will wait for the day Zhao feels ready. I have observed mortals before, and I have seen many things in their dreams. I am aware of some of the activities couples engage in. Don't let your mind wander, Lumine. Don't let your mind wander. Don't let your mind wander. I don't have any experience with it, but if this activity, kissing, is something you would like, I will try it. Are you sure? We don't have to do this if you don't feel ready. You were the one bringing it up. It is not something you want. Is it not something you want to do? Just as I've learned the way Zhao's mind works, just as I've learned the meaning behind his words, so did Zhao learn to understand the details of the words I speak. So he leans closer, and my heart skips several beats at once. Is this his answer to my question? Many times before have I told Zhao not to ignore his own desires, so I should listen to my own advice, not to neglect mine. His heart is pounding so strongly, I feel it might escape my body any moment. Oh, this time it's from her point of view. Cute. Yet desire is strong, more dominant than reason, more powerful than any inhibition. It is my heart that moved the hand that cupped Zhao's face. His skin is smooth and soft despite the aeons of battles, the scars and furlongs of the past. Droplets of water from his soaked hair run down his face like morning dew on Shishin petals. Even though Zhao is drenched from the torrential rain, his face feels warm. Being close to him, I notice his cheeks are strong are a strong hue of pink. He must be nervous, but so am I. Despite all of my experience as a traveler across many worlds, I felt all reason and composure leave my body. There are only raw emotions, a gentle laugh and the intense desire to kiss my partner sweetly. Zhao moves his hand to embrace me, pulling me closer to him, pulling me onto him. I finally mustered the courage to look into his eyes. Beautiful. There's that familiar golden sheen, the warm amber colors, the sincere love and tender affection he has for me. As I lean closer, I feel his breath brush against my lips. So close to each other. Ah, so soft and sweet and warm, so delicate and silky and lovely. Zhao's sweet taste on my lips, the warmth of his tender embrace, our bodies pressed together, his beating heart whose rhythm matches mine. No more distance between us, nothing to separate us. The fragrance of Xixing that grows amidst the misty clouds, and the scent of clear winds atop the mountains. The scent of crystal rain falling through the bamboo leaves, making Zhao's fragrant aura all the more lovely. The boundary between dream and reality is blurred. And when I finally part my lips from his, we both stand still and silent, wanting to remain close to each other still. This is where I belong and nowhere else. In Zhao's arms, in his warm embrace, in his arms keeping me close to him. Well, what did you think of it? Human behavior is peculiar. However, if this is an activity you enjoy, I don't mind doing it again. Really? How could I restrain my heart upon hearing those words? Oh, well, how could I reclaim the reins of reason when the soul yearns for this moment to last? Well, that's a very difficult, very difficult decision I have to make. We could kiss him again, or kiss him again. I don't know. I go with option 2 because that is the safest option in my book. Then is another one okay? It is. How many more? As many as you wish. A hammer sheet made of golden straw hidden away deep in the bamboo forest of emerald glow showered my translucent raindrops from the heavens. The sound of nature playing the melodies of a rainy waltz. Two lovers holding each other tenderly, letting their souls speak in the most primal of languages. Our special, intimate moment of passion and bliss had come to an end, when I could no longer ignore the chills running down through my body after being soaked by the torrential rain. So it was time for us to pay Wang Shu in a visit, to dry ourselves off properly. One of the many advantages of having Zhao as my partner is that he can take us anywhere, anytime. Our dates are sure to never lack novelty and thrill. During our interim stay at the inn, we took advantage of our opportunity to have a delicious meal by Chef Yang Shao, who was all too eager to prepare a feast for us. If one thing is certain, then that I can always count on the support of Wang Shu's staff. They wish to see Zhao happy, and they are genuinely delighted to help in making that a reality. Yeah, they are just basically the uncles and aunts who always be like, oh boy, is luckily growing up. We never spoke of this relationship to them, yet there were as tacit understanding between us. In fact, Goldert had a hand in making this happen. An excellent wing woman, truly. Oh yeah, I believe that. With all that said, Night's Veil was soon to descend upon the lands of monoliths, which heralds the end of our lovely date. Zhao would have to return to his duties, for the demons are more active at night, preying on the unfortunate souls that find themselves in the wilderness after sundown. There was, however, one last thing he had prepared for us to do before the sun slumbered. Are we back here again? Yeah, okay, we're back here. Okay, I had things planned for us to do today, yet in the end we did very different activities. But it was a good day, wouldn't you say? It was enjoyable and very pleasant. I can't recall the last time I sang. I might have tried to do so a few times when nobody was around, but I cannot remember. Even such small joy was something you denied yourself of. It felt good to be able to sing for you. From now on, I would like to sing the songs you play. But I would like to sing for myself too. That's the spirit. For singing my songs, I'll make sure to learn how to play a variety of tunes, because I truly want to hear you sing for me again. I wonder if one day we will be able to write my own I will be able to write my own music. I'm sure someone like you is capable of that. I'm certain I can write music, but there's no guarantee that it will actually be good. The music you play for me today was more soothing than a singing bird. I will enjoy anything you write because it's you. More soothing than a singing bird? That's very high praise coming from an illuminated bird. You must be right. You may be right. Still, no music and no singing bird could ever hope to match your beautiful voice. So, can I be greedy and ask for more? It is very disrespectful to you to make such requests of an adeptus. Look at you, making jokes now. Well then, I have to kiss those offenses away. Heart rose to my face, and heat rose to my face as I remembered those very wondrous, intimate time we spent together at that verdant forest of bamboo and rain. How long did it last? How many tender kisses did we share? I still yearned for more. Your list of offenses is long, and perhaps so did Zhao. I could hear in his voice no hint of hesitations, no trace of reluctance. The nervousness from before, the inability to play along with my teasing, the slight distance that still existed between us. None of that is present any longer. The bond we share is not one that has to be understood, it's one that has to be felt. And we felt it. Oh, we felt it sweetly. The list might become even longer in the future. I'm used to your foolishness. And I quite like it. Words left unsaid, but my heart heard them. My hands moved according to the orders issued by my heart, embracing Zhao, who did not hesitate to return the gesture. There's an... Okay, I guess... Yeah, okay. So, then let's go back to the gloomy things. Descend further. How futile. Light will never reach far enough to shine upon that which is submerged in whirling darkness. It is an umbral kingdom with hollow dreams. Afraid of the dark depths as I may be, I still choose to tread on while holding but a single candle of vain hope. To trace my brother's steps, to search for the trail he left behind. It must wander through the darkened edges of the world like a single starving ghost. I know not how long I've been in this place, confined by my own miserable thoughts, replaying it in my head the same horrible memories of the blighted past. Our homeland's demise is now naught but the thread of forgotten history on the unending tapestry of galaxies. The only proof that this land had ever existed amongst the oceans of spinning stars is a pair of traveling twins who now lay chained down with rings burned and faces turned away from one another. My brother and I, the last fragments of a lost world. Even so, we did not seek foolish dreams of reviving the homeland, nor did we try to spread tales of the vanished. We had each other, and that was all we ever needed. If I want to reach ether, sitting here will do no good. At last I regained enough strength to stand up once more. I lift myself from the cold, rugged soil to step out of the dreary corner that I curled myself in. It's time to continue this solitary walk through the bitter darkness. My gait is still unstable, but my dizzying dollar. It was as if I was back in the 500-year-long nightmare prison conjured by the unknown god who captured us. I gripped my lumen stone tightly to keep myself anchored to the reality before me. There is no prison of nightmares, and my past is now adequacy. Come on, step forward, or else the darkness is sure to engulf you. Move forward, Lumine. Move. I don't want to be alone when the dark void catches up. I glided over a variety of rock formations and miscellaneous abandoned mining tools. Parts of the chasm have been opened to the public, but full mining operations have yet to resume. Thus, the area is still mostly quiet, save for occasional stray hilichurl or geoslime. It doesn't seem like I will find anything of use in this mining space. I should descend further, but the chasm is akin to a maze. The map Xishong left behind is detailed, but it's still missing a few things, or perhaps many things. I recall Xishong explaining that the terrain here is slowly but constantly changing, as if the chasm itself chooses to alter its shape as it likes. A path that today might be a rock wall next month. Now then. Do I follow the seemingly steady path through the mining area, or do I take my chance with a shortcut through the underground waterway instead? Oh great, more savings. So let's just go mining because Minecraft. It might be best to follow the time-tested path through the mining area. My mind is still in the stubble of the cyclone of spiraling thoughts prior to be lost in a maze of cold rocks and stale air is not at all favorable. The silence in the chasm drowns out every bit of sound, yet is ever so loud and deafening to my ears. My body is shaking, but I do not know whether it's from the damp and cold environment of its underground maze where warm lights do not reach, or if it's from the pain, hurt, fear, and anger I fell over. Everything. Over everything that was, that is, and that may be, or may not. The questions are many, and the answers are few. The fog is deep, the view is unclear. At the corner of my eye, I notice a group of miners waving at me. Were they trying to greet me, or were they looking to draw my attention in hopes that I may offer my assistance with some matter or other? Over the course of my long lifespan, I've learned to be patient. I've come to accept the whims of time and the immovable laws of the universe from which no single world would ever escape. Each world may have its own set of rules, and universal laws may be bent, but they cannot be broken at their core. Thus, I have mastered the art of patience and possess an inclination to help every passerby that seeks my help. Asking for aid from a random stranger is all one may have left after all. I understand it very well, and therefore my heart does not allow me to look away from these pleas of another, however insignificant your problems may seem to those who are not troubled. That's also a thing that has to be addressed at sometimes. I mean, the traveler has been betrayed a lot since they're in Tibet. Like, they were betrayed by people who just, they offered just sincere and genuine help. They were betrayed, double-crossed, attacked, fucking blamed, punished, and whatsoever. And sometimes even from the people you really think they wouldn't. Like, a very big discussion during the Fontaine questline was when the traveler was being basically like fuck off towards Linné and Lynette after they won their trial. But people seem not to realize that, yeah, at the end of the day, Linné and Lynette lied to the traveler. Like, a lot. They withheld crucial information. They lied about being part of the House of the Hearth. And, yeah, they did a lot more. And now, you see her, or better, the traveler in general, being like, so, yeah, but I still can't betray my principles and my fucking my whole entire being and character, and not help people who ask for it. This is a very good depiction of the traveler, actually. Very good. For me, it is but a slight detour to my journey, and a single drop of water in the deep river of the flowing currents of which my lifespan comprises. For them, it could very well be an event that changes their entire life. The choice that becomes quite clear. Should one request my aid, I shall oblige. Not today, however. Today I lack the energy to help another, for I can barely keep myself afloat. Oh. Well, fair, I guess. Each step I take feels heavy, but I must go on. The last faint glimmer of light glows dimmer by the second, as if it was not for the lumen stone in my hand, there could be nothing left to confront the icy cold fog of darkness. Only curious creatures and particular vegetation would dare to make its place their dwelling, or perhaps this is where they belong. They are flowers that bloom to greet the sun and there has those who live to avoid it. Although when looking at the villagers that gather here awaiting the end for the unfortunate existence, I must wonder whether lucklight flies and similar creatures were banished here instead. Did they choose the chasm as their home, or were they forced to adapt to it? Home. I lightly touched the interverts in my hair. Flowers whose petals stop growing and turn hard once plucked from their homeland. Only when the flower has returned to its home soil will the petals grow soft once more and finally wilt. A symbol of a wanderer far from home, signifying the tenderness of the homeland. They are the national flower of Khaenri'ah. Many wonder how such a flower might be related to an outlander like me. Those flowers, at dawn, are a memento from my brother. I'm chasing after you, Ether. I am. I'm following your footsteps, like a new samsara. The circle begins anew, with another traveler. Yet, what I am to do when I see you dive into the abyssal sea. This is what awaits me at the end of my journey. I wish to believe in my brother, in the only kin I have, in the only bond left for me in the endless galaxy of stardust. But were we supposed to look at the light and turn our backs to the shadows behind us? Am I wrong? Am I the one who has erred? Does Ether know something I don't? Does he understand something I don't? He asked me to follow his journey and see it through to the end, that I may find the truth of this world. But what truth is there to find? Why does any of this matter when we only need each other? My vision turns blurry, and my path is quickly obstructed by the tears I'm trying to hold back. Now is not the time to weep. I must focus on the objective for which is my venture into the chasm began. The meticulous search of clues, the struggle to obtain any possible hint Ether might have left behind for me. Something. Anything. An inkling of what my brother has done and what he may be planning to do. Oh boy, this hits all so much harder after bedtime story, I tell ya. I tell ya. A tip that could help me understand why. If I could at least learn the past events and fathom what happened, what led my brother down this nebulous path, then maybe I could persuade myself to accept this. Yet he left with no explanation, only the most cryptic of hints and a single request I must follow. A storm of anger, confusion, and jumbled thoughts filled my head. Making sense from them was a lost endeavor. I pushed myself to move forward, even if mechanically, and when lifting my feet off the ground became a struggle, I opened my glider to let the air currents take me further. The mines gases smell rotten, and some of the air currents that flow within this underground space are steeped with a foul odor. The deeper I descend, the higher the likelihood of finding such currents is. The deeper levels of this dark space, the chances of surface air flowing through the crevices of the chasmic walls are extremely low, so currents of fresh air become a rarity, and soon an impossibility. Even so, I rode these gnawstring currents to seat myself adrift. A couple of days passed as you continued to descend to the lower levels of the chasm. After failing to find any traces of your brother, loneliness and despair settled in your heart. Amidst the grim passageways of the subterranean world, a lonely traveler plods through the darkness, sword in hand, ready to cut down all obstacles. This is really dark and gloomy right now. It was a rare occurrence to find myself with nothing to do. Whenever I wander, I seem to attract a great deal of interesting people. Bewildering events are drawn to the almost like a magnet. And if none of that happens, then surely Paimon finds a way to keep me busy. But there was a moment for me where I could stand still from my perpetual travels to better organize my thoughts, which naturally led me back to my brother. Information about Ether's whereabouts would not so conveniently fall into my hands, so I took the road once more. Traversing through a brand new nation is sure to come with a plethora of problems and challenges to face. I am wiser than to expect a quick and easy stroll through the next nation's city. How foolish would it be to think that the next Archon would simply turn up for a little bit of chatting? Preparations need to be made for such an undertaking, so in the meantime I decided to retrace my own steps and visit a few specific points of interest. The inverted city, buried in the lower levels of the chasm, is such a place. An abandoned, upside-down city that belonged to a civilization of ages past. Ether was here once. I saw the visions. I felt our connection when it was my turn to steep into these stony halls of old. Alas, didn't make much progress back then. Thus, I return to this ancient city now in hopes that I may, unearth something new. A clue I might have missed before, or a piece of information left behind by chance. But an experienced adventurer understands the naivety of neglecting to search for the surroundings. The inverted city does not exist in isolation. The adjacent areas are just as important. So I cast aside the convenience of waypoints to do a throughout search, and I have nothing to show for it. Perhaps I should have taken Paimon with me, but I knew my state of mind was fragile, and I would do nothing to make her worry. There are times when even Paimon cannot drag my mind out of this dark pit I fall into from time to time. It's best if she remains inside my realm to enjoy Tubby's company instead. There is no need to cast gloom on another, especially when all they can do is watch from the sidelines, unable to be of any help. I know not how much time I've spent searching the ruins of the inverted city, but it was all irrelevant. Nothing. There was nothing to find. Absolutely nothing. Were it not for the deep void in my heart, I would have howled in frustration. Instead, there was only silence, and empty eyes looking at the mud-like substance below. The dull purple lights, it admitted, were almost hypnotizing. I felt a shadowy figure approach me. My back was turned, but the hand with which I gripped my sword was tightened and steady. When I turned my head to glimpse of the creature that had dared to disturb me, I saw the form of an Abyss Herald. And then another, and another. The Abyss Order. The Abyss. They stole my brother. They took Ether away from me. Oh god. Okay, I have to cut the pace shortly. I wrote such a fic once too, where Lumine's pent up frustration against the Abyss was so eminent that she just snapped. I actually would really feel that Traveler would do that at one point. Okay. A quiet storm was raging in my heart. I turned around and readied my stance. At least I regained my vitality, and my howls resounded through the deserted halls and the decrepit city. I felt fury lead my blade to cut these despicable creatures, to to carve them out of reality, to erase them from existence. The sound of my blade, steel clashing with abyssal darkness, it was the last thing I remember. Mean. Xiao? What is he doing here? What happened? Why is he looking at me like that? Where am I actually? My head spinning. There are tears. You have been crying. Crying? Oh. Who did this? What happened? Now I remember. My hazy mind began to see a sliver of clarity at least. I descended in the chasm on my brother's trail, and then my mind spiraled down into the darkness. I fought monsters with frenzied anger. Both my mind and my heart were in turmoil, and then Xiao is kneeling next to me, visibly worried after finding me in this pitiful state. He carries enough burns on his delicate heart, should not contribute to that further. I finally lift myself up to sit on my backside. It seems I'm still lacking in the strength and cannot find it in me to get back on my feet. So this is all I can muster for now. I search my heart to find a morsel of enthusiasm, scrap of cheerful energy with which I can disperse Xiao's worries. But there is nothing to be found. Still, Xiao has been patiently waiting for me to regain my senses, never taking his eyes off of me for 1 second. I need to say something. Okay, next pathway, I guess. Don't trouble him. I sincerely don't want to make him worry about me. Amidst the whispers of nefarious wraiths that plague him, the screams of death ringing in his ears, the severe grief he has suffered, the anguish karma inflicts upon him on the daily. How could I add this to his worries in good conscience? I know finding me like this looks terrible, but please don't worry. I hurriedly wiped the tears off of my face. A lousy attempt at easing all traces of past distress. Xiao sighs unconvinced. If you were in trouble, you should have called me. Don't be stubborn. Summon me when you encounter difficult situations. I will make it right. Thank you. I want to reassure him with words like, I will keep this in mind, but in the end, these are the troubles of an alien. There's nothing to be done about matters not belonging to this world. Such is the life of a traveler from beyond the stars. I have my mission, and Zhao has his own duties to perform. There is no reason to take away his precious time to seize after vague hints and unknown goals. He would probably not deny my request if he were to ask for aid, but that is precisely why I would rather not trouble him. There is enough on his mind. Why would I burden him with problems he has no way of solving? Yes, if I can't offer response from the many shadows that torment his heart, then it's best if he leaves with his mind clear of additional concerns. Lumine, may I ask what troubles you? I look around at the shabby crumbled walls that surround us. Walls may have ears and witness much, but no mouth. Is there to speak words. There's no advice to be given. If you don't wish to speak, I won't pry. My refusal to talk about this matter in detail might be making my current predicament worse than necessary. I just need to find the strength in me to smile, to show him that there is no need for concern. Yes, that's all I need to do. But if there's something I can assist you with, you can tell me. It's fine. I'll be fine. There's no need. I only know how to slay demons, but I can do this task well. So if you need protection, you can rely on me. You should leave. Please. Don't worry about me anymore. You have your own troubles. It's fine. I can take care of myself. Don't worry. Saying this just after the miserable state he found me in is not convincing at all, I'm aware. Need to hurry up and regain my vigor so Xiao can be on his way to continue his patrols without unnecessary worries. But my heart feels devoid of any emotion. There's only a bottomless void. If you need a different type of assistance, I lack the knowledge, but I will try. Different type of assistance? Xiao, don't push yourself. I appreciate the offer, but I'm okay. It's fine. You can go. I'm not okay? Neither my tears nor emotions could be restrained. I don't even know what I'm shedding tears for when I feel nothing but endless void. Emptiness. A large, unfillable hole in my heart. Kept my eyes shut in an effort to contain the tears that won't stop flowing. Those words, source and cause, is not clear to me. My mind is foggy, desolated. Are these tears for my brother? For my grueling journey? The yearning of a homeland? Are they the fear of darkness? The terrors of solitude? The inability to reach out? Sometimes those who spend all their time helping others fail to help themselves. Failures, nightmares, fears, terrors, tears of everything and nothing all at once. Kept my eyes shut, afraid of meeting Xiao's gaze, that is no doubt full of worry and pain and agony, not knowing how to help the person crying before his eyes. Yes, this is what I was afraid of. It's why I avoided Paimon too. Making Xiao feel useless was the last thing I wanted. My wish was to show him all the lovely things he can do, all the beautiful things he is beyond slaughter of his past. Yet my tears won't stop. Sorry. I covered my face with my hands so I could pretend the world around me did not exist. This vast world of Teyvat, full of friends and allies and beautiful wonders, I felt alone and hopeless, and tender warmth enveloped me like an old comforting blanket from childhood. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in Zhao's arms. His embraces awkward, tentative and reluctant. The embrace of someone who wants to help but doesn't know how. If this is not agreeable with you, I will. As if guided by raw instinct, I immediately bury my face in his chest, and I grip his sleeveless shirt tightly. Something in my soul felt an intense fear that I might lose my grip from reality if I don't hold onto Xiao right this moment. I shiver and shudder at the thought of being able of there being no anchor to bind me back to the world. Without this single rope holding me in place, I would drift away into the abyssal sea and lose my light forever. Xiao pulls me closer. So warm, and gentle and tender. It's like my brother's loving embrace, back when we traveled together, back when we flew towards the light together. Memories flood back to me, and the hole in my heart grows wider. Past experiences resurface, and the void grows deeper. I hold on to Zhao, so that I may not fall, wingless as I am. I hold on tightly, and let my tears flow for all that was lost, and for all that may never be. I weep and bawl, and yawl with no end. In this silent dark corner of the chasm, one could only hear the howls of a tiny star, and the trembling breaths of the one that held onto it so dearly. All sense of time was lost. I no longer knew how long I spent drowning in my own tears until my eyes were swollen. And despite this long-lasting outburst of unrestrained emotion, it seems I was not done still. My sniveling continued to echo throughout the empty ruins of the inverted city, shrouded in its frigid, bitter darkness. But I was not cold. There was some who held me gently this entire time. He did not move, nor let go of me a single moment. He spoke no empty words of consolation, no lies, no fake promises of a better future. He only held me close. When the last of my spirit was depleted, and I could no longer make a single sound, closed my eyes, and let Zhao's steady breath lull my mind, and his rhythmic heartbeat soothe what was left of my shattered soul. Perhaps I may yet find the strength to put the pieces back together. While mulling over such thoughts, I felt something light and soft touch my hair. Did Zhao just give me a kiss? Could not help but to open my eyes with haste. I have seen many mortals perform this act to console their own, so I assumed it might be something that could help. Dear stars, did Zhao spend this entire time thinking of ways to comfort me? Even when he doesn't know or understand what to do, he tries. He always tries. Forgive my presumptuousness, I was. Zhao. A soft laugh left my lips. Thank you. I do not know how long we sat here in silence afterwards. No words were spoken. Even if I had calmed down, Zhao did not let go of me. No complaints, no urging me to stand up. He will not leave me until I'm ready. Until he is certain that I will be fine. And I will be. Everything will be alright. I'm not alone. Zhao is with me. I wrap my arms around him, indulging into the comfort that mends my heart. There's nobody else but him, the one to heal these intangible wounds. I don't know the proper ways of consoling a person. I have nothing to offer, but if there's something you need, you can tell me, and I will do it. Don't say you have nothing to offer, when you always offer everything you have. In this world so unfamiliar, full of uncertainty, there's an anchor for me to hold on to. In this vast, unknown world that makes me feel so lonely, in this wide ocean, separated from my only kin, there's still a warm candlelight showing me the way. My journey is long, frightening, and daunting, but I'm not alone. There's still someone waiting for me at home. Zhao, take me home. I don't want to say in this cautious darkness any longer. Home? I felt mild embarrassment when I realized what I had said. Sorry, I mean, take me to Wangshu Inn if you don't mind. Sure. Couldn't retreat to my realm, which indeed is my house, but when I return, I will still find myself in the inverted city and the depths of the chasm. I'd like to depart from this place immediately. I wish to see the light again. The real light, not the artificial protection created by adeptal arts. Wangshu is familiar, cozy, and it's where Zhao dwells. All evil will be dispelled. After a quick glance at me, Zhao puts his Vajra necklace back on. He must have taken it off earlier to embrace me tightly. He then slides his left arm underneath my legs to scoop me up. In an instant we leave the darkness behind us. I open my eyes to finally greet the beautiful, radiant lights of nighttime? Stars are fine. A fine sight to be sure, but I was hoping to see the bright sun. Just how long did I stay in the chasm to completely lose my sense of time and of Tevat's natural cycle? Well, nothing can be done about this. Paimon must be worried sick, will have a lot to explain. Even the greatest of feasts may not be enough to ask for her forgiveness. I would not blame her. This is entirely on me. It's late now, and you must have spent a long time in the chasm. I can take you to my room for rest. I don't use it, but the innkeeper insists on keeping it vacant. You can stay there tonight. Nobody will disturb you. Could you stay with me tonight? I'm well aware of my selfishness, requesting Zhao's presence even after he spent a long time comforting me. Yes, I'll watch over your sleep. Not even a slight hint of hesitation in his voice. It is as if Zhao decided to watch over me before we even got here. Or maybe that's exactly how it is. Thank you. It was then when I realized I was still in his arms. He did not let go of me, even after we arrived back on the surface, and I had regained my composure. Truthfully, there's no reason to hold me like this now. I have recouped my strength to walk on my own 2 feet again, but Zhao simply carried me inside, completely unfazed by the staring gazes of the inn's clients, of those that happened to see us. Completely unbothered by the questioning and honestly slightly mischievous look in Goldet's eyes. It was impossible not to feel a slight sense of embarrassment. Wait. Is he approaching the reception desk? Good evening, Zhao and Traveler. Goldet, don't look at me like that. The Traveler reduced my room tonight. Zhao, please! People are going to misunderstand. As you wish. I really should have walked inside on my own. I was on a tiring mission in the chasm, and Zhao helped me. I just need somewhere to sleep tonight, and of course, it is quite late indeed, and the traveler like you must be exhausted from your long journey. It is good that Zhao brought you here. You're always welcome to stay at the inn for however long you wish. I can't help but suspect hidden meanings behind those words. Zhao taking me to his room while carrying me in his arms is certainly not helping my case. Not one bit. I'll send Yuhuna to you shortly. She will take your orders if you would like to have a meal in Zhao's room. Why did she pause there? And if there's anything else you need, please do let her know. You have my thanks. Thank you, Goldet. But don't think for one second that I don't know what you're thinking in your head. I can read your minds, and it says, "Bow chicka bow wow." I turned to Zhao, pleading eyes for him to take me away from the reception room. I don't have it in me to deal with this any longer. Tomorrow I have to explain to Goldet what led to this turn of events. Least the gossip amongst the staff will be wild. At last, Zhao brought me to his room, away from people's uncomfortable gazes. I've heard of this room before, but it's my first time being here. Although the room's layout is not unlike those used for regular customers, the one reserved for Zhao appears to be more spacious, fitted with a higher quality furniture. A luxurious bed of excellent craftsmanship, made out of sandbearer wood, dressed in fine silks and golden trims. Lofty bookcases, meticulously crafted from fragrant cedar wood, likely imported from Mundstadt. An exquisite table with equally flawless chairs made of rare Milin pine woods. Perhaps the time I've spent with Zhongli has improved my proficiency in appraisal. As lovely as the room may be, there is a sense of lonely emptiness permeating or the atmosphere. Permeating. I'm losing my thought. I'm live for 7 hours. I can't believe it. And there's still much to come. I believe I have to fucking pause the stream, actually. That's a bit embarrassing. I did not expect this to be so long, but I guess I will have to stream more on fucking Friday then, I guess. Anyway, the person whom this room is meant to host is nowhere to be seen. Even on moonless nights, he chooses to bear the bitter winds for the chance that he may hear the howls of calamity. This may well be the first time in long centuries that Zhao has stepped inside. Next time, I should bring him a gift. Something he can place in this room to claim as his own space, a place to return to after his laden duties. He may insist he has no use for mortal possessions, but he would not reject a gift from me. If such a memento could bring him even a modicum of joy on gloomy days, I will choose a present with much love and care. Zhao carefully led me on his bed. Before long, Yuha paid us a visit to take our orders. Apart from my own meal, I ordered almond tofu for Zhao. I fully recognize the fuel I'm adding to the fires of gossip that is no doubt already spreading amongst the Wangshu staff. The traveler is having a private meal with Zhao. In Zhao's room. Regardless, I'd like to have Zhao dine with me. Of course, I could not possibly forget Paimon, so I ordered a few dishes for her too. There may not be enough to placate her, but they are my way of apologizing. Speaking of which, now it's the time to face Paimon's very understandable wrath. I touch my Serenity pot and summon Paimon from within, too fatigued to make the trip inside myself. This teapot is a fountain of convenience, truly one of the best gifts I've ever received in my long life. Thus, my traveling companion materializes in front of my eyes, almost like a genie. Glitter and sparkles soon fill the room. Lumine, finally! Where have you been? It's been days you never returned. Paimon was worried sick for you. Paimon already had tears in her eyes. She rushed to hug me with her small, feeble hands. The sight of her makes my heart ache, so I return the hug with no delay. Paimon, I'm so sorry. I was investigating the chasm and a lot of things happened. I will explain everything when I have the chance. Though perhaps I will omit a few things. She does not need to know every detail. Don't do this to Paimon again. I gently caress her tiny head to seize her worries away. I can't make such a promise, but what I can say is I give you my word that I will never leave you behind. I've said it before, I will always come back for you. Let's put this behind now, shall we? Look, I've ordered a lot of delicious food for you, so we can dine together. Paimon lets go of me to observe the humble feast waiting for her, all courtesy of Chef Yangshao. Are you trying to wiggle your way out of this by using food? Paimon will have you know that. Well, Paimon will not say no to some delicious food, but Paimon is still very, very, very angry with you. Then Paimon surveys her surroundings, finally noticing Zhao has been standing a little further away. Wait a moment! Zhao? You're here, and where's this place exactly? This is my room at Wangshu. Your room? Paimon promptly turns around to look at me with a displeased face. A very displeased face. Did you leave Paimon behind to go on some lovey-dovey time with Zhao? Is that what you wanted? You should have told Paimon. No, Lumine was indeed in the chasm. She did not spend this lovey-dovey time with me that you speak of. Hearing Zhao say those exact words with a straight face, I don't know what to say to that. Is that so? This all seems very suspicious to Paimon. Zhao's room, huh? Are you sure you're not hiding something? Why would I? In any case, I must ask. What does spending lovey-dovey time with someone entail? Don't make me explain this. I turn to Paimon with a silent plea. She often speaks on my behalf. Yeah, she does. Indeed she does. At first I spoke very little, as my language skills were lacking, so Paimon spoke on my behalf, but soon it turned into a convenience. Although I can hold a complex conversation now, I still prefer to keep to myself when most people I meet are strangers. There is no need for others to know of my identity and of my circumstances in detail. Having Paimon to do all this socializing is very useful to me, and at times like these, I can count on her to spare me the awkwardness. Yeah, so many people always complain about Paimon talking so much. Like, always be, I wish Paimon would finally shut up. I wish Paimon would finally be gone. Just for people to realize Traveler needs Paimon. Because if the Traveler would not have Paimon, they would most likely be fucking hermits. Because they would not want to socialize too much. And this is something people have to fucking, well, accept. That Paimon matters. Paimon is important. And I will not stand for Paimon slander. Not in my house, not in everyone's house. No Paimon slander on my watch. Alas, Paimon simply sticks her tongue out and then turns her back to me. Pretending to not see me. She revels in all the delicious, mouth-watering food that had been exclusively ordered for her. Fine. I suppose she's still furious with me, and I'm in no position to protest. It's the time spent between lovers or people who are looking to establish a relationship with each other, spending time together, seeing if they are compatible. I see. Is this something you're interested in? What do I say to that? Calm down. He's only asking because Paimon brought it up. So he simply wants to understand better. Well, okay. I have a lot to rehearse in the next stream, because I will probably just do this here. I will just end this fucking road and then I will call the stream off, because I'm live for too long. They have a very long shift tomorrow. So let's just say blatantly yes. Ethan and I never stayed in a single world for too long. We traveled the stars together, and I was content with that. After all, home is wherever we are together. As such, the thought of pursuing a romantic relationship with another was not one I cared to entertain. Well, to be fair, yeah, if you're constantly on the walk and on the journeying, you would not even being interested in it, certainly. But now that that the traveler is stranded in Tibet, it surely makes sense to maybe seek out romance. I'm well aware of my attraction towards Xiao. There's no denying it. Were that all, I would have to let my mind wander further. Now, however, remembering the way he held me so dearly, the way he gently pulled me out of the dark pit I had fallen into, yes, I see. I hope you will find a good partner one. Oh god, yeah, totally busted right now. I hope you will find a good partner one day. Someone as kind as you deserves happiness and to have her wishes fulfilled. I've already found my partner, the only person who can help me regain my wings, the only person who will help me soar the skies again. He's standing right here, telling me the sweetest and most sincere words. But how do I go about telling him this? I will have to find the right moment. We enjoyed a nice dinner together. Yuha visited us one last time to take back the plates and cut the cauldron. My exhaustion was immense, but it was finally time to get a good rest. Paimon let out a large yawn, perhaps the biggest I've seen since we met. I imagine she couldn't get much sleep after spending all her time worrying about me. It's late now. You should rest. What about you? I will watch over your sleep, so you can rest without worry. No demon and no evil will dare to touch you as long as I'm here. What could you even say to such declarations? Wow! Thank you, Xiao. Wow, really? Is there something wrong? No, carry on. Paimon still thinks these two are hiding something. Oh, that's so thoughts. Paimon still thinks these two are hiding something. I was actually asking about you, if you need to rest too. Adepta do not require sleep. Really? As often as mortals do. I'm no mortal, but I suppose in my current state, power sealed and all, I'm not so far removed from one. Yeah, that's also a thing we have to fucking think. The twins are essentially gods themselves. They're basically godlike. Because what if the traveler had never lost their powers? What actually would happen? I'm actually very, very intrigued on writing a fanfiction about that once in the future as well. Like, what if the fucking traveler never lost their powers? They would probably breeze through everything, but I would like to make it more, how should I put it? I hope you know what I mean. I would still try to make it more interesting. Anyway. Still, you don't need to stay awake the entire night. I don't want you to push yourself unnecessarily. There's enough space on the bed for you as well. Paimon thinks they're definitely hiding something. I gesture towards the empty space besides me. The bed is indeed spacious, so two people can sleep comfortably. I can sleep on this side and you... Enough. You need to rest, so it would be advised for you to sleep immediately. Xiao must still be very worried about me, and who can blame him after the miserable state he found me in? I should not cause any more distress for him, so I must sleep and rest, at least for his sake. I turned to Paimon, while opening my arms to welcome her in my embrace. Paimon, it's time for bed. Paimon is still angry with you. But Paimon likes your hug, so she will make an exception tonight. Yeah, that's my headcanon. Paimon and the Traveler always sleep together. They are never apart if they sleep. They always sleep together, hugging each other. And that's something I want to. I turned off the lamplights, and the room was drowned in darkness, but I'm alright. With Paimon in my arms, and Zhao watching over me, I'm alright. Tomorrow, I shall greet the dazzling sun together with them. But, Zhao, don't stand in a corner like that. Even if you don't need sleep, could you at least sit next to me? If he wishes to remain awake, I won't insist otherwise, but that does not mean he cannot make himself comfortable. Besides, I will feel much better if I can feel his warmth close to me. Alright, I shall follow your wishes. I would have liked to sleep in his arms, and perhaps he would not have refused this request, but I do not want to use my current weakness to take advantage of his kindness. There will be enough time for this and everything else in the future. I will not fall to the darkness. The sun will rise tomorrow to banish the night. There is still light in this world, strong enough to illuminate every corner where shadows may dwell. I felt Zhao's presence, his warmth, close to me as he carefully sat beside me. With one arm, I held Paimon close. With the other, I selfishly reached out to hold Zhao's hand. When I squeezed his, he did the same to mine. I am not alone. Before long, my mind drifted into the land of dreams. That night, I had the sweetest, happiest dream I've ever had since I awakened from the cruel nightmare prison. It was a dream of me soaring the radiant azure skies with my own shining wings. I danced amidst the clouds and the golden sun rays. Ether was there. Paimon was there. We soared together in the heavens. And the entire time, next to me, tenderly holding my hand, was my beloved Zhao. Okay, so much for that. Oh my god. This is probably the second longest stream I've ever held in my entire life. Like, I think the longest stream I've ever had was 8 hours. Not entirely sure, but it still was a long one. But yeah, okay, I really know that I should take a break for today. Oof, okay, I expected this to be a one-part stream, but I guess I will have to ditch Rechef of Destruction on... It was Friday, right? I have to look at my schedule very, very quick. Yeah, it's Friday. So, okay, change of plans. We will stream the rest of the visual novel on Friday. And I will play Rechef next week then. So, is there anyone I could raid? Kimi is not online anymore. Was that such a short stream she had? Or am I stupid? Okay. Anyway. I, for now, will end the stream. I thank you all 1,000 times for listening to me today, for my very, very horrible reading comprehension. And, well, we will see each other on Friday on probably 4 p.m. Maybe a bit earlier, because I don't know how long this will take. Because we basically have the entirety of the Dark Road again, and then the last fucking section of the visual novel. Anyway, I don't see anyone to raid today, sadly. Isn't Mikio online? No, Mikio is not online. I mean, I could raid... Okay, I could raid Ruby, I guess. Okay. Okay, okay. Now for real, I end the stream for now. Thank you for watching. Thanks for the dear maker of this game, Chrissy Cheeky, for making it. Be sure to check out their channel, and we will see each other. Yeah, we will see each other on Friday then, when we stream it to an end. Until then, bye! All the sweetness to you, babies.